If you complete this video, you should be able to pass the kanji section of the JLPT N5 and the first major kanji test that native Japanese kids take, the Kanken 10. In the first part of the video, you'll learn a single English meaning for the 118 kanji necessary to pass both of those tests. You'll also learn all the parts and radicals needed to build those kanji. Parts are the building blocks that make up each kanji, and the radical is the main part. Often the radical gives you a hint towards the meaning or reading of the kanji, but not always. Kanji are also often organized by their main radicals in Japanese kanji dictionaries, so Japanese people usually do learn these in school. The names we chose for the kanji and radicals are almost all based on the actual meanings that native Japanese kids learn for them. There were just a few parts that natives don't tend to learn at all, so when we have those, I sometimes give them unique names. You'll memorize each part in kanji using stories. You'll also learn how to write them. In the second part of this video, you'll learn how to read each of the kanji learned in part 1 by learning 230 vocabulary words through skits in natural Japanese. You'll also learn lots of new grammar along the way. For more information about why we learn the kanji this way, and a general introduction into what kanji are, check out this video. Otherwise, let's go ahead and get into the meaning section. Welcome everybody to the first mainline lesson of many in the ToKini Introduction to Japanese Kanji course. This is the first kanji almost everyone learns, because it's easy. Almost too easy. It literally just looks like a 1 on its side, which is exactly what it means. 1. The official radical for 1 is itself. 1. If you don't remember what radicals are, you can learn about them in this video, and come back here after that. Anyway, the only part it contains is itself. 1. Easy so far, right? Well, the next part is 2. As with most kanji, we start with the west to east rule covered in the rules for writing video, and write left to right, stopping short at the end. Don't whoosh the tail up or down or anything, it's just a nice straight line. While many kanji have a very interesting historical evolution, and this is the point in each lesson where I'd cover it, one has been pretty much the same for thousands of years. Though there are some variants of this kanji, which we'll learn about some other day. In this historical evolution section of the lesson, I'll usually only go into detail on the historical evolution if I think it'll aid in the memorization of that particular kanji. Let's get into our story. For the kanji 1, we're going to be using the image of a worm, but not just any worm, a fluorescent worm, hanging out on the ground. Officially, the story is one fluorescent worm lying on the ground. From now on, every time the kanji 1 is used in another kanji, we'll use this fluorescent worm as part of the story and image for that kanji. This is the second kanji most people learn. It's another easy one to remember, and as you likely already guessed, it means 2. The official radical for 2 is itself, 2. But as I'm sure you noticed, it's basically 2 1s put together. So I like to think of this one as being made up of 2 1s. There are appropriately 2 strokes for 2. We start in the northwest, go west to east, move down to the next stroke, write it west to east, and end in the southeast, just like the rule number 1 of writing I'm always talking about. One thing to note here is that the bottom line is always longer than the top line for the number 2. The story for 2 is simply 2 fluorescent worms on the ground, but the new one is smaller for some reason. It's a good idea to pause the video at this point for each kanji and take a moment to really visualize this image in your mind or to create your own similar story. Make sure to keep the stories relatively simple so that you can reuse the parts in other kanji that they might show up in. Next we have another simple kanji. This one just has an extra line throw in to give us 3. The official radical for 3 is 1. But in reality, it's made up of a 1 and 2 combined. There are, of course, 3 strokes in 3, and it follows rule number 1 to a T. Keep in mind here that the new one is on top, so we have 1, and then we have 2 below it, so the middle line is always shorter than the top and bottom. For our story, we lay our third fluorescent worm above the other 2, and now we have 3. This next kanji probably seems out of place here, considering we're covering numbers. But this kanji is also a radical or part that we need for the number 4. So before we can learn 4, we have to learn this. In this course, we'll always learn the kanji and parts necessary for other kanji first. Anyway, this kanji means mouth. The official radical for mouth is itself again, mouth. And it's its only part, mouth. There are 3 strokes in mouth. While you would probably expect either 2 or 4, it's important to write mouth with these 3 strokes because it gives it a distinct look. Starting in the northeast, mouth breaks the west to east first rule and goes north to south first. We then draw west to east and north to south in a single stroke, and finally close out the bottom of our box west to east, ending in the southeast corner. I find the historical evolution of mouth interesting because you'll notice that while in modern Japanese, lines extend out below the kanji due to the way we write it, the ancient characters had lines extending out above. To me, the older versions look more like a smiley face. Maybe they were happier back then? To remember this kanji, we'll use a silly little character I created called Mouth. The official story? This is a cute character with a big square mouth, tiny legs and arms. You don't necessarily need a story for kanji like this because it looks like a mouth on its own. But I created one anyway because a character like this makes it easier and more fun to create stories for other kanji that use mouth. This is our first character that is not itself a kanji. It's another piece that we need for the next kanji, 4. It's an official radical that means person's legs. Because it is a radical and not a kanji, there's no official radical for this. And person's legs is the only part. There are 2 strokes in person's legs, and you might remember from this video that we write curved lines starting with the one that goes right to left. Of course, we can also just use the west to east rule for each part of this radical and start with the part on the left and then the part on the right. Keep in mind that the leg on the right curves up at the end, like the pictograph of a toe sticking up in the air, or just a shoe if you see that better. That's what it looks like to me. The historical evolution for this character looks kind of like the legs of a dancer with their arms in the air doing some kind of performance, which is why the story for this radical will be 2 sexy person legs making a pose. Which brings us to the final kanji in this lesson, the number 4. The official radical for 4 is mouth. It contains the parts mouth and person's legs. You might remember from the rules to remember how to write kanji lesson that when there are things written inside of our mouth kanji, the mouth or box must not be closed until everything inside is written. So we draw the first 2 strokes of mouth and then draw the sexy person legs inside the mouth. It's important to note here that they connect to the top line. Finally, we close our mouth. Interestingly, 4 used to be written with 4 lines, following the same pattern as 1, 2, and 3. But at various times in history, we can see that it was sometimes written as some legs coming out of a portal in the sky? For some reason. Our story for 4 is 4 of our mouth characters from before, with 4 of sexy person legs in their mouths for some reason. I mean, they're giant mouths. They're always hungry, I imagine. This kanji is an oddball. With 2 strokes that are somewhat rare, it means 5. That's right, this video is also going to be mostly numbers. The official radical is 2, which appears to act like a sandwich on the top and the bottom. The diagonal line and upside down flipped over L are both quite rare in my experience, and are not radicals on their own, so we won't learn them separately. 5 has only 4 strokes. Fortunately, it follows all the expected rules. We start at the top, working west-east, then north to south with the slightly diagonal line, do our funky backwards L on the side, west to east, and north to south in 1 stroke, just like in mouth actually. Finally, we finish with the bottom line of the radical for 2, ending in the southeast corner. Historically, this kanji was written to look almost like an hourglass, though I don't think that was intentional, nor is it particularly helpful. It also reminds me of the Roman numeral 10, which also doesn't help us at all. Unless you think of it like the Roman numeral 10 sandwiched between 2. In other words, divided, thus giving us 5. I just made that up on the spot. I don't know, ignore that. Because this kanji is kind of an oddball, I've blended the story with somewhat of a pictograph. Here it is. Our 2 fluorescent worms are challenged to create a 5 with 2 other pieces, a pole and an L-shaped bar during a game of charades. They overshoot the mark a bit. Can you see that? There's an Arabic numeral 5 there, but then the worms go a little too far, and we get the kanji for 5 instead. This part is an official radical, and not a kanji on its own. It means pot lid. Remember, official radicals that are not kanji do not have official radicals, because they are official radicals. That makes sense, right? As far as parts go, you could try to break this down into a drop and a 1, but really it's just its own thing. Pot lid has 2 strokes, and it starts at the top. Dots on top of a kanji are usually written first, so keep that in mind. We go north to south with the handle of the pot lid, and then west to east for the lid itself. The official story for this is not very interesting. It's just a pot lid. What we're about to do is something that we probably won't do again for a while. We're going to learn a part based on an actual kanji that we won't be learning until later in this lesson. We're doing that because the kanji for 6 needs this part. I considered teaching the kanji itself here, but we'd still need to talk about this part because it's written slightly different from the kanji. The kanji that this part is based on is 8. See why I'm not teaching it yet? The name we're going to use for this part is 8 horses' front legs, because that's what they look like to me. The front legs of a walking horse. The 8 is important because the original kanji means 8. We'll get to the official radical and parts for this kanji when we cover the kanji itself. For now, let's cover how to write it. It's just 2 strokes. You may remember that the rule for diagonal strokes is we write the ones that go right to left first. So we start on the left stroke, drawing it top to bottom, and finish with the stroke on the right. You're going to be seeing these cute little legs a lot in the future, so let's get you the story. 8 cute little horses and their cute front legs, which finally gets us to 6. The official radical for 6 is 8. The parts are pot lid and 8 horses' front legs. First, we draw the pot lid at the top of the character, and then draw those cute horses' legs on the bottom, finishing in the southeast as usual. Historically, this kanji hasn't changed a whole lot, although I find it super fascinating. The seal version of 6 looked a lot like 4 did at various times in history, with legs coming out of a portal in the sky. What was going on in China back then? Our story for 6 is the pot lid is on top of 6 of the horse's legs, leaving out 2 below. Like with potlid, this is another radical that will work well as a pictograph. If you haven't guessed just from looking at it, this one is a fishhook. It's not a kanji, just a part, so there's no official radical, and its only part is itself. There's only one stroke, so we start in the north and curve back up. This kind of reminds me of the right leg from person's legs. Maybe we should have taught it there. Anyway, no complicated stories here. It's a fishhook. We take that fishhook and turn it into a 7. The official radical of 7 is 1. Does that mean fishhook means 6? 1 plus 6? No, that doesn't work, does it? Anyway, the parts, as you could probably tell at this point, are 1 and fishhook. What do these things have to do with 7? I don't know. Sorry. You'll notice that the 1 being drawn here is actually slanted up to the right. We still draw this west to east though, and draw our fishhook down through it. Because as you may remember, lines that go vertically through other parts are usually drawn last. 7 has an interesting historical evolution in that it used to look a lot like the kanji for 10 looks now. And in more recent times, relatively that is, it was kind of like a groovy cross or a weird dagger. None of that will help you as much as this image though. We put one fluorescent worm on a fishhook, and casting it, we noticed it looks like a 7. Do you see the 7? It sure looks like one to me, especially if you've ever seen fonts where there's a line through the 7. Moving up through the numbers, we get 8. The official radical for 8 is itself. The parts are just the 2 diagonal lines that make up 8. It's just 8. 8 is its only part. The stroke order for 8 is exactly the same as the radical for 8 horses' front legs that we learned earlier. But you'll notice one small difference. The top of the second stroke is sort of above the left stroke. And in some fonts, it's a straight line on top with an almost 90-degree turn into the downstroke. When it's a radical, the lines are next to each other and about the same size. 8 hasn't really changed much over the years, so that brings us to the story, which is exactly the same as the radical. 8 cute little horses and their cute front legs. But maybe imagine the leg in the front held up in the air a little. This is a very common radical, not kanji, that shows up in all kinds of positions in all different kanji, and it can be written at 2 slightly different angles. It doesn't have any particular meaning and is instead referred to as the no radical, because it looks just like the katakana no character in one of its forms. This is not a kanji, so it doesn't have an official radical, and it's its only part. On a side note, this looks a lot like the left side of person's legs, which means we probably could have included this and fishhook as parts. But I didn't really think it would help you memorize it much, so we left these until now. There's only one stroke in the no radical. We draw it north to south or follow the curved stroke rule and write right to left. It doesn't really make a difference which rule you choose. Same thing. In some kanji, this part will be straight on top and curved to the left from around the middle of the character. In other situations, it looks exactly like a katakana no. What's important to note is that they are the same radical. Historically, it used to have a little more wiggle in it. Our story is as follows. The katakana no likes to hang out in many places. It's nothing special. This is more so an introduction of a new recurring character, like the mouth character, than it is a story. We'll be seeing them both a lot. The next character is a kanji, but it isn't needed until much later in your Japanese journey, so we'll just be worrying about its radical form today. It's actually just a different form of the radical fishhook. So we call this one fishhook 2. It kind of looks like a 2, doesn't it? If you really try to force it in there. For the kanji version of this, the official radical is itself. But we'll worry about that when we get to it in N1. By the way, it is its only part. This character has just one unusual stroke. To me, this one looks almost more like a fishhook than fishhook 1 did. But anyway, we draw a straight line on top, west to east, and without lifting the writing utensil, we cut back and curve around into the hook. In the past, fishhook 2 just looked like a squiggle or backwards poorly drawn S. I think the coolest version was the Chinese bronze inscription from like 3,000 years ago. Those are the good old days. Don't pay attention to me. The story for this one is the fluorescent worm is slipping off the fishhook down to the string. Imagine the bait from 7 slipping off the top of the hook as you cast your line out into the water. But what's important is that it's still connected by just a thread. It's probably worth noting that 1 is not an actual part of this kanji. That'll be our little secret. Which brings us to the last actual kanji for this lesson, the number 9. The official radical for 9 is our last radical, fishhook 2, the one with the bait falling off. The parts include the no radical and fishhook 2. To me, the number 9 feels a little awkward to write. You start in the north and draw the no radical first, which is the opposite of what I would personally expect. It breaks the rule of west to east first, and the rule of vertical lines cutting through a part being drawn last. Also, the fishhook 2 part does not curve back underneath its top line like the radical on its own does. Instead, it goes straight down at a 90-degree angle. I guess all bets are off with 9s. 9 has gone through a few forms, both ones that look almost identical to the modern kanji, and some that look like weird hands on a squiggly arm. I think there were aliens in ancient China. Our story is, there are 9 katakana nos casting fishhooks into the pond. This incredibly simple character is not a kanji, but it is an official radical. It's known as a standing stick, or as I like to call it, a staff. I'll stop saying this soon, but official radicals don't have radicals because they're radicals. And staff is staff's only part. Since there's only one stroke, we go north to south in a single straight line. Our story to remember staff is a wizard or wise man's staff. Think Gandalf's white staff in the Two Towers and beyond, if you're into that kind of thing. Our first kanji for this week is our last number kanji for a bit. It means 10. The official radical for 10 is 10, which of course tells us that this kanji will show up in other kanji. Lots of other kanji, in fact. The parts in 10 are 1 and staff. There are 2 strokes in 10, which follow our west to east and north to south rule. We start with 1 and finish off north to south with staff. Historically, 10 appears to have been written using just staff. It then slowly morphed into a sort of cross until we got the shape we have today. A small t for 10. The story we'll use to remember 10 is a staff with 1 fluorescent worm etched into it gives plus 10 to intelligence, specifically in relation to learning kanji. Note that for the image I created for this story, I wrap the fluorescent worm around the staff. But when you write it, you have to stretch that bad boy back out into a straight line. For those of you who play role-playing games, the plus 10 to intelligence part should be intelligible enough. For those of you who don't, let's just say this staff makes you smarter. We finally get to move away from numbers for the next kanji, which means sun. Sun is its own radical, which means we'll be seeing a lot of it in the future. It can be broken down into a mouth with a 1 inside of it. Remember that when there's something inside of a box, it's always written before we close the box. Sun is no exception. We draw the first 2 strokes of mouth, then draw a 1 inside of it. And finally, we close it on the bottom. Historically, I'd say that the way the Western Zhou dynasty, I think that's how you say it, 3,000 years ago wrote sun is the closest in shape to the actual sun. The way the Ming Dynasty 700 years ago wrote it, though, is probably my favorite. How about you? Let me know in the comments. I'm a big fan of our story for this kanji. Shining bright like the sun, our mouth character floats across the sky with a fluorescent worm in its mouth. That fluorescent worm, I think, is what gives it its light. What would the sun be, though, without its counterpart? The moon. The official radical for moon is itself. Moon. So we'll be seeing it in other kanji in the future. And though it is its only part, you can kind of imagine it like a sun with the curves popping out below it, representing a crescent moon. This idea is further supported by the fact that moon is written with the exact same stroke order as sun. We draw the left vertical line, north to west, first. Note how it curves to the left a bit. Then we draw the right side of the kanji, west to east, and down in a single stroke. But unlike sun, we curve this stroke back to the left and under. Then we write the line on the inside, which we then close within the box. Historically, the ancients drew things much more like a straight-up pictograph than modern Japanese does, but I think I prefer the current character. Also, this time the Western Zhou Dynasty character looks more like a banana than the moon to me. Our story for moon is the sun character dresses in a nightgown flowing below it at night when it floats across the sky to lower its light and look like the moon. Wait, didn't we already learn this next one? Well, if you're super observant, you'll notice there's a little dot or drop on top of the sun, which changes the meaning of this kanji to white. Despite having a perfectly good sun right there in it, the official radical for white is itself, white. The first part, though, is not a dot. It's actually our friendly no character from lesson 2. And sun. There are 5 strokes in white. Dots or no's on top of characters are almost always written first, so we write that, and then draw sun beneath it. Interestingly, white used to look like a huge bowl of rice, or a cupcake, which I guess explains the meaning. This evolution might also be why sun is not considered the official radical. Our story for white is, no appears pure white when he stands on the sun. Poor little guy. This next kanji builds on the last kanji, which built on the one before that. Anyway, this one means 100. Remember how I said 10 was our last number kanji for a bit? Well, we didn't even make it to the end of the video before the next one. Sorry. The official radical for 100 is white. I feel like the one in there would make more sense, but I don't make the rules. I just teach them. The parts of this kanji are one and white. If you'd like, you can break it down further into one, no, and sun, but we'll follow the traditional breakdown for this one. There are 6 strokes in 100. We write 1 first, west-east, and then draw white beneath it, connecting the no part of white to the bottom of the 1. Historically, 100 used to look super cool. What is going on in the Ying Dynasty version? That thing looks awesome. The story for 100 is probably the first story that's gonna really require you to get your imagination going. The now white, sun-bleached No pays 100 yen to ride the fluorescent worm express off of the sun. It's important to visualize the spaceship worm up above the bleached No, who is still standing on the sun and paying his fare. This will give you the right order of the characters. We have just a few more numbers to cover today before finally moving into the more interesting kanji. This one means 1,000. The official radical for 1,000 is 10. Which makes sense. It can be broken down further into the no radical, which we learned in lesson 2, and 10. There are 3 strokes in 1,000. You might expect the middle line to be written first, but since no is often used as a drop on top of things, and drops are usually written first, we write the no radical part first. We then write 10 as we usually would. Another way to think about this is that we're writing the part on top in the north first, followed by the radical or part below it, which is 10. Thousand hasn't really changed much over the years, it just used to be more squiggly. Which brings us to my favorite part of each section, the story. The official story for thousand is, No has 990 intelligence, because of course he does. When he uses a +10 staff, he gets to 1000 intelligence. If you've ever played an RPG, this probably makes perfect sense to you. That brings us to our first non-kanji radical of the video, the wrapping radical, as in wrapping paper, not Tupac. Non-kanji radicals don't have radicals, and this one can be thought of as a single part on its own. There are 2 strokes for this one. First, we write the stroke that looks something like a no radical, though officially it's not, and then a single stroke similar to the second stroke in mouth. We go east to west and north to south in a single stroke, and curve back underneath whatever it is that will be wrapping up. This is usually used as an enclosure or kamae for other parts. The story is simple, but will help build our future stories. Whatever this is included with is wrapped up in wrapping paper. The first kanji we'll learn that includes this wrapping radical does not use it in a conventional way at all. In fact, it's not officially even considered a part. The first resource to list it as a part was Remembering the Kanji by James Hasig, and I decided to include it as well as it makes this kanji easier to remember. The kanji is 10,000. When talking about numbers in English, we break them up into ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, and then millions. Japanese includes 10,000s as a breakpoint when discussing numbers, which can be difficult to get used to. This is the kanji used for it. The official radical for 10,000 is 1, and we'll break it down further into 1 and wrapping paper. 10,000 has 3 strokes, but the second stroke is not the one you would expect. We draw the wrapping stroke, or the one that encloses kanji, before the no radical stroke, which really gives it away that this is not actually the wrapping paper radical. I couldn't find anything about the historical evolution of 10,000, so our story is one fluorescent worm with 10,000 yen wrapping paper placed on top of it, the roll of wrapping paper below it. Both oddities indicating the difference in stroke order from the true wrapping radical, because who uses money to wrap things up? Weird. Our final non-kanji part for this lesson is another enclosure, or kamae, called overturned box. It's its only part and has 2 strokes. We write it almost identically to how we write the first 2 strokes of mouth, except that the final stroke curves back underneath whatever it's enclosing. Historically, this looked kind of like a staple, but for our story, it's just an overturned box. Our first kanji that uses an overturned box is yen, the currency in Japan. The official radical for yen is the one we just learned, overturned box. The parts are overturned box, and inside it, a pot lid. There are 4 strokes in yen. We first draw the overturned box enclosure, as enclosures on top are usually drawn first, and then the pot lid inside of it. It's important to note that the top and sides of the pot lid connect with the enclosing overturned box. An interesting side note is that yen also has the meaning of round or a circle, so you could envision this as circular coins. But our story is, there's an overturned box which you can pay yen to receive what's inside. You pay, and it's a pot lid. Imagine this like you're on a game show like The Price is Right or something. And instead of prizes behind 3 doors you can choose, they're inside overturned cardboard boxes. If you'd prefer to have picked a box with something better than a pot lid inside of it, make sure you hit the like button, because Which leads us finally out of the numbers kanji and up to better things, which is exactly what this next kanji means. Up. The official radical for up is 1, which I guess you could say shows up twice in this kanji. It can be further broken down into 1 and staff. There are 3 strokes in up, and while there seem to be some books that state that the west to east stroke is first, in school kids learn to write the staff first, north to south, and then the 2 west to east lines. The historical forms may point to why it's this way. Up used to look exactly like the modern day 2, so you can think of it like writing the first part, staff, followed by 2, or just 2 ones, either way. But the story we'll use for this is more pictograph than story. A fluorescent worm, flag planted up above it. That line coming off our staff we'll think of as a flag blowing in the wind. Which brings us to down. The official radical for down is 1, just like it is for up. The parts are all the same too, officially, although we could include a drop as a part in this one too. There are 3 strokes in down, with the 1 being written first, west to east, and then the staff down below it, followed by our drop. Historically, this was drawn as what looked like an upside down 2, which meant up, not 2 back then. But my favorite rendering of down is this one, with an eye down under the single eyebrow. Our story/pictograph for down is, our flag is hanging down below the fluorescent worm, sagging. You'll see this simple looking kanji everywhere because it means person. The official radical for person is person. Since it's also a radical, that means we'll be seeing it a lot in other kanji in the future. While you could think of this like a no leaning on a mirror so that we get 2 no's here, I suppose, we're gonna leave this one as it is, making person person's only part. The kanji person has 2 strokes. As with almost all diagonal strokes, we start with the one that is drawn right to left. In this case, that means we draw the stroke on the left first. Interestingly, while many computer fonts make it look like both of the strokes in this kanji are of equal length and starting from the same point at the top, when you actually write it, the second stroke is drawn from just above the middle of the first stroke. This makes it look like a person sticking their leg out to take a step, to me at least. But historically, if we assume these were pictographs, it looks like the right side stroke may have been an arm. It also looks like most people had hunched backs from working in the fields all day back then. This is still something you frequently see in older people here in Japan, where they're bent nearly in half permanently from so much time spent working in the fields. Our story for person is more of a pictograph. This is a person walking, but viewed from the side. Make it a person you're very familiar with. We're gonna go with Ando-san. We'll be using Ando-san because he'll be easy for me to use in future stories and I won't be forgetting him. But when I first learned kanji, I used someone else important to me, which worked well. If you do decide to choose your own person, make sure it's someone you'll easily remember and who you can make lots of stories about. Which brings us to fire. The official radical for which is not, as you might expect, person, but instead itself, fire. The only explanation for which I will attempt to show in the historical evolution section. Anyway, since fire itself is a radical, we'll be seeing it from time to time in other kanji as well. With that said, we can break this kanji down into person and 2 dots, each of which are written at different angles. Often dots are actually considered the no radical, but in this one, considering they're both different angles, we're just gonna go with dot. Dots of all types are frequently written first, and fire is no exception. While many fonts make these dots appear to have the same angle and location when used in fire, in reality the first stroke is a bit lower than the second stroke, and it goes northwest to southeast, followed by the second stroke, which is more like a no radical. We then finish with person. The historical evolution of fire is interesting for a few reasons. In the beginning, it clearly started out as a simple pictograph of fire, or a crown of fire? But then it starts to look like a fire lit underneath a person. That can't be good. Anyway, it slowly morphed into the current form of flames licking at a person from both sides. Which brings us to the story. It's Ando-san on fire. The flames licking out from him. The licking out from him gives a hint at the odd angles of the dots in the kanji. Which brings us to another one of the 4 elements. Dirt. This looks an awful lot like a cross, but if we think of it planted in the dirt, getting ahead of myself, sorry. The official radical for dirt is dirt. Yep, this is another common radical in other kanji. Broken down further though, we can easily see the 10 and 1 that it's made from. There are 3 strokes in dirt. We first draw the 10, west to east and north to south, followed by the 1 that it stands on. Historically, this was apparently supposed to look like dirt piled up on the ground. I don't see it, do you? Let me know in the comments. Our story for dirt is, this is a gravestone marked with a +10 staff for our fluorescent worm friend, buried 6 feet underground in the dirt. Light gone out. Moving away from kanji for a moment, we have 3 new parts to learn about. This first one looks a lot like a staff radical, except for the swish to the left at the bottom. This part takes the meaning of feathered broomstick radical. Radicals that aren't kanji don't have official radicals, and feathered broomstick is its only part. There's only one simple stroke here that sweeps out to the left at the end. Historically, it apparently used to be a crochet needle, but even in Japanese, the modern meaning is feathered broomstick, so for our story we have, it's a stick with a bunch of feathers stuck into it for sweeping. Looks kinda like a broomstick. For some reason, whatever you do, you can't knock it over. Be sure to imagine yourself really trying to knock it over with all your might, despite it standing on its feathers. It just won't fall over. Bringing us to fu. The fu part, as I call it. This is not a radical at all, but instead a common part that we'll see from time to time, thus making it worth learning separately. It has 1 stroke that we start west to east and cut back at a sharp angle, making it look like an open mouth or half a bowl from the side. The story we'll use for this part is, the katakana fu has come out to play. He's constantly laughing. And here's our last part before the next fun kanji. We'll call it backwards no. Technically, this is a kanji, though I've never seen it in the wild. Its official radical is no, and its only part is no as well, though it's written backwards and with some extra flair, depending on the font. It's also important to note that there are probably very, very few Japanese people who have any idea that this is a kanji. Apparently no is also a kanji, but I doubt anyone knows about that either. Well, very few people. This is the only word I was able to find that they're in, by the way. Hitsupotsu. This appears to be a very rare and old word that means rocking back and forth, usually for boats. And there are an extremely small number of native Japanese people who could even read or write it. In other words, you do not need to learn this, but it's a fun piece of trivia. It has only 1 stroke, and we write it west to east, usually exactly like a backwards no. But depending on font, it sometimes is written with a sharp turn down and sweeping off to the right. Our story for this character is, this is just the katakana no, trying to be cool with a backwards hat on. Which finally takes us to the kanji that uses these last 3 parts. Water. Water's official radical is water, but we can break it down into feathered broom, fu, a normal no radical, and backwards no. Despite how complicated this character might look, there are only 4 strokes. I would personally expect to start with the fu, but instead we start north to south with the feathered broomstick. Then draw fu in 1 stroke, next the normal no radical, and finally our cool backwards no. Historically, this looked a lot more like a flowing river or stream. Perhaps it was morphed because the kanji that actually means river or stream looks very similar. Almost identical, actually. But we'll get to that in another video. Our story for this kanji is, an impossible to knock down feathered broomstick is planted in the middle of floodwater, with our friend Fu hanging onto one side, a normal no hanging onto the feathered broomstick by its toes, and our cool no hanging on for dear life, backwards hat facing upwards because he's holding on and being blown in the wind. I really like this next kanji for some reason. 10 years ago, when I was an English conversation teacher, a 67-year-old student of mine told me, "I think Japanese is very easy." When I asked her why, she pointed at this kanji, which means tree. She said, "Japanese is easy because the word for tree looks like a tree." She's not wrong, but I still think she might have been joking, considering the last character we just learned looks nothing like water. The official radical for tree is tree. We'll be seeing this one lots, even in this N5 and Kanken level 10 series. But we could further break down tree into one, staff, and both of the no characters we learned so far, if we were so inclined. I will not be doing this for our story though. Tree has 4 strokes that follow the order of the parts I just mentioned. We start west to east, then draw the staff part north to south. You may remember that vertical lines that cut through other parts are usually drawn last. So why is this one not drawn last? Well, that's because it does not cut through the next 2 parts. These parts are rather attached to the base of the tree, starting with the one on the left and then on the right. Historically, this one looks a lot like some ancient Druidic runes or something, which I think is very appropriate considering the meaning of the kanji. I really like all versions of this character, past and present. The story we'll use is more of a pictograph, a picture of a forest on a hill, but all the trees are the tree kanji. Our first kanji for today means king. The official radical for king is itself, king. This means it will be showing up in other kanji quite a bit. In fact, the next 2 kanji contain king as a part. I've broken down king into 3 parts though, due to its slightly odd stroke order. 1, staff, and 2. There are 4 strokes in king, while in China they write it how I would personally expect, with the top 2 lines first, the staff cutting through them, and the bottom line last. In Japan, we write it this way. Top stroke, or 1 first, followed by the staff. We then write the kanji 2 through the staff. This, of course, is because kings don't have to follow the rules. If you like that dad joke, don't forget to like the video. It really helps. Historically, this kanji was meant to be a pictograph of a broadaxe, which represented a king's authority. Some of those historical broadaxes were pretty badass. Our story for king is, the king carries a staff endowed with 3 fluorescent worms, shining brightly. I've combined the 1 and 2 kanji into 3 for the sake of simplicity. If you've properly imagined the original story for 3, with a 1 and 2 combined, you should be fine here. All we've done is add a drop to the king kanji, and now we have jewel. Not the artist, the Stones. Not that band either, sorry. Well, you get what I mean. I want to mention that this also frequently means ball, but I chose jewel as the meaning for this series. The official radical for jewel is not king, which annoys me more than it should. We can easily break it down into kanji and drop though. Jewel has 5 strokes, which are written in exactly the same way as king. Why isn't king the official radical? The drop is written last. While drops on top of a kanji or on the outside of it are usually written first, when the drops are within the kanji or an enclosure, they're usually written last for that part. Historically, jewel hasn't changed much over the years. So for our story, we have the king has drip. Look at all those jewels on his shoes as he kicks a ball. Here I've combined the two common meanings of this kanji, despite choosing only jewel as the meaning we'll be using in future kanji that this shows up in. Now, when we throw that jewel into a box or enclosure, we get country? Quite philosophical if you think about it. As soon as you start putting things of value into boxes and trying to protect them, you have to make a country to protect the jewel in the box protecting citizens. Get subscribed for more deep political philosophy content. The official radical for country is mouth or an enclosure box, which means the boxes and the cordoning off of value is what makes the country, not the jewels. All right, I'll stop. The parts here are obviously mouth and jewel. Country has 8 strokes, making it the most stroke-heavy kanji we've learned to date. Of course, if you've learned mouth and jewel well, this won't be a problem. As always, we do not close boxes or enclosures until we finish drawing what's inside of them. So we draw the 2 strokes of mouth first, followed by the jewel inside. We then close the box, creating our first country. Historically, it seems that this kanji had completely different parts drawn inside the box. Sometimes even citizens. Some of these characters are still in use and considered alternate versions of this most common country kanji. Our story for country is: the king and his jewels are entrapped or enclosed by the people of his country. He must make sure they're fed. A good king is what I probably should have said. Bringing us to our first non-kanji part, human roof. The reason for this name is that technically this is the kanji person and how it appears when it's drawn as a kanmuri or crown radical. Officially, it is known as person's roof when it's in this position, so it's worth learning separately. It is a radical, so it doesn't have a radical, although person could be considered its part. The 2 strokes in this character are the same strokes as in person, although it's sort of doing a split. Remember that the person we used for our person story will always be used when person is a part of a kanji. This part is no exception. So, Ando-san becomes a human roof by doing a split on top of roofless buildings. Our next part, which we'll be seeing quite a bit in other kanji, is 8 horse leg crown. This is not an official radical, but a very common part. It's often explained that it's the same as a part we'll learn later, this one. But being the same as a later kanji or part is not helpful for us. For the purposes of differentiating them in this course, we'll be referring to this as what its pictograph looks like to me. A horse lying upside down on the ground with its legs in the air. Since we've covered horses in this course as 8 horses, and the stroke order is the same as 8 horses, we go with an 8 horse leg crown, as it usually appears above other kanji. Though from time to time, these 2 dots without the bottom stroke are used within kanji and considered the same part, which is annoying, but that's kanji. Officially, this isn't a kanji, so we won't be covering an official radical, although it's this super old character, if you're interested. We will consider itself as its only part. The strokes are exactly as you'd expect. Write each dot starting with the one on the left, and the horizontal line below it last. The story we'll use for this part is 8 horses lying on their backs, legs in the air. Bringing us to our first actual kanji that uses the last 2 parts. Gold. This also often refers to money or metal in general, but the meaning we'll use is gold. The official radical will make you happy. It's just gold. But we'll break this down into human roof, 1, dirt, and 8 horse leg crown inside a kanji this time. Writing is in exactly the order of those parts, and it has 8 strokes, tying it with country for kanji with the most strokes that we've learned so far. We write the roof, then the 1, then the 10 part of dirt, the 2 dots of 8 horse leg crown, And finally, the last line in dirt, or in 8 horse leg crown, whichever you prefer. Historically, this kanji hasn't changed much, and certainly nothing that will help us remember it more than this image. Beneath an Ando-san inspired roof, one fluorescent worm illuminates the dirt below it, a gravestone marking the spot where 2 gold horse legs stick out of the dirt. The poor 8 horses rest here, hopefully in peace. Though with those golden legs, I imagine the grave robbers will be here soon. Bringing us to our last part. Person hiding on left. This is another part that is the same as person, but depending on where person is used as a radical, its name changes. In this case, it's person on left, as it's a hen radical, or on the left radical. This part often hints that the kanji it's a part of has something to do with things that people do, as parts in the hen position often impart some form of meaning onto a kanji. Being a radical, this doesn't have a radical, although it is person, and it's its only part. The strokes for this part are exactly the same as those in person, with the left stroke first and the right second. But because it appears on the left, it's written a bit differently. The first stroke is written above, and the second stroke is written as a straight line coming out of the middle of the first. Our story for this part is, when Ando-san is hiding next to something, we imagine him peeking out from behind it on the left. As in, to the left of the part that person hiding on left is drawn with. Kind of like this next kanji, which means rest, as in to take a rest. The official radical for rest is person hiding on the left, which gives us a hint that this kanji will have something to do with things people do. Its parts are person hiding on the left and tree. What do people do next to trees? Well, lots of things, but taking a rest is one of my favorites. Rest has 6 strokes. We first write person hiding on the left, then the tree to the right. Historically, this kanji hasn't changed much, usually involving the relevant person kanji at the time with the relevant tree kanji at the time. Our story for rest is, Ando-san's favorite place to take a rest is behind a nice big tree. We see him peeking out from behind it with a beer in hand. On the left, of course. At least Ando-san and I agree on one thing: a good resting place. Our first kanji for this lesson is one I quite like. It means eye. Officially, the radical for eye is I, but we can break it down further into a mouth enclosure and a couple of ones. There are 5 strokes in I, which follow exactly the order you'd expect. We draw the first 2 strokes of mouth, although we draw it taller than normal. 2 horizontal lines, or ones, inside west-east, then close it on the bottom. Historically, this character looked way more like an eye at times. During the Western Zhou dynasty, it looked exactly like the eye of Revali from Zelda Breath of the Wild. For our story, I went with a different character from a different fantasy world. It's a kanji-style eye of Sauron. When I first learned eye many years ago, I visualized it like an eye on its side, but I think I like this image better. Bringing us to our next character, which involves an eye. Look. Of course, looking requires an eye, so this kanji makes perfect sense. But as I'm sure you'll be thrilled to learn, the official radical of look is look, not eye. Because of course it is. But this is fair because look shows up in lots of other kanji. We can of course break this down into 2 distinct parts though, namely eye and person's legs. There are 7 strokes in look, and they're written exactly as you'd expect. We draw the eye first, and then the person's legs below it, making sure that they're connected to the eye, like an eyeball walking around. Historically, the same pattern was followed. The I kanji at that time was on top of the person's legs radical at that time. Looking at these, I'm more convinced every single day that there were aliens roaming around in ancient China. Our story for look is, to go look at something, the eye of Sauron has to put on his sexy people legs. Not so scary now, are you, Sauron? Although a Sauron eye walking around on legs might be a bit terrifying to behold. Wait. Didn't we learn this already? This is just a stylized version of I, right? No, sadly. This kanji means ear. It is, as you might have guessed, its own radical. But we can break it down into a bunch of ones and staff parts, if so inclined. We'll be thinking of this as a single part, though. There are 6 strokes for ear, compared to I's 5 strokes. The lines extending out over each other line might give you a hint as to why that is. We start by following the first rule of writing. Horizontal lines come first, west to east. So we draw that first horizontal line, followed by the first vertical line, north to south. Then we draw the next 3 lines. I would have expected 2 lines and then the final vertical line and the closing bottom line. But in school, kids learn that the 3 horizontal lines come first, with the final vertical line being drawn last. Historically, as seems to be a pattern for pictographic images, this kanji looked much more like an actual ear. But as time went on, it lost more and more of its character until we got this. Our story will continue with the pictographic nature of the characters we've learned so far today. The eye of Sauron doesn't have regular ears. Instead, he pops out little ear appendages from the corners of his eye. Sauron just keeps getting less and less intimidating and more like a weird bug or something. Bringing us to another character that I quite like, but that is very weird when you try to get into the details. As a kanji on its own, it means stop, but it often shows up as a radical. It is its own radical, but when it's used as a radical in other kanji, it has nothing to do with the meaning stop. Instead, it means footprint when it's a radical in other kanji. We'll get there, I promise. We can break this kanji down further into the kanji for up and a staff. It has 4 strokes. The first 2 are written identical to up, with the vertical line first and the horizontal line, or flag, on the right written second. Before placing the ground beneath this kanji though, we first draw the staff on the left, which you may have noticed is a bit of a pattern. Usually the final line on the bottom of a kanji is written last, at least for the kanji we've done so far. It's a little odd to me that the left-hand staff isn't drawn first, but it is what it is. Historically, this kanji started out as a foot pictograph. It then morphed into weirder and weirder feet, aliens, until we got a sort of cactus-looking thing, which of course you stop before running into, unless you want to have a very painful experience. This kanji gave me a challenge for a story. Because it was originally a pictograph and the parts up and staff didn't really give me much to work with, although we could say, "You shall not pass!" aka stop, and imagine Gandalf raising his staff to the Balrog on the bridge over Khazad-dûm. Okay, nerdiest spilling over. We'll go with the picture I drew since it has some footprints. We've got our stoplight with sideways lights and a stop sign to the left of that, propped up on a wise man's staff. But the stop sign says, "Stop! There are footprints!" instead of just stop. By the way, in Japan, a lot of times stoplights are these sideways stoplights. Also, think of archaeological footprint fossils that you're not supposed to step on. So you stop at this special stop sign which warns you to take care before stepping over the footprints. Or you could just go with the Gandalf story and footprints running off behind him on the bridge as everyone tries to escape. Fly, you fools! I might have to edit the kanji deck. Which brings us to the actual kanji for foot. I'd love to tell you that the radical here is stop, but foot is its own radical. Of course it is. The parts of this kanji can be mouth and stop though. The kanji stop, when used in the ashi or foot radical position, or the nyo enclosure position, is usually written in this way, with the last two strokes being written more like a weird person with their leg extending out. You know, sticking out their foot to trip someone up. It has 7 strokes, none of which are too unexpected, besides the oddity of the position of the final 2 strokes in stop. We draw the mouth on top and close it up since nothing is drawn inside of it. We then draw stop with its normal order. Historically, this looked like a foot, but eventually morphed into what it is now, which is not anything like a foot. Our story is a mouth character leaving 3 footprints and saying 1 foot, 2 foot, 3 foot. Footprints instead of stop, because when stop is used as a part in other kanji, it usually means footprint, like I talked about in the stop kanji section. Bringing us to correct. The correct official radical for correct is stop, thankfully, and we can break it down into the parts 1 and stop. As a fun side note, this kanji is used in the same way that we use tally lines in English. So when people are tallying up points or numbers or whatever, they'll write this kanji 1 stroke at a time, and the kanji itself counts as 5. Just like our 4 lines with a line through it in America. That probably gives you the hint that there are 5 strokes incorrect, with the 1 being drawn first on top, and stop being drawn beneath it. You may wish to yell at me for saying that the final 2 strokes of stop are written weird when it's in the foot or nyo enclosure position, but I would not consider this usage of stop to be in either the foot or nyo position. This is the main front and center position of the kanji, with a 1 crowning it. In that case, we can draw stop normally. But remember, it means footprint here. Historically, this kanji hasn't changed a whole lot, although the Yin dynasty seemed to be flirting with making this the same as the kanji for foot. The story we'll use for this is, in our special world, we do measurements of footprints with fluorescent worms. The correct length of 1 human footprint is 1 worm length. I think this will make sense to the Americans among you since we still use feet to measure things for some reason. Jumping right into the kanji today, this one might look a little complicated, but when you find out that it means car and that it's a pictograph, things should start to click. The official radical of car is car. Probably no surprises there. We can break it down further into 1, day, and staff, but for the story we use in this course, we'll be sticking with a pictograph. There are 7 strokes in car. Every single one follows the rules you would expect. We start with the first horizontal 1. We draw sun exactly as expected, and the next horizontal 1. We then cut through all of the parts with a staff, making this kanji be one of the few we've covered so far that seems to follow all the rules. Don't worry, more and more kanji will begin following the rules as we move forward. In the distant past, car always seemed to have the parts that it has today, but it usually had lots of other parts as well. Sometimes there were 2 suns acting as wheels, and other times there were people pulling the car. Who knows what this really old one was? I vote for aliens, of course. The main point, though, is that this was always a pictograph of a car or cart. Our story or image will also be a pictograph for this kanji. Imagine a new futuristic electric car from above, with only 2 giant wheels and a big old single pane of glass on top. Think this Tesla Model 3, I think, that the YouTuber Whistlin' Diesel put giant wheels on. I haven't actually watched that video, but the thumbnail keeps popping up on my YouTube, so. Bringing us to our next kanji, hand. The official radical for hand is hand, which I think is fair here. It shows up as a radical in many other kanji, though the shape changes a bit when it's in other positions. We'll cover those when we need them. We can break it down into a no radical, the kanji for 2, and a feathered broomstick. That is the exact order we'll write the 4 strokes of hand in as well. We write the no radical from top to bottom, or right to left, then the kanji for 2. We then cut through those 2 parts using the feathered broomstick radical. Don't forget to curl this part out to the left at the end. Historically, this kanji was apparently modeled on an open palm, so you've got the palm with the fingers splayed out. They weren't very good at drawing hands back then. Or aliens. I should stop with that, but I can't. The ancient Chinese kanji creators made it so easy to use my imagination. Of course, this old Japanese or Kobun version of the kanji kinda looks like some kind of ghost Pokemon that has 4 squinting eyes and a smiley face. Our story for hand blends the 3 parts we broke it down into. No's hand is actually a feathered broomstick, and he likes sweeping off the 2 fluorescent worm brothers. Lots of pictographs today, eh? Well, this one is no exception. It means child. The official radical for child is, unsurprisingly, child. We'll be seeing it in plenty of other kanji. 2 of them we'll see in this video. But we can break it down further into a feathered broomstick and 1. That part on top, we're just gonna leave that alone. Think of it like the head of the child, I guess. Child has 3 strokes, with that head part that we don't have a name for coming first. Next, we draw the feathered broomstick, being sure to curl it out to the left at the bottom. We then draw the 1 through that vertical line, which is the opposite of what you would expect. Once again, early simple kanji often break the quote rules, but more complicated kanji will tend to follow those rules, so don't worry about that too much right now. One thing to note is that in handwriting, the first and second strokes are very frequently combined into a single stroke. Historically, this kanji hasn't changed much, although it used to have its hands in the air like it just don't care, or sometimes had flowing hair as it danced around. In my kanji dictionary, I found that kids way back in the past may have had cooler hairstyles than they do today. For the story, we'll be doing a combination of pictograph and parts. It's a pictograph of a child Ando-san, who for some reason has the lower half of a feathered broomstick. Like a house-cleaning mermaid child. In Japanese, this radical is called the U crown because it looks like the top half of the katakana U. It has the meaning of roof though, so we'll be calling it house roof. Because it's not a kanji, it has no official radical, but we'll consider its single part to be the katakana U. It has 3 strokes, which are identical to the katakana U. We draw the drop on top, or the chimney as I'll be calling it, then the left vertical line, followed by a single stroke that goes horizontal and then cuts down 90 degrees, giving us our finished house roof. Historically, this looked more like a complete house than just a roof. But for our story, we'll be saying that U is such a fundamental character that it's our most basic roof, a house roof. The first kanji we'll be learning that uses both the last radical we learned and the kanji child as a radical is this one, which means letter, as in characters like A, B, C, individual kanji, etc. Not a letter you send in the mail. The official radical for letter is child, and its broken down parts are house roof and child. There are 6 strokes in letter. We write each stroke in exactly the order of the parts. Crowns almost always come first, so we write the 3 strokes of house roof on top, exactly as expected. We follow with the 3 strokes of child, taking shelter beneath that roof. Historically, this kanji hasn't changed hardly at all, being a combination of the house roof and child kanji of the respective times. So for our story, we're going with something fun. Under a house roof, the child Ando-san making out letters YMCA. If you have a better story for this one, please let us know in the comments. Or if you like this one, let us know that. The next part is common enough to warrant learning separately, and it's written with the exact same stroke order as the katakana tsu. It almost always shows up on top of kanji in the crown position, and it actually looks almost identical to a spaced out tsu, with the final stroke just being a little shorter than the katakana. But because of the type of kanji that this part tends to show up in, we're going with a meaning of study and learning crown. It doesn't have a radical because it's not even a radical, let alone a kanji. And it's its only part, which we'll be denoting with a tsu katakana. The 3 strokes are exactly the same as the katakana tsu. Did I say that yet? Anyway, we write the 2 left strokes first at a steep angle left to right, with the 3rd stroke being more like a no radical. I suppose we could have included that as a part, but it is what it is. Our story for the study and learning crown is teacher Tsu is all about studying and learning, especially the difference in stroke order between Tsu and Shi, which he's very strict about when teaching the tiny Tsus. Quick bonus tip here, the first 2 strokes in Tsu are written left to right and are nearly vertical, while the first 2 strokes in Shi are written from the top middle stroke and are almost horizontal. That means that when written, these are actually easier to tell apart than the computer fonts are. And here comes another character whose official name is based around the fact that it looks exactly like a katakana character. In this case, the katakana wa. But since it takes on a meaning of laying something on top of something else, and it's usually either in the crown position or crowning a part within another kanji, we're going with the meaning of wear a hat. It's an official radical, so that's right, no radical. And the only part we're going to reference is the katakana wa. It has 2 simple strokes that are identical to the 2nd and 3rd strokes in house roof. Some of you are probably wondering why this radical wasn't taught first. While I believe in some systems, like remembering the kanji, it is taught first, in reality, this is not considered a part of house roof, which their official names, wa-crowned and u-crowned, should hint at. Anyway, historically, this used to be more 3D. At least that's what it looks like to me. Though for a long time, I guess it just looked like a staple. We've seen other parts that look like a staple too, though, so that probably won't help you. Unlike our story for this character, which is the wa hat gives the power of whatever is drawn on its front plate to the wearer. Wow! I took inspiration from Naruto's headband, if you couldn't tell, though I've only watched like 1 season of it. Am I missing out? Let me know. Also, that wow at the end is giving a small hint at the wa pronunciation of the katakana this one looks like. This character combines the last 2 parts we learned with the kanji for child. If you put the meanings together, you may be able to guess that this kanji takes the meaning of learn. The official radical for learn is, fortunately, child. The parts we can break it down into are study and learning crown, wear a hat, and child. This kanji has the most strokes of any we've learned today, 8, which makes sense considering how many parts we combined. We attach the study and learning crown to the top of the kanji, going left to right. We combine it with the wear a hat part by drawing those 2 strokes below it, ideally connecting to each stroke of the tsu katakana. We then draw child below it in 3 strokes. Don't forget to curl out the feathered broomstick part of child and angle that horizontal 1 up ever so slightly to the right. Historically, this character sometimes did not have a child inside what looked like a school building. Sometimes it looked like a school building on fire. Apparently, most of the versions of it had this part that looks like 2 hands coming together. They were supposed to be an image of someone moving their hands around like this as they try to teach a child something. I don't feel like this would do anything. This part has been simplified into the study and learning part we learned earlier. Our story for this kanji is as follows. To learn the difference between shi and tsu, child Ando-san must put on the hat of study and learning. Until you learn this, you're just a child in the realm of Japanese learning. I wish I had that hat when I was first trying to learn the difference between tsu and shi. By the way, the thing that is connected on top of that wear a hat part is the thing that we imagine drawn on the front plate of the hat. So basically, the thing on top of the wear a hat gives somewhat of a meaning to that part as a whole, the combined part. We're starting off easy today with a pictograph that means field. Field is its own radical, which means it will be showing up in many other kanji, where it'll retain this meaning. We can break it down into the three parts, mouth, staff, and one, though it's probably not necessary. There are 5 strokes in field. We draw the first vertical line for our mouth enclosure, followed by the second stroke in that enclosure, going west to east and cutting 90 degrees down to the south. While in China, they follow the rules you'd expect from here by drawing the horizontal line on the inside of the mouth first, in Japan, kids are taught to draw the vertical staff part next, followed by the final 2 horizontal lines. They just had to be different. Historically, this kanji has changed very little, though its official Kobun kanji, or Old Japanese character, has a bit of flourish on top, which I have to assume is a pitchfork? Interestingly, the lines are supposed to represent the little roads between fields that you'll often see here in Japan. Our story for this one isn't really a story. It's a pictograph, just like it's supposed to be. It's a field divided into 4 plots. Bringing us to our next character, which means strength. The official radical for strength is the extremely common strength. We can break it down into a no part, and let's just call this second stroke its flexing arm. There are 2 strokes in strength, which fortunately are in exactly the order you'd expect. We draw the flexing arm part first, as that is the most important thing to show when you're creating a pictograph of physical strength. Make sure to curl in the hand like this. And then we draw the no part, cutting through the flexing arm, making it look like both arms, the other one posed behind nose back or something. Like this? As silly as this may all sound, my seemingly random choice to suggest thinking of this part as an arm is historically accurate. That's not because I started from history, but because I got really lucky. You can see the arm used for this kanji being combined with the field from before to indicate a meaning of strength needed to work in a field. The field is grayed out because that part was only included when in the next kanji we're going to be covering. At least, that's how I interpret this. Our story will use both of the parts we broke it down into, both no and a flexing arm. This is our friend No, flexing, the image of true strength. Flex your arm and hit the like button. It helps me get stronger. Did you man up and hit the subscribe button after hitting the like button? Or are you already the man and subscribed to this channel? Well, regardless, this kanji means man. Man's official radical is field. Get back in the field, man. We can break man down further into field and strength, which you could probably already see. There are 7 strokes in man, all of which follow the same order as the respective parts. We draw the first vertical line for our mouth enclosure, followed by the second stroke in that enclosure, going west to east and cutting down 90 degrees to the south. We then draw the staff and 2 horizontal lines, closing up the field. Next, we draw the flexing arm in strength, making sure to curl it in a bit, followed by the no part, finishing it off. Make sure to connect the no part to the field. Historically, this appears to have always been the flexing arm indicating strength, combined with a field. In Japan, men have always been the ones to work in the field, I guess. Although, in modern Japan, it's the old grandmas out there doing the work a lot of the time. For our story, we have, when asked how he became such a strong man, our flexing No said he owed all of his strength to working in the fields. We made it 3 kanji before having to learn a new part, but alas, here we are. We're going to call this non-radical part the ku part, because it looks exactly like a hiragana ku. It's not a radical or kanji, just a part, so no radical. And its only part is going to be the ku hiragana, though it's sometimes a little more stylized or angled when in actual kanji. Japanese people do refer to this part as ku though, especially when they learn the next kanji we're going to learn. It has one stroke that is written in exactly the same way as the hiragana ku, starting at the top and cutting back to the right from around the middle. For our story, we're going to use a Japanese word, though we'll likely not do this again for quite a while. It was just too perfect to pass up. Ku-man likes to ku. Our version of Pac-Man is called Ku-man because, well, look at his mouth. And ku is a very informal version of the word to eat. So Ku-man likes to eat is another way you could memorize this. Bringing us to the first kanji that uses the ku character and which even Japanese people will recognize ku as being a part of. This one means woman. The official radical for woman is itself woman. This is fair because it's a very common radical in other kanji. We can break it down into ku, no, and one. Japanese people use the mnemonic or just the names ku no ichi to remember this kanji and its stroke order, as ichi means one, and also it rolls off the tongue better than ku no fluorescent worm. There are 3 strokes in woman, which combined with the 7 of man gives us a perfect 10. Don't mind me. We first write the ku as mentioned before, though it's sort of leaning back a little. Next, no cuts through that. Finally, we write the horizontal 1 above both of those, above the cutback in ku and just below the start of no. This kanji looks deceptively simple, but it's actually incredibly difficult to write in a balanced, nice-looking way. I'm terrible at it. Fun anecdote, Brian Rack, the creator of Satori Reader, actually writes it perfectly. I was super surprised when I watched him casually write it in person once during a video we were shooting together. Historically, this was a pictograph of a kneeling woman with her arms folded in front of her. Stern look on her face. Okay, I made up the stern look part, but honestly, I don't see the kneeling part in any of these. This one looks more like a Gundam pose or something. Our story for woman is ku, no, and ichi, the fluorescent worm, stack up and dress as a woman strutting down the runway. This part is a non-official radical that used to be a kanji, meaning left hand. It's usually used as a hanging over enclosure now. It does not have an official radical, but it's made up of a one and no part. The stroke order for this part sometimes depends on the kanji that it shows up in, or what part it's hung over top of. We're going to go with drawing the one first, followed by the no part, which is, I believe, how the original kanji was written. In some kanji, this will be written no first though, so keep that in mind. Historically, this was a kanji. The end. For our story, we have no is holding a fluorescent worm in its left hand. This is actually a kanji, but it's not taught until JLPT N1 and Kanken level 3, so we're bringing it up here just as a radical for the next kanji. I chose the meaning of again, because in modern Japanese, where I seem to see it the most is in the word again. But I do feel like I missed an opportunity with this one because officially, when used as a radical, it has the meaning of to carry, grab, or take, or right hand, which makes it a perfect companion to our last part and would be super useful in the story for the next kanji. I did not choose this though, and I'm regretting it a little now. But it's already in the Anki deck on ToKiniHandy.com, so I'm just letting you know that right hand is also a perfectly reasonable meaning you could use for this kanji and your own stories. It is a radical, but also a kanji, so its official radical is itself. Remember, we won't be learning any words for this at this level, so we're not really going to worry about this right now. We could break this down quite easily into a fu part and backwards no though. There are 2 strokes in exactly that order. The fu part is written exactly like a katakana fu, and then the backwards no cuts through it, starting from just below the start of the fu part. Another reason that I sort of regret not choosing right arm or right hand for the meaning of this kanji is that historically it was a pictograph of just that, a right hand. Of an alien, of course. Anyway, for our story, Fu and No attempt to make this kanji many times. The director keeps screaming, "Again! Again!" as they mess it up, finally creating this kanji. Maybe as an added bonus, you can imagine the director holding a clapperboard in his right hand. The idea behind this story is that they're sort of playing charades and trying to create this kanji with their bodies. You get the idea. Looking at this kanji and knowing that it means friend, you may start to see even more why I think right hand is another great meaning for our last part. Again, Andy? You're really going to bring this up again? A combination of left hand and right hand could be friends holding hands or a million other stories. But anyway, the official radical of friend is again, or right hand. The parts are left hand and again. There are 4 strokes in friend. We start with the 1 in left hand and follow it with a no. It encloses or hangs over again beneath it. We draw that in exactly the order you'd expect. Fu followed by the backwards no. Interestingly, this kanji used to be 2 right hands instead of a left and right hand. Or maybe they just really didn't like left hands back then. Would explain why kanji is so difficult to write in the correct stroke order for left-handed people without putting tons of holes in the paper. Anyway, the story for friend is the director uses his left-hand man, aka friend No, to light up the scene again and again with his fluorescent worm. He's like holding the fluorescent worm up over the scene again and again. We're starting today with a part. Technically, this is a kanji, but it's on the absolute highest level of kanji tests that natives take, the Kanken 1. So we're only ever going to be learning this as a part that means grass clippers. It does have an official radical. No. But no need to worry about that. Technically, the parts for this could be no and backwards no, but we're going to leave it alone and consider it a part on its own, since pictographically, this one is pretty easy to remember. There are 2 strokes in grass clippers. As with most diagonal lines, we start with the one that is pulled back, right to left, and finish with the backwards no, cutting right down the middle and making a nice pair of grass clippers. Historically, this used to look more like a scythe at one point, but mostly it hasn't changed much. So for our story, we're going with a pictograph of clippers for cutting grass. Our first kanji to use the last part will be father. The official radical for father is itself, father, but we can break it down into an 8 and grass clippers. There are 4 strokes in father, which perfectly illustrate the rule that with multiple diagonal lines, the one written right to left is drawn first. We draw 8, with the stroke on the left, which is drawn right to left first, then the leg on the right, as expected. Then the grass clippers on the bottom are drawn with the diagonal line that goes right to left being first, and the backwards no last. I feel like this kanji flows perfectly, especially the calligraphy. Historically, this kanji was supposed to be a hand holding an axe, marking the father as the one who protects the family. This one, though, is clearly an alien jumping out of father. So much for protecting the family, Dad. For our story, we'll be setting aside the aliens and saying 8 out of 10 fathers would like grass clippers for Father's Day. Imagine a committee of 10 fathers deciding on what are appropriate Father's Day gifts or something. 8 of them hold up their circle signs indicating that grass clippers are acceptable. Or you can just use the pictograph of 8 horse legs over grass clippers. Why didn't I think of that image of a committee before releasing the Yankee deck? Since we learned father, obviously next we want to learn mother. The official radical of mother is mother. We should note, though, that when this shows up as a radical in other kanji, it usually looks like this. with the 2 dots turned into a single line, meaning this has one less stroke than the kanji when it's used as a part or radical in other kanji. We'll break this kanji down into 3 parts: ku part, a dot or 2 dots, and 1. There is a 4th part in there, but not one we'll be learning separately. It's similar to the flexed arm we learned in strength. I'm starting to wonder if we shouldn't have just taught that as an actual part. There are 5 strokes in mother. First, we draw the ku part at a very similar angle to the one drawn in woman. Then the flexing arm part, similar to the one we use in strength. We curve in the bottom of this stroke after passing through the bottom of ku. This is a little unusual, as usually I'd expect to close a box like this after drawing the inside parts. But that is not the case with mother. The next 2 strokes are the dots on the inside, after which we cut right through the middle of everything with our 1. Remember how I said the ku part is written very similar to the one in woman? Well, that's no coincidence. Historically, this was written very similarly to woman, almost identically. There were just 2 dots added to differentiate this one. My kanji dictionary, the Kodokawa Shinjigen, states that these are to indicate a mother's breasts for feeding their child. But the Japanese Wiktionary I use for pulling up these screenshots says this is mistaken and they were only used for differentiating it. I'm not certain which is true, but now you know both. We're going to use the kanji dictionary explanation though and say, even if you don't want to think about your mother this way, these are her breasts, turned sideways, like she's lying on her side. Remember mother as a woman, which should help you remember the different parts of this kanji. This next part is not an official radical, but it shows up in enough kanji to warrant learning on its own. We're going to call it no lying down. It's neither a kanji nor radical, so obviously it does not have an official radical, but we can break it down into a no part and 1. There are 2 strokes in no lying down, following an order you're likely to expect. We draw the no radical part, starting at the top, and then the 1 from around the middle of the no. Please keep in mind that this part will usually appear above other kanji in the crown position. I couldn't find any history on this part, but apparently it's often referred to as no ichi for convenience sake, so that works out well, especially since our story, or image, is no lying down on a fluorescent worm. It's been a while since we saw those guys, or has it? This is the first kanji we're going to learn with no lying down in it, but not the last. I promise I'll point it out for each kanji that it shows up in, which is exactly what this kanji means. Each. The official radical for each is mother. Remember that the 2 dots in mother are a single line when it's a radical in other kanji. The 2 parts in each are no lying down and the mother radical. There are 6 strokes in each. We start with the no lying down in the crown position, writing the no and then the 1 connected to it. We follow this with the ku in mother and the flexing arm part, similar to the one in strength, making sure to flex that hand in. Next, we draw the straight line down the middle in place of the 2 dots in mother and slice a 1 through the whole thing. Historically, this was apparently supposed to show mother with a hairpiece on, which was her usual state of being, which is apparently another meaning for this kanji. You could think of mom having a special hairpiece for each and every day. Or you could use this weird story. Each no lies down on its mother each and every day. Let us know in the comments which story you prefer, or tell us the one that you made up. Which brings us to the next part, which is also a kanji. We're not going to go into detail on the kanji though until the next level. This part means katana. Its official radical is itself, though it's sometimes listed as a derivative of itself, which looks a lot like the katakana ri. We'll be learning this later as blade. I don't know why I'm talking about it now though, as we're just learning this as a part. Speaking of which, it is its only part, unless you want to pull out that flexing arm which keeps haunting me and throw a no underneath it. There are 2 strokes in katana. We first draw the flexing arm part, which I guess is just an unofficial part of the ToKini mythology now, and finish it off with a no connecting to the armpit. Historically, this hasn't changed much, beyond its old bronze inscription, which was a literal hieroglyphic of a knife. For our story, I went with a pictograph that looks more like what I think this actually looks like. It's a katana handle. Just 2 kanji left, making this one half of the remaining 2, or 1 segment, which is exactly what this kanji means. Segment. The official radical of segment is clearly katana, and we can break it down further into an 8 and katana. Segment has 4 strokes, which should come as no surprise. We write 8 as expected, starting on the left, and then write the second stroke on the right. This is in the crown position, but it's still basically a straight up 8 hanging over the katana below it on both sides. We write the katana exactly as expected, with the flexing arm first and the no part second. Historically, this has sadly always been a knife cutting through an 8. I say sadly because for us, 8 is horse legs. Which means for our story, yep, you got it. The kanji for 8 was created by a katana cutting through it and segmenting our horse in 2. Now we've come to the final kanji in this video. It means now. See what I did there? Am I being annoying yet? Technically, the official radical of now is person. But it's clearly in the crown position, which means that it's really a human roof. That's why the parts we'll be dividing it into are human roof, 1, and fu part. There are 4 strokes in now. We start with the 2 strokes of human roof, crowning the kanji. Next, we draw a single straight line, or 1 part, just below the roof. Well, actually, almost inside the roof part, actually. We then draw the fu part directly below the 1. Historically, my kanji dictionary says that this is supposed to be the tongue of a bell hanging out of the bottom. You could imagine the bell ringing, signifying that now is the time, if you wanted. Of course, I personally see a bunch of A's, as in Andy, who is talking to you right now. Then there are these 2 characters from the mirror realm, and whatever the heck this is. The real story we're using for this, though, is now, on the 5 o'clock news, we see a TV screen on it. The Ando-san roof with a fluorescent worm light illuminates Fu laughing below it. Fu is always laughing. Now and always, because Fu lives in the now. This kanji is apparently supposed to be the image of a mochi hammer, also known as a kine, and it is the 7th kanji in the Chinese zodiac, also known as the horse zodiac. Sometimes the kanji for a real horse is used in the zodiac, but this one seems to be the standard in Japanese versions. In modern Japanese, it's almost always used in reference to time. Specifically, it marks noon, and it's usually combined with kanji like before or after to indicate whether something is happening before or after noon, aka AM or PM. I think that the official radical for this kanji, 10, makes it easy to remember. You write it with 2 strokes plus 10, aka 12 noon. The parts are no lying down and 10. There are 4 strokes in noon with no tricks in sight. We draw no first, followed by ichi. We then draw 10 as expected, with the horizontal line first and the staff part last, cutting down the middle. Historically, this was modeled after a mochi hammer, as I mentioned before, and was then borrowed for the zodiac, and eventually became what it is today. The official old Japanese kanji kids learn in school looks more like a house roof on top of a 10 though. None of that will help as much as this story does though. No lies down from 10 to noon every day. Do you see it? 10 to noon is 2 hours, which gives us the extra 2 strokes of no lying down. This radical is also a kanji, which appears on the Kanken level 10 and JLPT N2. So we won't be learning it as a kanji, or any words that contain it, until a later level. We're just going to learn it as the radical, which means hang to dry. It is its own official radical, made of the parts 1 and 10. This is a very simple kanji to write. We draw the 1 followed by the 10 below it, making sure the first horizontal line in 10 is a bit longer than the 1, which makes this almost look like a 2. We then draw the staff straight through it. You may of course be wondering at this point why on earth we did not make this a part of noon. Well, I think the historical versions can help make that a little clearer. The top part of this kanji was clearly always completely different from the one in noon. This one was supposed to be a shield with decorations on it apparently. Our story for this kanji will be: a fluorescent worm is left to dry on a 10 staff. Bringing us to the first kanji that makes me regret ever starting to teach kanji. It won't be the last either. Anyway, this is also the first kanji to use our last radical, hang to dry. But Andy, why not noon? Yeah, I know. I agree. It'd make way more sense, especially since noon is at least related to time, and this kanji means year. But alas, its official radical is hang to dry. With that said, I think it may make a little more sense by the time we get to the end of this section. And the kanji appears so frequently that you should have no issues with it before long. There are a few ways we can approach the parts. No, a 1 combined with hang to dry and an extra weird line thrown in to boot, or no lying down and hang to dry, giving us our extra horizontal line, and a weird extra vertical line. We're going to go with that one for our story, and we'll address it a bit more in the historical evolution section. There are 6 strokes in year. We start with the no and 1 in no lying down, followed by the first horizontal line in hang to dry. We then draw that weird mini staff, which we won't see again for quite a while, if at all. We then draw the final horizontal line, larger than all the previous lines, or rather longer, and connected to the mini staff. We then draw the vertical line through everything. Some sources claim this was a pictograph of a person carrying grains on their back and representing a meaning of a ripening crop. Some others claim this is a mistake. All sources I found, though, do agree that the top part of this kanji was originally a radical. We'll learn later that means grain, and the bottom was 1,000. Basically, it looked like this. That was eventually borrowed and then simplified into this character, giving us a meaning of year. For our story, we'll have the worm that no lies down on is used for a year before being replaced. That's an English 1 thrown in the middle of the drying kanji. That's because the worm dries out after 1 year, as you can see in the image. That brings us to our last part for today, which means small measurement. Technically, this is a kanji in its own radical. It doesn't show up until the JLPT N1 and Kanken 5 though, so we're learning it today as a radical only. The parts are 1, feathered broomstick, and a dot or drop. There are 3 strokes in small measurement. We draw the 1 first and cut the feathered broomstick through that. Make sure the feathered broomstick is off to the right quite a ways. It should not be drawn right down the center like you might expect. We then draw the drop enclosed within those 2 strokes on the left. Historically, this appears to have usually been an alien hand with an extra horizontal line next to it or attached to it. Some dictionaries suggest that this was an image of touching one's wrist to measure heartbeats. Others suggest a hand making a small measurement. Others suggest this is all malarkey. Regardless, to me, this looks a lot like a pictograph of the following story. These are small measurement calipers, measuring the exact size of a small drop. Let me know in the comments if you can see that. The first kanji we'll be learning with the small measurement part is temple. The official radical is small measurement, with the parts being clearly defined as dirt or soil on top of small measurement. There are 6 strokes in temple. We start with the first horizontal stroke in dirt and cut the staff part through that. We then draw the final horizontal stroke in dirt. Make sure to keep this part in the upper half because we're drawing a full-on small measurement below it. We draw the 1 in small measurement, followed by the feathered broomstick, flexing out to the left, and the drop enclosed inside of them both on the left. Historically, the top part of this character used to be the radical stop, and was placed there to indicate pronunciation. The kanji as a whole apparently held a meaning of to carry or hold, which actually explains why it appears in some kanji we'll learn later. It also often used to mean public office. Eventually, the top was changed to dirt, and it also came to mean temple, which is the only place we really see it on its own today. For our story, we'll say, there is always a cemetery on the ground behind or above temples in Japan, and every temple is measured precisely, one small measurement at a time. Remember, the kanji for dirt, to me at least, looks like a gravestone, which is why we keep using that in stories. The time has come. We are finally at the halfway point of all parts and kanji we're going to be learning in the JLPT N5 and Kanken 10 level. In no time, we'll be learning words for each of these kanji. This kanji means time. The official radical for time is appropriately sun, the ultimate indicator of time. The parts we'll be breaking it down into are sun and temple. There are 10 strokes in time, making it the most stroke-heavy kanji we've learned to date. With that said, I don't think you will find it particularly challenging. We start with the first 2 strokes in the enclosure of sun, draw the 1 inside of it, and close it up. We shine that sun over onto the temple on the right, starting that with the dirt on top. Horizontal, vertical, horizontal. We then draw small measurement below it, making sure to swipe left on the feathered broomstick, and enclose our drop within it. Historically, this appears to have contained the same parts, just from that respective time. It appears that sun was used to indicate the meaning, which is often the role of parts that show up in the hen position on the left, while temple was used to indicate the Chinese reading, which is also often the role of the part on the right of kanji in the tsukuri position. Check out this video if you'd like a refresher on that. Anyway, the story I'm using for this kanji is quite simple. The Sun Temple honors time, bringing us to a small little kanji that means small. Yes, I'm going to keep doing that. Small is its own radical, because it shows up all over the place. We can break it down into a feathered broomstick and 8, though. There are 3 strokes in small. We start with the feathered broomstick in the middle, making sure to curl the bottom up to the left. We then draw the 2 strokes in 8, first the one on the left, and then the final stroke on the right. Historically, this kanji has changed very little, always with 3 strokes in almost the same positions, which means our story can be simple too. The smallest feathered broomstick is 8 centimeters long, like of all feathered broomsticks. It's just like a tiny little, for cleaning keyboards or something. We're starting today off with a very simple kanji. It means big. The official radical of big is big, which means it shows up as a part in many other kanji. It's made up of the parts one and person. In fact, this one looks a lot more like an actual person than person does. That's not a mistake, actually. We'll get to that in the historical evolution part. There are 3 strokes in big. We start with the horizontal 1 going left to right. We then draw person through it, starting with the stroke on the left and finishing with the 1 on the right. Usually, in handwriting, the 3rd stroke starts beneath the horizontal one, though that's not very obvious from the computer font. Historically, this is apparently a pictograph of an adult human. Some explanations say they're stretching out their legs and arms, which is easy enough to see. You can easily imagine a person holding their arms out wide like this to illustrate how big something was. This big. The alien worm was this big, Scully. For our story, that is exactly what we're going with. This fluorescent worm is big. As big as a person's stride. Or, we could add, as big as their arms fully stretched out. I went with stride because our original story for person was Ando-san viewed from the side, walking. Remember that it's a good idea to pause the video after each story and really try to imagine it. Or to create a story of your own that will help you remember the kanji even better. Make sure the story contains the meaning and every single part in some way. I'm not seeing it, but this kanji means dog. The official radical for dog is dog. You'd think big, right? Historically, this makes sense, but if you just look at the modern kanji, it's a little baffling. To make this one easier to remember, we're going to break it down into big and a drop or dot. There are 4 strokes in dog, which follow exactly the order you'd expect. We draw big with the horizontal stroke first, and person second. We then add the drop over on the right above the horizontal 1 stroke. This has got to be one of the most dramatic historical shifts for a kanji that we've seen so far. Clearly, the ancient Chinese were documenting how the lizard people aliens evolved into the dog people aliens, who then shape-shifted into our world leaders, who all have a drop of bad dog in them. What? Speaking of great fiction, our story will be the biggest dog is just a drop bigger than the big fluorescent worm. From the kanji big. If you think I should start over and create a single continuing story containing every kanji we've covered so far, but with an X-Files-like alien arc, hit the like button and find me a few hundred extra hours. I'm only half joking about the X-Files kanji series. Well, no, I'm pretty much full-on joking, but this kanji means half. The official radical for half is 10. We split that 10 in half with the 8 horse leg crown, which gives us our parts. There are 5 strokes in half. We start with the first 3 strokes in 8 horse leg crown, with the legs, one on the left, then on the right, and the horizontal line below. We then draw the horizontal line in 10, followed by the vertical line cutting through everything. Splitting the whole thing in half, if you will. Oh, I will. Historically, this kanji was originally a combination of a kanji we haven't learned yet, cow, and 8. This apparently represented splitting up a cow in half, describing the origin of hamburgers. I couldn't find any explanation to how it became 10 and 8, but at some point in history, that happened. All of this spells misfortune for our horse that has been stuck lying on its back. We cut the horse lying on its back in half with a fluorescent 10 staff. This is the only new part for today. We used a staff to cut through the horse in the last story, but this probably would have worked better. It means blade. Technically, this is a different form of a radical we learned in a previous video, katana. And that is considered this radical's official radical. Or rather, this is that kanji just on the right. When katana appears on the right of a kanji, it's usually drawn like this and called ritto because of how similar it looks to the katakana di. We're going to make blade its only part. There are 2 simple strokes in ritto, or blade. They're the same as the ones in di. We draw the straight vertical line on the left, followed by the one on the right that is similar to a feathered broomstick, and generally longer than the first stroke, making sure to curve it in a bit. I could not find any history for this one different from that of katana, because technically they're the same kanji. So the story we'll use is... The name comes from the fact that it looks exactly like the katakana di, but it comes from the kanji for sword, so we're going with a blade. In other words, it's a pictograph. And that's everything I said at the beginning. The first kanji that will use ritto or blade is in front, and blade is the official radical. This kanji is very clearly divided up into 8 horse leg crown, a moon, and blade. I find the orderliness of this kanji very appealing. I'm not sure why. There are 9 strokes in front. Each part is written one at a time and distinctly on its own, so it can be a little difficult to get the balance right at first. We start with the 8 horse-leg crown on top, followed by the 4 strokes in moon below it, over on the left. We finish it off with the Ditto version of blade on the right, but still below the 8 horse-leg crown. Historically, it appears that this kanji used to be written with the radical stop on top, and the lower half was apparently not the moon. Apparently, it used to have a meaning of to cut. Maybe they cut something up and this is the kanji that represents the part that fell in front. Sure. For our story, we stay in the world of the macabre and say, in front of the halved horse lying on his back, someone speaks of one moon before, what happened with a blade. And now we come to the final kanji in Lesson 12. It's been a long time coming. Come. It means come. I told you, I'm not stopping. The official radical for come is tree, which is probably not hard to see. What's with the rhymes today? The parts are tree and 8 horse-leg crown, but inside the tree for some reason. Maybe a king came and dropped it in the tree? What's that? It's not the story section yet? Oh, sorry. My alien masters. There are 7 strokes in come. We start with the first horizontal stroke in tree, and then draw the 8 horse-leg crown beneath it. We then cut through the whole thing with the trunk of the tree, and attach the branches beneath the 8 horse-leg crown. Historically, this was apparently a pictograph of a stalk of wheat swollen with grains. It eventually was borrowed to mean come, and eventually looked like this, with 2 little people inside the tree. The modern kanji taught as come is a simplification of that one. For our story, we'll say, to get to our upside-down horse, we come through the trees. The kanji we'll be learning today are all fairly simple. This one is a pictograph that means river. The official radical of river is itself, river, which makes sense since it's often found in other kanji. We can break it down into a no part and 2 staff parts though. There are 3 strokes in river following exactly the order we'd expect. We draw the no part on the left, and then the middle vertical line somewhat shorter than the no. We then draw the staff on the right about the same length as the no part, though in some fonts and methods it's a little longer than both of the lines on the left. Historically, this hasn't changed a whole lot, though it used to have more bends and curves than it does today. It was supposed to represent 2 banks of a river with the water flowing down the middle. This was more clear in the oldest versions of the pictograph, though it's not hard to see now either. As a side note, this is sometimes written as what looks like 3 ku characters stuck together. To really solidify that no part here, we're going with the story, this is a river, with no pretending to be part of it over on the left bank. He's like curving his body to fit the bank of the river, trying to blend in for some reason. Maybe Fu is after him for a late rent payment or something. This is our first and only part for this lesson. It means basket. More specifically, a wastebasket. This is an official radical, but is not a kanji on its own, so it does not have a radical. Hold on a second. Getting a phone call from the alien overlords that roamed ancient China. Hello? This is actually a kanji, and is its own radical. Whatever, man. The only word I could find with this in it is the word for this radical. We will never learn this as a kanji, though now you already have. We're going to consider wastebasket's only part. There are 2 strokes in basket. We start with the stroke on the left, which looks essentially like an L, though the bottom is longer in some cases to accommodate whatever you're planning to put inside of it. We then draw the final vertical line on the right, about the same length as the one on the left. Apparently, this is supposed to be a pictograph of a container with a crack on the side. Not sure where they're seeing the crack, unless they're talking about the fact that we can see inside of it from the side like this. Another explanation I read is that it's the pictograph of a wide open mouth, but this doesn't differentiate it enough from the kanji for mouth, so we're not using that. Our story is just a pictograph. It's a wastebasket. Do you have the time to listen to... Oh, no, wait, that's basket case. If you like simple stories, simply hit the like button. This next kanji is a beautiful pictograph of a mountain. Its official radical is mountain. And though it would be simple enough to use this as a singular pictograph, we're going to break it up into a staff and wastebasket to help us with the next kanji. It's perfectly acceptable to just consider this a single part though, if you prefer. There are 3 strokes in mountain. We start with the middle and longest vertical stroke, and then draw the L shape of basket, though the vertical portion of this stroke is usually a bit shorter than the horizontal stroke. We then draw the final vertical stroke on the right that often cuts past the horizontal L stroke when written, though not in many computer fonts. Historically, this has always been a pictograph of mountain peaks, viewed from a distance. The story we used is really optional. You could easily stick with the pictograph, though you're going to be angry about the next kanji if you do. Mountains are wastebaskets for wise men's staves. Or staffs? Staves? Of course, this also looks like a mountain. Imagine all the wise men going up into the mountains to become wise men. Realize the wise thing to do is just stay in the mountains, and their staves or staffs pile up over time. These 2 mountains stacked on top of each other mean... Hello? Yes, ancient Chinese alien overlords? This isn't 2 mountains stacked up? It's not any mountains stacked up? That's it. I'm leaving. Alright, I guess I'm back. The official radical for this kanji is wastebasket. Nah, I'm leaving. All right. The parts are a staff and 2 baskets. There are 5 strokes in leave. We start with the vertical staff. Wait, why? Don't vertical strokes that cut through other strokes come... Fine, you know what? This kanji is just weird. Let's accept that, Andy. We then draw the wastebasket on top, L followed by vertical stroke, and the wastebasket below, slicing below the final L, just like in mountain. Okay, so historically, I can see what happened here. It was originally a foot in a basket, or rather a foot leaving a basket or hole, apparently. I guess that somehow morphed over time into 2 mountains stacked on top of each other. I'm sorry, I'm never going to unsee that. Which is why mountain gets an honorary place in our story. To leave his mountain, the wise man shoved his wise man's staff through the ground and found only another wastebasket mountain beneath it. And this is why I did what I did for the mountain kanji. I'm glad that the kanji we're covering today at least look simple. Like this one, the companion to leave, which means entrance or enter. The official radical of entrance is entrance, and it is its only part, though I suppose you could argue for no and backwards no parts. You'll notice that this kanji looks very similar to person, which is why the way you write each kanji is particularly important here. You'll remember that the second stroke in person starts from around the middle of the first stroke in writing, while the second stroke in entrance starts way above the first stroke and almost to the left a bit, and it's swiped out to the right. In font, very often a horizontal line is drawn on top, which then cuts down 90 degrees. This is really just to differentiate it from the font for person, and is not how it's actually written, though you certainly can write it that way if you like. It's similar to how the kanji for 8 looks in many fonts. You could really just take the 2 strokes in 8 and pull them together, for both the written form and the font form. Historically, you could be forgiven for thinking this was a person kanji, but it was apparently a pictograph of an entrance. So for our story, I've also created a pictograph of an entrance. A pictograph of an entrance to the great halls of the wise men who left their mountains. Thank heavens that all the kanji today have been fairly simple to write and remember. This one means heaven. I will keep doing that. The official radical for heaven is big. I almost would have expected it to be its own radical, but I'm not too disappointed. We can break it down into a 1 and big. There are 4 strokes following exactly that order. We draw the horizontal 1 on top, then the horizontal line in big. We then draw person inside there, with the first curved line cutting through the horizontal line in big, and the final curved line starting below the big horizontal line. Okay, you know how I'm always joking about aliens in ancient China? Well, apparently this was a hieroglyphic that was supposed to emphasize the head of a human? Some descriptions suggest it was also illustrating the sky or heavens above that human's head. But I mean, come on guys. Aliens? Am I right? Or were they suggesting that we get to create heaven in our heads? Let's see. Why do they never answer when I have questions? Our story is as follows. From big heavens, which are just a single big thing, one big fluorescent worm fell. This kanji looks like an axe or blade of some sort to me, or maybe a dragon's eye, but it means evening. The official radical of evening is evening, which you were probably able to guess at this point. We can sort of break it down into a no part, a fu part, and a dot. We write it in exactly that order. We start with the no part and attach the top of the single stroke in fu to that. The dot is drawn enclosed within those. Historically, this was exactly the same as the kanji for moon. Like, they were exactly the same kanji. It wasn't until the Western Zhou dynasty, or sometime around 1045 BC to 771 BC, that these two kanji were differentiated from each other, with the one we're learning here coming to mean evening or nighttime. For our story, we'll picture a play happening on stage with our characters No and Fu. You can see No and Fu dangling on stage, taking on the role of the evening moon. Appearing as a dot within Fu, a pictograph of the moon in the evening. Remember, can be a way to express a quiet laugh in text in Japanese. Evening is clearly a part of this next very common kanji, which means name. You're going to see this one a lot, so you'll get used to it very fast. Appropriately, the official radical for this kanji is mouth. This makes sense since you call out names with your mouth, not with your evening, whatever that is. The parts, though, are clearly evening and mouth combined. There are 6 strokes in name. We start with evening, drawing the no, followed by the fu part. We enclose the dot inside of those 2 strokes, before moving on to the 3 strokes in mouth. Vertical, upside down L, and horizontal. I find the history of this character fascinating. In fact, I don't even think you'll need a story after this. Apparently, these parts were chosen for this kanji because when it gets dark out and you run into someone, you need to call out your name to them so everyone knows who they're dealing with. Makes sense, right? Anyway, the parts have always been the same. I said we don't need a story, but I have one for you anyway. We're back on the stage for the play we learned about in the story for evening. Below the evening sky, mouth states the name of the play. Evening. as in that's the name of the play. Mouth, as in our mouth character. He's in the play too, I guess. Or at least he's the announcer for it. Hit the like button for all of our lovely characters. Bringing us to our first part, which means spoon. Since this is just a radical, we won't be learning any radicals for it. What? Really? Understood. Fine. It's a kanji. It can be used for the word spoon, and it is its own radical. But we're not learning it as a kanji because it's literally Kanken level 1, which is completely unnecessary. We can break this kanji down into a fishhook and curvy line if we want. I think it's fine to keep this as its only part though. There are two simple strokes in spoon. We draw the curved line first, and then the fishhook-like stroke next. In calligraphy and writing, sometimes this line will cut through the first stroke. In computer fonts, it looks much more like the katakana hi. Historically, this was apparently a pictograph of a spoon, but to me it looks a lot more like a person preparing to dive into a swimming pool. For our story, we're going to say that it's a pictograph of an arm holding a big spoon, which the modern form does kind of look like, although it's more of a ladle than a spoon, I guess. The first kanji we're learning that has spoon as a part is change, as in to change, not the change in your pocket or in your couch cushions. The official radical for change is spoon, and not the person part on the left in the hen position. Interestingly, person on the left usually means a kanji has something to do with people or things that they do. This one is actually not so much of an exception if you read the historical evolution of the character. Getting ahead of myself though. There are 4 strokes in change. We start with person on the left, drawing the no-like stroke on top and the staff-like stroke below it. We then draw the curved stroke right to left in spoon and the hook, sometimes, through the curved stroke. I find the history of this kanji very fun. If you look at the 2 earliest forms, you might notice something interesting. The 2 sides of this kanji are mirror images, with the one on the right also upside down. These are actually both supposed to be person, with the upside down reverse of person indicating the change in position, or the change that a person can make. Super cool, right? After that, the part on the right changed so much that it took on a life of its own and became a spoon or something. For our story, we have Ando-san peeking around a corner trying to change the ingredients in spoon. Because remember, our person is always Ando-san. The next part we're going to learn is the grass radical. We learned in an earlier video that 8 horse-leg crown is technically a different form of this radical. Anyway, in Japanese, this is called kusakamuri, or grass crown. So we're staying faithful to the original here. This one is, I promise, just a radical, not a kanji. So no radical. And it is its only part. There are 3 strokes in this radical. We draw the horizontal line first, and then the 2 blades of grass through it. Historically, this appears to have evolved from this cool little guy, and it was originally simplified to have 4 strokes, basically being 2 little tens, but then was simplified even more for the Joyo standard kanji into this. For our story, we're going with a pictograph, because this one is easy. This is just grass coming out of the ground. The first kanji we'll meet that uses the grass crown is flower. Makes sense, right? The official radical is grass radical. Although I should mention that in Japanese dictionaries, it's listed as this. The parts are clearly defined as a grass radical and change. There are 7 strokes in flower. They're written exactly as we'd expect. We first write the 3 strokes in grass radical on top, since it is a crown. We then draw the 2 strokes in person on the left, and finally the spoon. Diagonal stroke first, followed by the hook part. I couldn't find any cool diagrams for how this one specifically evolved because it's actually a fairly new creation. This is actually an abbreviated or simplified version of this kanji, which still exists. The top stayed the same, but for the bottom, they used change to indicate the Chinese reading, which is usually ka. God, I'm loving learning about the history of all these kanji. It makes them so much easier to understand. Anyway, that original form evolved in this way. Strong ghost Pokemon vibes. For this kanji, we're going with a pictographic story. A flower is just grass, you think, that changes into flowers. As in, you think or imagine that it's just grass. Obviously, it's not that simple. This kanji kind of looks like trees or something. Or perhaps two-letter T's with flair? I say trees because this kanji means bamboo. The official radical of bamboo is bamboo. We can break it down into 3 parts though. No lying down, a staff, and a feathered broomstick. For our story though, we're just going to be using the no lying down part for this one. There are 6 strokes in bamboo. You might expect to do the 2 no lying down parts first as if they're a crown, but we actually separate this into a part on the left and right and do them both separately. The first no lying down on the left comes first, followed by the staff that holds it up. Then we draw the no lying down on the right and the feathered broomstick, this one made of bamboo, I guess, holding it up. Historically, this is said to have been a pictograph of bamboo with leaves hanging down from its branches. It's still supposed to be that. I personally see 2 hands reaching down from the heavens, granting the people of ancient China bamboo seed by the people from the stars. But you do you, historians. For our story, we're gonna say we've got 2 no lying down on top of a bamboo forest. You could go with making the stroke on the right a feathered broomstick made out of bamboo that the no lying down is on top of, indicating what can be made from bamboo, the bamboo on the left, that is. But that's up to you too. It's early in the video, and it might be early in the morning for you, so let's start with something simple. The kanji for early. The official radical for early is sun. See where this is going? The parts are sun and 10. There are 6 strokes in early. We start with the sun on top before moving down to the first horizontal stroke in 10. And finishing it off with the final vertical stroke. Historically, this was apparently a pictograph of a type of tree that was used for getting black dye. And this kanji was used to mean getting that black dye. Eventually, that changed into sunrise, perhaps indicating the change from dark to sunny. It then came to mean early. Apparently, it's also considered a pictograph of a spoon. This one looks like a dude wearing a baseball cap and scooping something into a vat or something, with the bowl of the spoon out of frame. Otherwise, I'm not seeing the spoon. I see our first indications of aliens here though. For our story, we're putting a fantasy spin on things. Someone is using a magic spell that brings a tiny sun on the end of a 10 staff to wake someone up early. What a jerk. Although, that might get me out of bed in the morning, so perhaps it isn't such a bad idea. Alright, now that we're getting into the weeds, here's a kanji that means weeds. Every video, no exceptions. The official radical for weeds is, appropriately, the grass radical crown, and the parts are grass radical and early. The kanji is written as expected, with the grass crown being written first, horizontal line, and cutting through it with 2 blades of grass. Then the sun part of early, followed by the 10 that it stands on. Historically, this kanji apparently used to mean acorn, and the bottom part was also basically the kanji early, with the earliest form of the grass kanji popping out of its head. Over time, it came to mean weeds, and acorn became this Kanken level 1 kanji. Remember, Kanken level 1 means even most Japanese natives can't read it. So really, this is just a point of curiosity. Nothing you need to memorize or anything. Apparently, the part early in this kanji was chosen to indicate the Chinese reading of soul. For our story, we'll say that Weeds are grass that is always the earliest plant to pop up. It's fast. It's almost as if an early-to-rise wizard and his 10 staff are waking the weeds up early. Here's a simple kanji that means grove, or sometimes a small forest. The official radical is clearly tree, and it's made of 2 trees for parts. There are 8 strokes in grove. What's important to notice here is that the 4th stroke in the first tree is much shorter than the 4th stroke in the actual kanji tree. This is to make room for the tree on the right. You can imagine the branches of the tree on the left disappearing behind the tree on the right, if that helps you. Historically, this kanji has changed very little and has always had the meaning of trees lined up together. When I hear the word grove, I personally think of a circular line of trees enclosing an open space in the middle. That lining up of the trees, though, is what's important to see here. For our story, we'll have 2 trees make a grove. This is really a 2-part mnemonic, with the next kanji making up the second part. Here are a few more trees. Well, just one more, really. This kanji means forest, but I bet you guessed that already. The official radical here is no surprise. It's just kidding. Tree. And it's made up of 3 trees, which goes without saying. There are 12 strokes in forest. The top tree is written pretty much identically to the kanji for tree, though it's a little stumpier. The lower 2 trees are written like a stumpy grove. Each tree, of course, is written in isolation one at a time before moving on to any parts in the next tree. Remember to keep the 8th stroke, or the final stroke in the second tree, shorter to make room for the tree on the right, just like in grove. This kanji is historically consistent with grove in that it was always 3 trees and indicated a meaning of forest or an area with lots of plant growth. So for our story, we'll continue from 2 trees make a grove to 3 trees make a forest. I always enjoy all the mingling that Yuki and I get to do with you in the chat during the live streams, which happens after the premiere for these videos. We don't get a chance to mingle much. Mingle. This kanji means mingle. The official radical for mingle is potlid. We haven't seen that guy in a while. The parts are potlid and father. There are 6 strokes in mingle. We start with the handle of potlid, followed by the lid itself. We then draw the crowning 8 of father below the lid, followed by the grass clippers down below that. Historically, the appearance of this kanji hasn't changed much, but some explanations state that it was a pictograph of someone crossing their legs based on how the bottom part of the kanji looks. Specifically, they cross their legs below the knees to the ankle somewhere. More recent academics refute this claim and think the bottom part was actually the kanji for disability, which eventually became the kanji for yellow. I'm not sure which is true, but you could just mingle all of them together so that you don't forget that this kanji means mingle. It's also interesting to me how little we actually know for certain about the ancient past. We're going to have a little fun with this story. To become a member of the Fathers of the Potlid Society, which is a society of fathers just mingling, you must wear a potlid on your head to the meetings. And be a father, of course. We've seen a lot of trees today, so we might as well continue the trend with school, whose official radical is tree. The parts are tree and mingle. There are 10 strokes in school. We start with the tree on the left, being sure to make the 4th stroke quite a bit shorter than the kanji for tree so that mingle can fit on the right. This is going to be a trend for when tree shows up in the hen position or on the left position, if you haven't noticed yet. We then draw mingle on the right, potlid first, followed by father beneath. Historically, this has always been a combination of the same parts, with mingle indicating the Chinese reading of ko. With that said, it interestingly used to mean bonds or shackles, like some kid getting shackled to school, or perhaps prophesying how future schools would look a lot like prisons. Anyway, it was eventually borrowed to mean compare and learn when in words like school. For our story, we're continuing the story from mingle. A school in the trees is where the fathers mingle. After school hours, of course. We haven't covered any words yet in this series, and we still have a few more videos to cover before words. But our first kanji for today means word. Word is its own official radical, but we can break it down into 3 parts. Well, 2 parts if we're looking at computer fonts, and 3 if we're looking at the written form. For written form, it's a dot with a few ones and a mouth. Many computer fonts have an extra 1 on top instead of a dot. Since the written form of Word has a dot on top, we start there and then draw the 3 horizontal strokes beneath it. It should be noted that the first horizontal stroke is the longest of the 3, with the ones below it written the same length as each other, for the most part. Finally, we draw the 3 strokes in mouth, finishing this one off. Historically, this was the kanji for tongue combined with a single 1. We could imagine this as one thing that rolls off the tongue is a word, though this was not explicitly stated as why these were the parts in any of the explanations I read. It eventually evolved into its current form to better differentiate it from the kanji for tongue, which we'll learn in another video. For our story, we're going to go with a teleprompter is above mouth. And mouth says all the words that come down the teleprompter. A teleprompter, for those of you who don't know, is a piece of glass placed in front of a camera from which you mirror a script off of. You often see politicians using them during speeches, and many YouTubers use them as well. Speaking of words, they're usually part of a language, which is what this kanji means. Language. The official radical for language is, appropriately, word. We can break it down into 3 parts though. Word, 5, and mouth. There are 14 strokes in language, making it by far the most stroke-heavy kanji we've covered to date. With that said, the parts are very well defined, and I don't expect you'll have much trouble with them. We start by writing word on the left. When word is in the hen or on the left position, it's usually written thinner than usual to make room for the parts on the right. In writing, the first stroke on top of word will usually be a drop, though this might not be the case in computer fonts. Anyway, we then move on to the 4 strokes in 5 and write another mouth part right below that. Despite having so many strokes, this kanji has very well-defined parts that are relatively easy to keep distinct from one another. Hopefully, you'll be able to get this one down in no time. Historically, the parts for this have not changed. It appears that the word part on the left is used to give the kanji meaning, as parts on the left often do. 5 over mouth hints at the Chinese reading of go, as parts on the right often do. Indicate reading, not specifically the reading of go. For our story, a lot of mouth characters are coming out to play. A language is words coming out of 5 mouths, represented by 5 other mouths saying words. It's the words that are the language. Finding the language in this video easy enough to follow? Hit the like button if so. We won't be getting away from the word on the left just yet. And the story for this one will be similar to the one in language. That's because this kanji means story. The official radical for story is word, which is likely not a surprise. The parts can be broken down into word, thousand, and mouth. There are 13 strokes in story, making it just slightly less stroke heavy than language. Just like language though, this one is also fairly straightforward. We draw word on the left, making sure to keep it thin. As with language, in writing, the first stroke on top of word will usually be a drop, though this might not be the case in computer fonts. We then draw thousand on the right, with the no radical stroke followed by the horizontal one and the staff through it, making sure to keep the whole part in the upper right quadrant for the most part. We then draw the mouth part below 1000 and usually connected to it. Historically, this was always word on the left and a mouth on the bottom part of the right, but it used to be this part above mouth, which on its own can mean surname or family name. For our story first story, we'll say, talking is made up of thousands of words, and stories are when the same words are said between thousands of mouths. That brings us to our first and only part for this lesson. This one is very easy to confuse with soil or dirt, but you'll notice that this kanji has a much longer first stroke. That makes it special. By the way, this kanji means specialist. Unfortunately, specialist is a kanji as well, though we won't be learning it for a while as one. It is its own official radical though. It can also be considered its only part. There are only 3 strokes in specialist, which are essentially the same as those in dirt, except that the first horizontal stroke in specialist is much longer and must at least be longer than the third stroke, which is the horizontal one on the bottom. This kanji was apparently supposed to be a pictograph of a broadaxe. Apparently, the blade part is the bottom horizontal stroke, with the handle being the first horizontal stroke. I kind of think this one, taught to kids in old Japanese class, looks like a fantasy or Monster Hunter style broadaxe. Handle straight in the air, blades on either side resting in the dirt below, with the handle of the axe leaning on the hunter or something. For our story, we're going with pictograph of a broadaxe like this one. It takes a specialist to use a broadaxe like this. I know it probably seems like we just learned this fully as a kanji, and we kinda did, but when I say we're only learning it as a part, it's because we will not be covering any words with this kanji in it when we start learning words within sentences in a few videos. That's true for any kanji that we only learn as parts. Did I sell you on that? Well, it doesn't really matter because this kanji means cell. The official radical for cell is specialist. We can break it down into specialist, hat, and person's legs. There are 7 strokes in cell. We start with the specialist, kind of smushed together on top, and then draw the hat just below it, the full width of the kanji. There are no left and right parts for this one. We then draw person's legs under the hat. Generally speaking, the legs will probably not be connected to the hat, though in some fonts or styles, it may appear that they're connected. Apparently, this kanji used to have the kanji for bai in the lower part, instead of hat and person's legs. That's likely the part that indicated the meaning. The version we are learning was adopted as an abbreviation for that, and is the one used in modern Japanese. So it kinda lost that hint of meaning in the parts. But it is very common, so you'll get used to it fast, I think. For our story, we're going to say that a specialist can sell anything, even a pair of sexy legs with a hat on, especially if he's wielding a broadaxe. You may remember that in our story for hat, we said that anything connected to the top of the hat changed the special power that it gave you. So you could also use a story like this. This hat gives the hat wearer the skills of a specialist, which makes it easier for them to sell stuff. Which do you prefer? When you can read this kanji, and you read it in a word, that word will likely have something to do with reading, because this kanji means read. The official radical for read is word, bringing us full circle on this lesson. The parts are word and cell. The kanji for read has 14 strokes, meaning we have the 2 highest stroke order counts to date in the same lesson. You can be angry if you want. We start by writing these 7 strokes in the word on the left part, followed by the specialist, hat, and person's leg parts from cell. It will likely take you a while to really get the balance down for this kanji, but it'll be excellent practice. Make sure to keep the person's legs separate from the hat part for the most part. Notice that the left leg and person's leg usually sweeps down under the mouth from the word part of it. Historically, the part on the right of this kanji was not cell, nor was it the old version of cell. Instead, there was a 4 thrown in there. Regardless, those parts were chosen for their Chinese reading at the time, not for any special meaning, apparently. And I don't think it will help you memorize this one very much anyway. I'm personally happy they simplified it. For our story, we'll go with salesmen take the words people say and sell them for people to read. As in a book. They sell books. But I can't say that because it would ruin our first kanji for next week. You may notice the tree in this kanji. Well, that extra line there represents the roots of a tree, which means that this kanji is often used to indicate something's origin or source. It's also the second kanji used in the name of Japan. The first word you'll likely learn that uses this kanji though, and this kanji alone, is book. I mean, books are also made from trees, so that kind of makes sense, I guess. Books can also be considered a source of knowledge, so I think that works out well too. The official radical for book is tree, but we can break it down into a tree and a one. There are 5 strokes in book. We first draw the tree in exactly the way you would normally. Horizontal stroke first, followed by the vertical staff stroke, then the branches hanging down. Finally, we cut through the trunk of the tree with the horizontal one, representing the roots. This was always a pictograph of a tree with an extra stroke or two added to represent the roots. I don't know what kind of tree this one is, but I'd sure like to see one on whatever planet it comes from. We're going to use the story, "From a fluorescent worm in the ground, a tree springs up, the origin of all trees. And from that tree hang books, the origin of our knowledge." This kanji shows up in lots of words that have to do with culture, writing, and the like, so we went with a meaning of literary arts. The official radical for literary arts is literary arts. Big surprise there, I'm sure. The parts can be broken down into a pot lid and grass clippers. There are 4 strokes in literary arts. We start with the 2 strokes in pot lid on top, and then write the normal and backwards no characters beneath. In some fonts, the final stroke is not connected to the pot lid above, but in writing it often is. Make sure to sort of sweep out the ends of each no stroke at the end. If I had better researched the history before choosing the name for this kanji, I likely would have chosen the name decoration, as that's historically what this character represented. I've seen explanations that it's a pictograph of someone with tattoos, or the color of the clothes someone is wearing. It's clearly a fancy person with something unique on their body, whether tattoos or clothes, as this person is quite different from the other historical representations we've seen of people so far. As a quick note, while I did do some historical research before choosing names for this N5 series, I'm doing way more of it before choosing names for the N4 series right now. So hopefully this little issue won't happen again. To memorize this one, we're going with the story, "The literary arts can make anything sound artistic." Put a pot lid on some grass clippers, and you've got yourself a literary masterpiece. You can see here a book about pot lid wearing grass clippers. That brings us to our first part for today, which is the brush radical. Technically, it is its own official radical, but this is really only used as a radical, and not a kanji on its own in modern Japanese. So we're not worrying about that today. It can technically be broken down into 3 parts. One that looks like a yo katakana that we'll be covering in N4, a 2, and a staff. But this is actually easier to learn as a pictograph, so we're going to use itself as a single part today. There are 6 strokes in brush radical. We start with drawing the 3 strokes in what looks a lot like the katakana yo, except for the fact that the second stroke cuts through the first upside down and backwards L stroke, and also starts further out to the left than the first stroke. After finishing up on the yo part, we draw 2 beneath it. We then cut through everything with a vertical staff stroke. Historically, this was always a pictograph of a hand holding a brush, with the yo part representing the hand and the rest of the strokes representing a brush. As usual, the older versions were more clearly pictographic, and the aliens only had 3 fingers. For our story, we're going with a pictograph of a hand holding a calligraphy brush. The bristles made of 2 fluorescent worms. According to my trusty kanji list that I created, we have one more part before we can move on to the next kanji. It means according to. You may notice that this looks an awful lot like sun, but it's not sun. The one in the middle does not connect to the other side of the mouth, which is the only way you can really tell the difference. It is its own official radical, though we're just learning it as a part, since this is a Kanken level 1 kanji, so we don't really need to worry about that. We can break it down into a mouth and a 1 though. There are 4 strokes in according to, which are exactly the same as those in sun, except that the third stroke, which is a vertical 1, stops short before reaching the other side of the mouth. Some versions of this, especially in font, are written bigger than sun to make it a little more obvious that they're different. At least that's why I think they're bigger. I should mention, though, that when this is a part in other kanji, it's often indistinguishable from sun. So that's exciting, isn't it? Historically, this has always been a pictograph of a mouth. Some explanations say that the one inside is a tongue. It's always had a meaning of speak, but to avoid confusing it with the kanji for say, we've gone with according to, which is one of the few common words that this is still used in. The old versions look more like a boat to me, but this line that keeps moving around on top is the tongue, I guess. Or maybe a mustache? For our memorization story, we're going with, according to mouth 1, when mouth 2 says something, you can see that its tongue is actually a fluorescent worm. I hope that you wrote everything down that we covered so far today, or at least tried to write some of the kanji. I mean, you don't really have to, but this kanji means right. The official radical of right is brush. Hello? Really? You're right. Correction. The official radical is according to. Missed opportunity, eh? The parts are brush and according to, though. There are 10 strokes in right. We start by writing the brush radical. Remember that the second stroke in the part that represents the hand holding the brush is much longer than the outer fingers and cuts through the right side. I guess that part represents the arm or something. After writing the 2 below this part, we then cut the vertical staff stroke down through everything, but we do not cut through the bottom this time. When brush radical is used as an upper part in a kanji, the final stroke does not cut through the bottom, so make sure to stop at the final horizontal stroke. We then draw what looks exactly like sun beneath this part, but is actually according to. Well, sort of. Historically, this was a pictograph of a brush writing something down, just like it is now. The lower part was apparently this full kanji that we'll learn later, and it was eventually simplified into just according to, despite that being an entirely different kanji. We can clearly see the modern form appearing around 500 years ago during the Ming Dynasty. To memorize this one, we're going with the following story. The brush writes down things according to others, like quotes or something. Right over here, we have a kanji that means right. The official radical for right is mouth for some reason. Perhaps because it's sort of to the right of the other part? It's a little odd to me though because the parts are left hand and mouth, though historically the parts were right hand, or what we learned as again, and mouth. All the more reason for me to expect this to be the official radical. But it is what it is. There are 5 strokes in right. Normally, the left hand part is written horizontal stroke, followed by the no part. But for the kanji right, it's written no part first and horizontal 1 part second. This can be confusing for some, but I like to think start on the right at the top of the no part for the kanji right, and start on the left, or the horizontal stroke, for the kanji left. But that's our next kanji, so I'm getting ahead of myself. Anyway, we'll get into why the stroke order is different for left and right in a moment. After we finish the left hand overhang part on the top, we draw the mouth part underneath and sometimes connected to the no part, though in official diagrams this is not the case. They often appear to be connected in computer fonts though. Originally, right was the kanji we learned as again, and just that part. You may remember my rant about how it may have actually made sense to learn that kanji part as right hand. Well, that's because originally it was the kanji for right. Around 2,700 years ago, during the Western Zhou dynasty, a mouth was added for some reason, and we got something closer to the modern form. I found explanations stating that this indicated showing someone support with words, which meant this character also had a meaning of to help. And another explanation suggested this was a pictograph of covering one's mouth with their right hand. I like the historical version for one reason only. The image is much clearer in its meaning of right, because it looks like a right hand on the right side of mouth. For our story, we're using the modern part names we learned and saying, my left-hand man is here. But since this is the kanji for right, we start on the right and draw no first. The right side of the brain is colloquially known to deal with creativity, so perhaps it's responsible for talking through the mouth. Sure. Our final part for today is quite simple in its construction. It means construction. Construction is its own radical. Of course, we're just learning this as a radical, so don't worry about that too much. We'll also consider it its only part. There are 3 strokes in construction. We start with the horizontal stroke on top, draw a vertical stroke from right around the middle of the first stroke, and then draw the horizontal stroke connected to that vertical stroke below. Keep in mind that while in computer font this final stroke looks to be identical in length to the first stroke, in writing this one is supposed to be a bit longer. Though apparently the origin of this kanji is not fully known, some explanations suggest that it's the image of 2 sheets of wood with holes cut in the middle and a peg stuck through them. I can see that in most of these, but apparently this peg has wings? And this one, good luck getting that peg through any holes. What it looks like to me, though, is an I-beam. So our story is, this is an I-beam, an extremely important part of construction. Here on the left, we see our next kanji, the only one left. It means left, but not the second left I said. The first left I said. Huh? Anyway, the official radical for left is construction, and the parts are left hand and construction. There are 5 strokes in left. We draw the left hand part in its standard order, and this really is the left hand part, both now and historically. We start from the left on the first horizontal stroke, and then draw the no part through it. That part overhangs or encloses the 3 strokes in the construction part beneath it. The original kanji for left was apparently just the top part of the modern kanji, which we learned as left hand, and construction was added later as a part without adding any meaning to the kanji as a whole, just like the kanji for right actually. Another explanation I read suggested that the kanji was an ideograph representing using the left hand to hold a peg or tool of some sort that you're working with. If we look at the kanji for right and left together though, it honestly looks like both the mouth part in right and this construction part in left were just added so that they could put the hand part on either the right or left side of that meaningless part. For our story, we're going with, since this is left, our left-hand man can be drawn normally. Since the left side of the brain is more logical and analytical, it's clearly more fit for engineering and construction. Thus the I-beam. Standing over here on my left is a kanji that means stand. Not left because we already covered that. Off to a good start. Let's go. The official radical of stand is itself, stand. Going by stroke order though, we can break it down into the parts potlid and 8 horse leg crown, if we were so inclined. I prefer to think of it as a single pictographic part. We'll have stories for each at the end of this section though. There are 5 strokes in stand. We start with the 2 strokes in potlid, dot on top, followed by the horizontal 1 stroke. We then draw the strokes below it exactly like 8 horse leg crown, except that the legs of the upside down horse are longer than usual. To me, the finished product always looked kind of like a big ceramic vase standing in the corner of a fancy rich person's house or something. Anyway, as if there aren't enough pictographs of people just standing there in the world of ancient kanji, here is yet another. A pictograph of a person standing on the ground. I don't even think this one needs an explanation or story, but we made one anyway. It turns out the parts we chose seem to have no historical basis, and the real parts were originally big and 1. But there are already quite a few kanji with big and 1 as parts, and this does not have that stroke order. Instead, it's much more along the lines of the parts that we chose. So for our stories, we went with, we stand a potlid on the upside down horse, because it can't stand. As in, the horse can't stand. So we're being jerks by putting a potlid on its upturned legs and laughing at it, I guess? Or we could say, pictograph of a person trying to stand on the ground. This weird guy. Do you hear that sound? I think it's our 89th kanji, which means sound. Sound is its own official radical, but we can break it down into the parts stand and day. Well, actually, I found out just the other day that this may technically be according to on the bottom. But I'm not 100% sure, so I'm sticking with the original story I wrote before I found that out. There are 9 strokes in sound. We start with stand on top. I guess it's appropriate that it's standing on top. Puns aside, remember to keep the 5 strokes in stand sort of scrunched together on top of the kanji. We then go ahead and draw the sun beneath. The historical form of this kanji is nearly identical to that of word, except that there was usually an extra line or two added to this one to differentiate the two. As a whole, it was an ideograph of word above mouth, indicating the things that come out of one's mouth, i.e., sounds. The current top part is stand, which is apparently an abbreviation of word in this case. And the bottom is supposedly according to, as opposed to day, which is appropriate for indicating the meaning of sound as well, I guess. On a side note, the earliest form of this kanji looks a lot like a happy robot. I feel like I've seen this guy somewhere. For our story, we're going with, if you stand on the sun, you can't help but make a lot of sound. Poor guy. When we originally planned this series, this kanji was only supposed to be a part, because this is a very common enclosure for other kanji. We were then going to teach it as a kanji in N4. But for some reason, when we ran out of the gate at the actual start of this series, we forgot about that plan. It somehow found a way to slip through the gate and into the video series as a kanji, though we won't be learning any words for it until N4. Well, maybe I'll sneak in one word. That one word could be gate. How do you say gate in Japanese? Mom. The official radical of gate is mom. We can break it down into a staff, sun, and feathered broomstick if we're so inclined, but I think this works fine as its only part. You can use those in your own story if you like, though. There are 8 strokes in gate. We start with the first vertical staff stroke on the left. We then draw the upside down and backwards L stroke, like the one in mouth or sun. But this one stops in the top half of the kanji. Next, we draw the horizontal stroke in the middle of sun and close it in on the bottom. We then move over to the part on the right. I have a really hard time making these next few strokes look right, but we start with the small vertical stroke in the sun part on this side. It should be roughly the same height as the sun on the left. We then draw the top horizontal stroke and the feathered broomstick stroke as a single stroke, indicating that it really isn't feathered broomstick. Make sure to sweep this stroke in towards the middle. Finally, we add the last 2 horizontal strokes in this little sun. The historical version of this kanji is exactly how I imagined the story for it, which I actually wrote before looking at the historical forms. They look exactly like 2 Wild West saloon doors. Explanations describe them as just 2 doors facing each other, or next to each other. But I can't unsee what I've seen. Our story for this one is, just like I said, a pictograph of a gate. Think Wild West saloon doors. You see that sun in between the doors on the gate kanji we just learned? Well, between is a meaning of this kanji, but because the only N5 words with this kanji in them have to do with time, we went with its other meaning, span of time. The official radical of span of time is gate, and the parts we've already said, gate and sun. There are 11 strokes in span of time. The struggles on this one are the same as those in gate, for me at least, balancing the part on the right with the one on the left. But anyway, we draw the first door on the left. You might then be tempted to draw the sun in the middle, but because enclosures on top of other parts are usually written first, we actually draw the door on the right next. Finally, we draw a fully fledged sun down beneath the saloon doors in gate, or perhaps inside of them, or between them. The original form of this kanji had moon inside the gate instead of sun. It represented seeing the moon through a gate at night, or between the crack in the open doors, and had a meaning of looking out from between something, originally. For our story, we're going with a scientist measures spans of time by watching the sun move through the opening in the saloon gate. Listen, I know you're probably tired of listening to my stupid voice and my stupid puns by now, but there's only a little bit left to listen to in this lesson. Because this last kanji means, listen. Probably the last pun I'm allowed to do today. Well, that's fine because it's the last kanji anyway. The official radical of listen is ear. Logical enough. The parts are clearly a gate and ear. There are 14 strokes in listen. Just like in the kanji span of time, we write the entirety of the gate enclosure first. Left side followed by right. We then draw the ear inside the gate. Remember that even though the kanji for ear looks a lot like the kanji for eye, the stroke order is quite different, We start with the horizontal line on top, followed by the vertical stroke on the left. We then draw the two strokes inside the ear, followed by the enclosing bottom stroke, which we draw at a slight upward angle left to right. We then draw the final vertical stroke cutting down through the final horizontal stroke, but usually staying within the gate, or stopping on the same plane as the final sweeping stroking gate. Most explanations of the historical form of this kanji state that the ear part indicates the meaning, and the gate just indicates the Chinese reading. But one dictionary matched the story I wrote almost exactly. And I wrote the story before even buying said dictionary. It states that the kanji listen represented hiding by a gate, and, although you couldn't see inside, listening to what was happening. For some reason, the earliest form looks like a lemming from that game Lemmings, blowing on a horn, or perhaps with its ear up to a wall listening? What a game that was. Wow. So yeah, our story is very similar to the description in that dictionary. A scientist listens to the sounds coming from the saloon gate. I guess a scientist because I imagine they don't spend a whole lot of time in saloons, but are curious about what goes on in them? I'll have to ask past Andy about that sometime. It could just be because scientist was in the story from the last kanji. I hope you had your morning coffee or tea and are feeling alive today, because the first kanji we're going to cover means life. And honestly, it can also mean alive, so puns are live. The official radical for life is, unsurprisingly, life. But we can break it down into no lying down and dirt or soil. There are 5 strokes in life, and they aren't quite what you'd expect from the parts. In fact, they're similar to the next part we're going to learn. If you find this order confusing, it may be a good idea to change the parts that we've chosen to no radical, dirt, and a 1, as that is closer to the correct stroke order. Or you may want to make our next part one of this kanji's parts. It's up to you, really. But we start with no lying down, then draw the vertical stroke in dirt, which is usually the second stroke in dirt. We then draw the next smaller horizontal line through the vertical staff, and finish it off with the final stroke on the bottom, which should be the longest of them all. Originally, this was actually a pictograph of a plant or tree sprouting up out of the ground, which is another meaning of this kanji. Birth, life, sprouting, all of these were expressed by this pictograph. For our first story today, we're going with no lying down on the grave coming out of the dirt, which is covered in living vines and plants which have grown up out of the ground. Though our first part for today is not a full-on radical, it is an officially recognized common part. It's just a building block that doesn't add any particular meaning to the kanji that it's in. In Japanese dictionaries, it's listed as blue's crown because it's one of the main parts in the kanji for blue. So we're going to stick with that name. Blue's crown, not to be confused with Blue's Clues. Hey, long time no speak. Aliens. We're gonna get sued? I have to delete that reference? Fine. Okay, guys, that reference is definitely deleted. You have no memory of it happening. This is just a part and not a radical, so it has no radical. But it can be broken down into dirt or soil and 1. There are 4 strokes in Blue's crown. Because of the way they're ordered, we can consider the first 2 strokes to be the ones in dirt. Horizontal stroke on top, followed by the vertical staff stroke. We then draw a shorter 1 through the middle, and finish it off with the longest horizontal stroke at the base. Remember though, this is usually going to be a crown part, so all of that needs to be scrunched up at the top of the box you use to write kanji in. I couldn't find any useful history on this part beyond the fact that it's made from dirt and 1, and it's called Blue's crown, despite it showing up as a crown in quite a few other kanji. I guess Blue's the most popular one. So on to the story we go. A fluorescent worm placed above the gravestone in the dirt shines a blue light like a crown of blue. Speaking of a blue crown, here's blue. The official radical of blue is itself. I'm blue, abba-dee, abba-die, abba-dee, abba-da. Cut. The parts are quite clearly Blue's crown and a moon. There are 8 strokes in blue. We start with the horizontal stroke on top, followed by the vertical staff stroke. We then draw the shorter horizontal stroke through the middle and finish it off with the longest horizontal stroke at the base. Remember to keep this scrunched up at the top of the kanji. We then draw moon down below, vertical stroke, followed by a stroke very similar to the 6th stroke in gate. Finally, we add the final 2 strokes within the moon. Historically, this kanji was built from the first kanji we learned today, life. Originally, that was used to indicate Blue's reading at the time, and the kanji for a water well was on the bottom instead of moon. Some sources state that both those parts were used to indicate readings, while others suggest that both indicated meaning, with well referencing a type of blue dye pulled from wells, and life indicating the color of young plants. By the way, this kanji is used for colors we call blue and some types of green in English. Now when you hear someone call a green traffic light blue, you won't be so confused, I hope. Anyway, the kanji was eventually simplified to be Blue's crown on top of yen, and more recently was further simplified to have a moon on the bottom, though I'm not sure if that is any simpler than yen. For our story, we'll say, the blue crown reflects a blue light off the moon. Instead of the sun, I guess. This reminds me of that old net anime, Red vs. Blue, for some reason. Probably because this next kanji means red. I think they still might be making that anime series now, but it doesn't really matter because the official radical of red is red, not blue. Which do you prefer, red or blue? Let us know in the comments. Technically, we can break red down into dirt or soil and fire. That bottom part might not look like fire, but technically, when it's connected to the bottom of a kanji and not just floating down below it, it can look like what we have here, for some reason. There are 7 strokes in red. We start with the first 3 strokes in dirt, horizontal, vertical, and longer horizontal line below. Be sure to keep this part in the upper half of the kanji. We then connect what looks like a no stroke to the bottom of dirt, just left of center. Next is a stroke that looks like a feathered broomstick part. Make sure to sweep that up at the bottom. We then draw 2 dots, first the one on the left, and then the one on the right. You could be forgiven for wanting to break this down into no, feathered broomstick, and 8, but we're not going to do that here. Historically, this was made from the parts big and fire, making it an ideograph for red, the color of big fires. Of course, big was a pictograph of a person, so these look a lot like a person who was lit on fire, which could also indicate red, I suppose. Anyway, this is technically why the parts are not what we indicated, dirt and fire, and red is instead its own radical nowadays. But for memorization purposes, the parts we chose will suffice, I think. For our memorization story, we'll go with the fire beneath the dirt is big and red. I guess hell or something? Before we go any further, I want to tell you about this kanji, which means before. And before you strangle me for punning too much, make sure to hit the like button. It really helps. Occupy your hands so that they don't come after me. The official radical of before is person's legs, which clearly stand out on the bottom of the kanji there. Get it? Stand? I'll show myself out. We can break it down further into a no radical, dirt, and person's legs though. There are 6 strokes in before. Before moving on to the official radical of person's legs, my power knows no bounds. Anyway, before moving on to the official radical of person's legs, we first draw the no stroke and immediately connect it to the first horizontal stroke in dirt. It's then vertical and longer horizontal stroke. Finally, we connect the person's legs beneath the dirt. The historical version of this kanji started out looking like a dancing Groot-like image. It then turns into a weird creature with squiggly legs and straight arms, or a squiggly-legged person balancing a trident on their head. Then they jumped shark during the Ming Dynasty with a maze or something. In reality, this was a combination of the kanji for foot on top and person on the bottom. The meaning was derived from the fact that the front of the foot, i.e. toes, are considered the front point of a person, which is another meaning for this kanji. Front, not toes. For our memorization story, we'll say, No stands by the grave in the dirt for sexy legs, thinking about the times before. Like, just before. They buried those legs quickly. Often this kanji is used for just before, so I wanted to mention this. Although it's also used in words like last week and last month, so I guess these legs could have been buried for quite a while. What would be the title of an 80s movie about cliff jumping? Probably Cliff Radical. This radical means cliff. Cliff Radical. You get it. Since this is not really a kanji, but just one of the official radicals, it has no official radical of its own. And it's clearly its only part. There are 2 strokes in cliff radical. We start with the top horizontal stroke, and then sweep down from the left of the cliff, curving out to the left a bit. Historically, this has always been a pictograph of a cliff. So our story will be too. The image of a cliff. Creative, I know. Speaking of cliffs, if you're ever near one, watch out for rolling stones. Rolling stones. This kanji means stone, and its official radical is also stone, though there is a reason we taught cliff before it. Technically, cliff is a part of this kanji, along with mouth. It may work better for some of you, though, to instead use one and a no radical as parts, so that you don't forget that the second stroke in cliff radical is in a bit of a weird spot. We start this kanji off with the first horizontal stroke on top, and then draw the no-like stroke starting just left of center. We then draw the mouth below that whole enclosure. Historically, this was a cliff radical and mouth. The mouth part, though, was apparently a pictograph of a large stone below or rolling down the cliff, which happens to be the story I made for this kanji as well, despite buying the dictionary I found this explanation in after writing the story. Again. I've already given it away, but our story for this one is pictograph of a stone that has come loose from the cliff and rolled down it. We're starting today's episode, which is threaded with tons of parts, by getting one of those parts out of the way. This is probably my favorite kanji part out there, just because it looks cool to me. It's the small thread radical. Apparently, this is a Kanken level 1 kanji, but you'll likely never see it used as one, so we're not going to worry about the fact that it's its own radical. It's also its only part. I think it looks unique enough that most of you won't have a problem remembering that. While many computer fonts make it look like there are 5 strokes in this kanji because of the lines poking out at each turn, there are actually only 3 strokes in small thread radical. We start with an L tipped to the right. It's similar to a hiragana ku, but the bottom line of the stroke is a bit shorter than ku. We then draw another L-like stroke connecting to this one, but with the cutback much sharper and sort of angled back up to the right a bit. Finally, we slash a dot along the end of the last stroke. Historically, this has always been a pictograph of twisted together thread, indicating a meaning of thread or tiny. Our story follows a similar thread. A pictograph of small, little, tangled threads coming out of the cocoon of a silkworm. As in, this shape looks kind of like a cocoon to me. And we'll see this part in kanji having to do with silk and whatnot, so that's kind of helpful. Speaking of silk threads, this is the actual kanji for thread. While it is its own official radical, we can easily break it down into the parts small thread radical and small. There are 6 strokes in thread, which follow the exact order of its parts. We start with the 3 strokes in small thread radical on top. We then draw small beneath it, vertical first, followed by the dot on the left and the dot on the right. One thing to be aware of here is that the small part in thread can be written with either a vertical staff stroke or with a feathered broomstick. Both are officially recognized as being correct writings of this kanji. Originally, this was the kanji for thread, which was simplified to just a single part for the Joyo kanji. Regardless, it was always a pictograph of silk thread twisted together. So for our story, the tangled threads are made into usable thread by spinning them around a small feather broomstick. If you personally prefer to write this with a staff stroke, which would be fine, you could instead imagine the threads spooled around a staff and 8 horse legs or something. You might be looking at this and thinking, again? But the discerning among you will notice the extra no-like stroke in there. If you're just noticing that now, you're late to the party, but still welcome. This part is the late radical. Because this is generally just a radical, we aren't covering an official radical for it. And we're going to consider it its only part, though you could arguably break it up into a no radical, fu part, and backwards no. We're not going to bother with that though. There are 3 strokes in the late radical. We start from the top of the no radical part on the top left. Then draw fu connected to that, and a backwards no, generally connected to the first no and cutting through the fu, sweeping out to the right a bit. Officially known as the winter top part, this radical is apparently a pictograph of grabbing someone's legs from behind or following behind someone. It can also mean to drag your feet, which is where we get our meaning of late from. For a memorization story, we're going with no got out their legs and are running to work because they are late. I've also seen an official explanation for this as dragging one's feet. Alright, let's keep this going, man. This radical looks a lot like the person on the left part, but with an extra nose stroke above it. And granted, the second line is longer than the top stroke in person on the left as well, which is why we're calling this one going man radical. Well, actually, it's because this radical usually imparts a meaning of moving or going somewhere to the kanji that it's in, and it looks like a person part. Anyway, since this is just a radical, we're not going to give it an official radical. And while it's fine to leave this as its only part, we're going to break it down into a no and person on the left. There are 3 strokes in the going man radical. We start with the no part on top and write another one right below it. Interestingly, these are not usually at the same angle, though it may look like that in computer fonts sometimes. The next one is usually at more of a downward angle. We then draw a vertical line from around the middle of the second stroke. Remember that the whole part should be to the left because this will usually be a part on the left of kanji. The earliest forms of this radical were pictographs of a road intersection. Eventually, just the left side of the crossing was used and it morphed into what it is today. It had the meaning of going somewhere by road or walking with small steps. So for our story, we're going with Ando-san leaving No way off behind in the breeze as he goes away. On a bus, apparently. Behind my comical appearance and newly discovered love of puns is a very serious man. But behind that is this kanji, which means behind. He shoots. He scores.
Nice.
Whatever. The official radical of behind is the going man radical. And we can break it down into all three of the parts we've learned so far today. Going man radical, small thread radical, and late radical. See? We've been heading right to this point in time for our entire lives. Or at least this video. There are 9 strokes in behind, which are broken up cleanly into the 3 parts I just mentioned, which each have 3 strokes. We start with the going man radical on the left. No stroke at more of an angle, and a vertical line. We then draw a small thread radical in the upper right quadrant of the kanji, though it does sneak to the left a bit over the center line. Finally, we draw the late radical below that, trying not to draw it down past the vertical line in going man radical. That will probably be the hardest part for most of you at first, and if you don't get it perfect right away, that's perfectly okay. I did not mean to rhyme that. Historically, we can clearly see the small thread radical part in the early versions of behind. In fact, the earliest versions appear to be just the thread with hints of the late radical on the bottom. Apparently, this may have been an ideograph representing tying someone's legs up so that they couldn't move forward and were left behind, so to speak. That meaning was further emphasized when the going man radical was added during the Western Zhou dynasty. Another explanation I found was that the thread part represented a little bit, with late representing dragging one's feet, and combined with this go, giving us a meaning of dragging one's feet and moving forward little by little, making one late. It's worth noting that this kanji is often used for meanings such as later or after as well. For the memorization story for behind, we're going with Ando-san was going in the race, but he was just a small thread late, so he was behind the winner. Technically, this is a kanji, but it's not one of the Joyo kanji, or kanji allowed to be used by news outlets and the government, so you likely won't be seeing it on its own. It's usually referred to in Japanese as the spirit overhang radical, as it is the overhanging part for the kanji for spirit, which we'll be learning later. It can also be used to add a meaning of steam or gases, so we're combining everything into spirit steam radical. It is its own official radical, but we can break it down into a no lying down part, 1, and a variation of fishhook 2, which we learned what seems like a decade ago. Well, I did learn it a decade ago, but I'm talking about in this series. There are 4 strokes in spirit steam radical. We start with the no lying down part, no stroke first, and then the horizontal line coming off it from around the middle or just above the middle. We then draw a 1 stroke enclosed below that. Sometimes it's within the area of the no lying down part, and in some writing styles and fonts it's a little below. Finally, we draw the fishhook 2 part in a single stroke, starting horizontal and then cutting down 90 degrees and slicing back up at the very tip. Though it appears that the true origins of this kanji are not actually known, the prominent explanation is that it's a pictograph or ideograph of the movement of steam, air, or spirit. When used in kanji, it often lends just such a meaning, so I guess that makes sense to me. For our story, we're going to get kind of groovy. Ghostbuster style, I guess? A salesman, who is also spirit gas, sells triple fluorescent worm beds. His hook for making sales is, it's like sleeping on spirit gas. We will also add a straight up pictographic story for those of you who don't want to get too crazy. Pictograph. The steam-like spirits float up into the air like steam and are blown away in the wind. You may be wondering why this X-like part is not just grass clippers. Well, even though the stroke order is the same, the second stroke in this kanji curves in the opposite direction, making this one look more like a katakana me than grass clippers. We're going to give it a meaning of X marks the spot, like on a treasure map. X marks the spot where the official radical for this kanji goes as well, because it's just a part these days. And it's also its only part. Another X. Thanks, Dan. There are two simple strokes in this kanji. As with most diagonal and curving strokes, we start with the one that starts on the right and pull it back. We then write the second stroke, but curving down, which is something we really haven't done much of until this point at least. Historically, this part is derived from the kanji for 5. 5 used to look a lot like an X, so another meaning for this part can be 5. For our story, we're going to make use of both meanings we've discussed. A treasure hunter sees No playing with a fluorescent worm off in the distance, and thinks he found the 5 trillion yen treasure. But it's actually No and a line, or a worm, and it has the meaning of 5. In the spirit of getting to the end of this very long lesson, since you're probably getting tired of all the parts, I'm not going to make another pun, because I already have. This kanji means spirit. You saw that one coming, I bet. The official radical of spirit is spirit steam radical, appropriately, and the parts are the ones we just learned. Spirit steam radical and X marks the spot /5. There are 6 strokes in spirit, despite it looking complicated enough to have more. We start with the spirit steam radical. No lying down, followed by a 1 just beneath, and this variation of fishhook 2. That whole thing overhangs our X marks the spot part. Historically, this kanji actually had the kanji for rice, which we'll learn later, inside the spirit steam radical. The spirit steam radical used to just indicate reading. The kanji as a whole had a meaning of to send food. Eventually, it was borrowed to mean steam or gases and spirit, which meant it no longer got its reading from the spirit steam radical, but instead its meaning. For the Joyo kanji, which are the only kanji that are allowed to be used in newspapers and government documents, the rice was replaced with X marks the spot. I'm not sure which I think looks cooler though. How about you? For our story, we're going with No buys 5 of the beds, hook, line, and sinker. Now he's a spirit. We're like 70 minutes down the rabbit hole of the Lesson 20 kanji video, and we've only learned 3 actual kanji. This JLPT N1 and Kanken level 5 kanji means whole, but we're learning it as a radical. Sorry. The whole kanji for whole is an official radical, but we'll break it down into the parts house roof and 8, which is usually 8 horse legs when it's a part. There are 5 strokes in whole. We start with the house roof on top, where it belongs. Chimney first, followed by the tiny vertical stroke on the left, and the single stroke that completes the roof. We then draw 8 beneath the roof, leg on the left and leg on the right, floating down beneath the roof. Historically, this kanji was a pictograph of a hobbit hole. Well, okay, this was before Tolkien's time, which, by the way, is all of the time after The Hobbit was written. It's just a pictograph of a cave or home made from a hole in the ground with a roof on top. It's a hobbit hole. For our story, we're going with the horse legs. To keep our horse leg collections safe, we put them in a hole and put a house roof over it. Because we're weird. That's why. You know what? You could just go with the hobbit hole. That's what I'd do. Wait, I can hear you saying, that's not a hole floating in the sky above that construction part. That's a roof over person's legs. And you're right, but you're also wrong, because this kanji means sky, and its official radical is hole. We'll break it down into hole and construction, though since we've already mentioned how the 8 becomes person's legs in this kanji, you may personally want to add that as a part. We'll be adding it into the story a bit as well. There are 8 strokes in sky. We start with the 5 strokes in hole, chimney, followed by the 2 strokes in house roof. Next comes person's legs. While in fonts these usually look like they're connected to the roof, perhaps due to space constraints, in writing they're often slightly separated from the roof, just hanging out underneath. Both parts need to be up in the top half of the kanji though, so that we have room to write construction down beneath. Historically, this kanji was given its meaning from the hole on top, which indicated a meaning of emptiness, and thus eventually sky. The construction I-beam on the bottom was apparently to indicate the reading back in the day. Here's our story for sky. Ready for this? The Earth is actually flat and lies at the bottom of a big empty hole, which is the sky. And down there we've constructed everything we have, including the silly story that the Earth isn't flat. Complete construction. Sexy Legs is the only one that actually knows this though, and that's why the legs in hole are different. The legs. They know. I hope you enjoyed that tall tale. The tale for this kanji is not quite so tall. Well, actually, it kind of is. Also, the kanji means tall. And the official radical of tall is tall. We can break it down into the parts pot lid, mouth, and overturned box we learned about way back in lesson 4. There are 10 strokes in tall. I'm not sure why, but despite looking a bit complicated, I've always found this kanji quite easy to write and remember. We start with the pot lid on top, followed by the mouth beneath. We then draw the 2 strokes in our overturned box enclosure. Before drawing the final mouth inside of it. The earliest form of tall brings us right back to the aliens who came down on tall rockets to bring us their knowledge of kanji. Later on, it more clearly becomes the image of a pagoda or tall building. This is the kanji the modern simplification was based on. I could easily imagine this old version looking just like a rocket or a tall building. Either fits, to be honest, and both are tall, so it's all good. For our story, we'll say that this is a pictograph of a tall Japanese-style building. Think pagoda, except this pagoda's top floor is just a pot lid on the head of a mouth living on the top floor, and the bottom floor is just an overturned box with another mouth living inside. But they're as tall as the expensive buildings around them. The ultimate bachelor pads. The signs are all pointing at us starting with a part today, though there are signs over here telling me that this is actually a Kanken level 8 and JLPT N1 kanji. Anyway, just a part for us today. It means street sign. Sorry, not sorry. Since it is also a kanji, it does have an official radical. 1, as in the kanji for one. We'll break it down into the parts 1 and feathered broomstick. There are 2 strokes in street sign. We start with the horizontal one on top, and then draw the feathered broomstick down beneath it from right around the center. Be sure to sweep the bottom tip of the stroke up to the left. Historically, this was apparently a pictograph of a nail viewed from above, and then eventually viewed from the side. It was later used as the 4th sign in the Chinese calendar, and is now mostly seen in the naming of various areas within a municipality. We got our name from this usage because many streets or area names in cities and towns start with a number and this kanji plus I to give us a counter. For example, sanchome. For our story, we're going with pictograph of a street sign, except the post is a feathered broomstick. If you've done the Anki deck on our website, this part may be throwing you for a loop because I just decided to add this as a part as I was making this video. I did this because after some further research, I found that the next kanji we're going to learn is very, very clearly based on this part or kanji. Yeah, it's a Joyo kanji too, though it's apparently not used on the JLPT. Anyway, I hope you approve of us just teaching it as a part because it means approve. It is a kanji, of course, so it has an official radical of mouth. But we can break it down into street sign and mouth. There are 5 strokes in approve. We start with the horizontal stroke on top and then draw the mouth beneath that. I kind of would have expected the feathered broomstick next, but that's not the case. After completing the mouth, we finish off by enclosing it on the right side with the feathered broomstick, or final stroke in street sign, but further off to the right than when it's in street sign. Historically, it appears that this kanji was always built from the parts we listed, street sign and mouth, with the street sign indicating reading and the mouth indicating meaning. The long and short of it is that the mouth indicated using one's mouth to express agreement or approval to do something. It's complete conjecture on my part, but combined with the history of street sign, I could totally imagine this meaning something like nailing down approval or agreement, being a verbal agreement. For our new story created just for this video, which I promise I'll add in the first update to the Anki deck, Mouth looks up at the new street sign and expresses that he approves it. I guess they named a street after him or something, and he needs to give his approval before they officially open the street. Yeah. What's this, you may ask? Well, I'll tell you what it is. It's our first kanji for today, that's what. It means, what? Like, as in the question. The interrogative what? Interrogative? Interrogative? I can't remember. The official radical of what is person on the left, and we can break it down into person on the left and approve. There are 7 strokes in what? We start with the no stroke and vertical line in person on the left, followed by the first horizontal stroke on top of approve. We then draw the mouth part in approve, just like we do in that actual kanji. And after finishing the mouth, we draw the final feathered broomstick part as well, off to the right. Keep in mind that the approve part is a bit thinner than usual because it's squeezed in on the right. The earliest form of this kanji was a pictograph of a person carrying some kind of baggage over their shoulder. Like the image of a kid running away from home with a cloth bag draped over the end of a stick on their shoulder. It indicated the meaning of carrying something on one's shoulder. From the Western Zhou dynasty and onward, it became person to indicate meaning, still of carrying something on one's shoulder, and an approve part to indicate the reading. The kanji as a whole was eventually borrowed for the interrogative, what? Interrogative? Interrogative? What? What? Because I enjoy the history, and I think they like it too. The aliens are asking why I bothered teaching this if it didn't really matter in the end. Let us know in the comments if you enjoy the historical parts of this video, and we'll see if we can prove the aliens wrong. Or myself wrong. What? I'm an optimistic realist. For our story, we're going with Ando-san is hiding behind a corner, watching to see what street sign Mouth turns at. I think Mouth is just looking at the street sign to approve it, though. We're talking a lot about streets today. Almost enough to make a town out of, which is what this kanji means. Town. I tried. The official radical of town is field, and with that field comes a street sign for parts. There are 7 strokes in town. We start with the slightly thinner than normal field on the left, vertical stroke, followed by its upside down L and inner vertical stroke. We finish the field off with its inner horizontal stroke and lower horizontal stroke, closing everything up. Finally, we draw a thinner than usual street sign on the right, horizontal one stroke starting a bit below the top of the field on the left. We then draw the feathered broomstick part down a little bit lower than the bottom of the field part, being sure to sweep it up to the left a bit at the end. Historically, this has seemingly always had the same parts, with the field indicating the meaning and the street sign indicating the reading. Though I've seen explanations suggesting that the street sign, which used to mean nail, could have been used to mean dividing up the field by hitting nails at the various points of division. The kanji as a whole originally meant the piled up dirt dividing rice fields that were used as roads. In Japan, it was eventually borrowed to mean town. This might seem weird to some, but one of the first things that stood out to me when I first arrived in Japan 12 years ago and was on the train from the airport was just how many rice and vegetable fields were scattered throughout towns, right next to people's houses. So I think using this kanji for town is reasonable enough. For our story, we're going with a town is made up of fields and streets important enough to need street signs. I debated on whether I wanted to keep this and the last kanji sort of separated out from each other or not. I always used to mix them up myself though, so I decided to put them together for this series to point out the differences right from the get-go, instead of sneaking it in later and hoping you don't mix them up then. This kanji means village. Villages are usually smaller than towns, with fewer people and more spread out dwellings. That may explain why the official radical for village is tree. Add small measurement to that, and we have the parts. There are 7 strokes in village. We start with the tree on the left, in the position that usually indicates meaning. Make sure to keep it thinner than usual, sweeping out the 3rd stroke, but keeping the 4th stroke short, so as to make room for the part on the right. The part on the right is, of course, small measurement. We draw the horizontal 1 stroke first, followed by the feathered broomstick-like stroke through it. We finish it off with the dot inside. Originally, this kanji was used for village, with the modern version being adopted much later. The historical version looks kinda like a dude on the right holding onto their giant greatsword on the left, ready to protect his village. Like Braveheart or something. Freedom! The modern version uses tree on the left for meaning, and small measurement on the right to get its Chinese reading of som. One explanation said that the tree indicates people living among the shade of trees, which you would expect in a small village, more than in a town. Our story follows along those lines as well. A village, as opposed to a town, is nestled in the trees with little plots measured out among them. So remember, more trees and space in village, with more street signs in town. Hopefully that will help a little. Hit the like button if it did, and hit the like button if it didn't. Sorry that in the middle of every lesson I have to give a call to action asking you to like and subscribe, because this video lives inside of YouTube and I have to follow the rules or it gets kicked out or something. Anyway, this kanji means middle, and sometimes inside, but we're going with middle. The official radical for this kanji is staff. I think that's a first actually. The parts are mouth and staff. To be fair though, a very flattened out mouth. There are 4 strokes in middle. We start with the mouth part. The first vertical line on the left should be a bit shorter than what you're used to when just drawing mouth. We then make the top of the upside down L stroke quite long, with the right side matching the first vertical stroke. We then close that mouth up and stick a staff straight through it. The historical versions of this kanji represented here were originally 2 different kanji, with the frilly one being a pictograph of a flagpole carried at the middle of an army going into battle, and thus meaning in the middle or center of things, while the circle one with the line through it indicated something passing through the inside of something else, thus indicating the meaning of inside, which is still another meaning of this kanji today. Eventually, they were combined, and then we got this unknown here, as in the Pokemon unknown. On a side note, maybe it's just me, but the earliest version of this kanji looks like a person with their hands waving over their heads, casting a spell on the person on the right or something. The person on the right is getting their arm shoved back by said spell. For our story, we've got a wise man's staff shoved right down the middle of a mouth. Oof. Poor little guy. You can see it inside of its mouth there. Even though I seem to be hopelessly infected with the pun bug, I could not come up with a pun for this kanji. I mean, it means insect. Could you come up with a pun for that one? Let me know in the comments. The official radical for insect is insect, but we can break it down into middle, a 1, and a dot. There are 6 strokes in insect. We start with the mouth part from middle and cut the staff right down through it. This is essentially a full-on middle kanji with parts added below. We then draw a 1 stroke attached to the bottom of middle, though angled up to the right even more than usual for a 1 stroke. Finally, we attach the dot to the right end of that 1 stroke, giving us our insect. Historically, this is technically divided into 2 different kanji, just like middle. One is just this, and it meant poisonous snake, specifically a pit viper. The other version is technically 3 of these put together, with the single one being an abbreviation. This one was used to more generally represent lots of small animals and reptiles, which included insects as well, I guess. For our story, we've got, this is apparently a pictograph of a poisonous snake. We're going to imagine a swarm of insects bursting from its mouth, its tail curled around beneath it like a worm, rattle on the end. Ugh. We're going to get going by going through this kanji that means go. The official radical of go is itself, go! But we can break it down into the parts going man radical, a 1, and street sign. There are 7 strokes in go, which follow the order of the parts. We begin with the 2 no radical-like strokes in going man radical, followed by the vertical line in that. Remember that the no strokes in going man radical do not need to be at exactly the same angle. The lower one is aimed slightly more down. Next, we write the first horizontal stroke on the right, followed by the 2 strokes in street sign below it. The horizontal stroke in street sign should be a little bit longer than the horizontal stroke above it. Also, be sure to sweep up the tip of the final stroke in street sign in towards the going man radical. Remember the history of going man radical? Well, the history of go is exactly the same history, except it has the half that was missing from the going man radical. In other words, this is and always has been a pictograph of a crossroads or 4-way intersection, except for the seal from China's Warring States period. That's a fish person or alien, but one from underwater, or Atlantis or something. I don't know. For our story, we're going with Ando-san is going to the street with the fluorescent worm on the street sign. All right, off to a good start and feeling good. Our second kanji means good. Technically, this is a JLPT N3 and Kanken level 7 kanji, but the entire thing is needed for our next very, very common kanji, so we decided to teach it here. Notice how it's just missing a drop on top? I debated for a while on teaching this as a separate part, but it only shows up as a radical in this kanji for N5. And being that the dot is the only difference, and even in Japanese it's often referred to as just the good radical, I decided to just bring it up here. The parts for this one are a drop and the good radical. The strokes in this kanji are a little weirder than most of the kanji we've done so far. The final 3 strokes in this one do show up from time to time though, so I recommend paying close attention to the order. We start with the drop on top, and then draw what looks a lot like a katakana yo beneath it in 3 strokes. Next, we close up the yo-like strokes with a single vertical stroke that goes past it and slice up the end towards the right, which is something we have not done a lot so far, so be careful with that. Next, we draw the small dot on the right, pulling it into the center, kind of like a small no. We then sweep out a backwards no stroke, often connected to the stroke before it. While no single theory has been firmly established about the history of good, some suggest that it's a pictograph or ideograph of grains being washed and picking out the good ones. Others suggest that it's the shape of a weighing scale or eating utensils. Regardless, all I see is Red from the original Pokemon games walking around with an upside-down chair in his head. Or maybe a crown? The L below him is just the corner of the Game Boy screen. What was your first Pokemon game? Let us know in the comments. For our story for good, we're going with... Apparently, this pictograph is modeled after a tool used to separate out grains. We'll call it the good machine. To use it, shove 1 grain into a sun-like hole. The not-so-good parts go down the back of the machine. The good bits go down the right path, and we add a drop of sugar to make it taste even better. Pretzels from America. Ugh, it's stale. This kanji means eat. Sorry. The official radical for eat is eat, though I'm sure you can already see the person roof and good underneath it. There are 9 strokes in eat, which follow exactly that order. We start with the 2 strokes in person roof. First the stroke on the left, and then the sweeping out one on the right. Keep this part up towards the top, obviously. Next we draw good. Start with the drop on top, and then draw what looks a lot like a katakana yo beneath it in 3 strokes. Next, close up the yo-like part with a vertical line that you slice up towards the right at the end. Next, draw the small dot on the right, pulling it towards the center, kind of like a small no, and sweep out a backwards no stroke connected to that. Historically, this was a pictograph of my first lava lamp. See? Lava lamp. With a perfect A for Andy above it. I suppose it could also signify that the aliens are onto me and taking aim with their rockets. In all seriousness, though, this was apparently a bowl of food with the A representing a lid. Though, I did read one explanation suggesting the A is a mouth, upside down and biting into the food below. If either of those help you memorize it, that's all that really matters. For our story, we eat the good grains pushed out by the good machine in a shop with an Ando-san roof. Hit the like button if you're hungry. Pause the video and go grab a snack. You have my permission. God, they really are stale. I've showered you with enough puns for today, so I'm just going to tell you that this kanji means rain. And that its official radical is rain. We can break rain down into a 1, an overturned box, a staff, and a drop. There are 8 strokes in rain. We start with the horizontal 1 on top and follow it up with the overturned box below it. While in computer fonts, this will often appear to be exactly as wide as the first horizontal stroke is long, in writing, this is generally quite a bit wider than the first horizontal stroke. Be sure to sweep it in towards the center at the end of the 3rd stroke. Next, we cut the staff through everything, from the bottom of the first horizontal stroke down through the box. This should stop right at the bottom of the overturned box, though in some types of calligraphy you may see it extend past. We then draw all 4 dots at the exact same angle, first the 2 on the left, then the 2 on the right, from top to bottom. This history for rain doesn't even really need an explanation, I don't think. It's a pictograph of rain, and a squid monster with many eyes. Probably the type of squid monster that causes rain. What? For our story, we're going with, We see an overturned box with a fluorescent worm placed above it. We poke the worm with our wise man's staff, and it begins to rain in the box. Because magic, you know. This worm with a giant head coming at us, like a flash of lightning, is actually the electric radical. Technically, it is a kanji, but it's not commonly used these days. Its official radical is field, with the parts being field and fishhook. There are 5 strokes in the electric radical. They're a bit different from field, so be careful with them. We actually draw what looks like a completed sun first, so maybe you'll want to use that as a part. Vertical stroke, upside down backwards L, then 2 horizontal strokes closing it off on the bottom. We then draw the fishhook right through it, with the curved end sticking out beyond the field part on the right. I couldn't find any good history for this one, beyond the fact that it's a part usually used in relation to electricity and lightning, and also that it's an actual kanji that is an alternative form of our next kanji. For our shocking story, we're going with a giant fishing hook placed across a field somehow creates electricity. But how? I think I'm supposed to ask you to subscribe here. In a shocking turn of events, I think I will not do that, and instead just tell you that this kanji means electricity. But you probably already knew that if you watched the last part in this video. On we go. The official radical for electricity is, surprisingly, to me at least, rain. And the parts are rain and electric radical. There are 13 strokes in electricity. When rain is written as a top part in a kanji, it's smushed together quite a bit. The strokes are all the same, except that the final stroke in overturned box does not get swept up towards the center. Instead, it just angles inward a little bit from the 90-degree downturn. The vertical staff also often cuts below the end of the overturned box in this part, with the drops peeking out on the bottom as well, at least in written form. For the electric radical part, the strokes are mostly the same as in the radical, except that the fishing hook stroke starts from within the field part. It does not stick out on top. The field part in general also looks even more like a sun part than a field when it's on the bottom like this, because it's so much more squished together. Historically, the parts have remained the same, with the rain and lightning below indicating electricity, or just lightning. This was also an alternative version of the last part we learned, the electric radical, which I've already said. They essentially mean the same thing, but this kanji is the one that is commonly used today. In the last story, we didn't know why the giant fishhook laid over a field created electricity. We get our answer here. During a rainstorm, the electric field radical collects and transmits electricity. I bet you're trying to divine what the first pun for today will be. I mean, the first kanji. Well, despite looking like the katakana to, this is a part that means fortune telling. Technically, it's also a Kanken level pre-1 kanji, so it has its own radical, which is itself. You probably didn't need to be a fortune teller to figure that one out, though. It's also its only part. There are 2 simple strokes in fortune telling. We start with the vertical stroke, and then angle down a single straight line from around or just above the middle of the first stroke. Historically, this has always been a pictograph of a burned cow bone or turtle shell used for divination and fortune telling back in the day. I kind of see a mark that you might find on a Viking rune, but honestly, same idea, so either way works. Beyond the rune I mentioned, I can also see this. Pictograph of a divination or fortune-telling rod. Now that this part of the kanji series is nearly over, maybe I can go outside once in a while for a change. Honestly, probably not, but this kanji means outside. The official radical for outside is evening, but we can break it down further into the parts evening and fortune-telling. There are 5 strokes in outside. We start with evening on the left, drawing the no stroke, followed by the fu part. We then draw the dot inside of it, making sure to not cut through the fu. Next, we draw the vertical stroke on the right side, making sure to stop short, not sweep down the bottom of the stroke. We then draw the final drop connected to this vertical stroke from around or just above the middle, on the right. Depending on the computer font, you may sometimes see the last stroke here cutting through the vertical stroke, but in general, it's gonna be just attached to it. The kanji outside can also mean things like to miss the mark, or to be different, or other. One explanation I read for the history of outside was that while fortune telling usually occurred during the day, this indicated doing it at night, thus the evening part, which was outside the norm, or different. Also, I imagine if they're burning cow bones, they do it outside. Another source stated the right side part in this kanji had nothing to do with fortune telling, but who knows. We are going to use it for our story though. The fortune tellers only go outside with their fortune telling rods in the evening, ideally before dark, because that's the most magical time. Winter is coming from the north. Well, it's already here actually. I'm glad I don't live further north, though. It's cold enough here in Nagano. Getting sidetracked, though. This kanji means north, and its official radical is spoon, for some reason. We can break it down into a one, staff, and spoon. There are 5 strokes in north. This one doesn't feel particularly nice for me to write for some reason, but it's not too hard when you get used to it. We start with the first little horizontal stroke and then cut down with our vertical staff stroke. While in many computer fonts the third stroke looks like it's attached to the staff stroke just below the middle, in most writing it actually starts from the left, cuts up, and attaches under the vertical stroke. We then draw the no-like stroke in spoon, and finally its fishhook stroke. Historically, this was a pictograph of 2 people with their backs turned to each other. Apparently, it had a meaning of to disobey or to run away. It was eventually borrowed to mean north. There are various explanations for this, but I suspect we don't really know the reason that this particular kanji was chosen. One explanation suggests that this was people looking towards the sun in the south and turning their back to the cold in the north, but that seems like a stretch to me. Kind of like how these 2 slender men are stretching down to touch their toes. For our story, we're going with a pictograph. It's 2 people at the North Pole sitting back to back because it's so damn cold. Let me know in the comments if you think this whole pun thing is going south. But after we learn this kanji that means south. The official radical for south is 10. And the parts are 10, an overturned box, and 8 horse-leg crown. There are 9 strokes in south. We start with the 10 on top, horizontal stroke followed by a much shorter than usual vertical stroke. We then draw the overturned box below the 10, with the second stroke often connecting to the vertical stroke in 10. Make sure to curve the tip of the final stroke in overturned box in towards the center of it. Next, we draw the 3 strokes in horse leg crown inside the overturned box. The legs of the crown should not go through the top of the box. Next, we draw another 10 below this, horizontal followed by vertical, usually connecting to the vertical stroke in the 8 horse leg crown above it. It's worth noting that you may see the final vertical stroke in this kanji either sweep down and outside the overturned box or stop cleanly before going through. Both are okay. The cardinal directions all seem to be a mystery when you dive into their history, and south is no slouch when it comes to this bout. One explanation suggested that this is a pictograph of a bell-like instrument hanging from a tree that was played by the people in the south, thus south. Others suggest it's some sort of item used in festivals, but that explanation offered no reason for its use as south. It appears that, regardless, it was eventually borrowed to mean south, for some reason. I think it's a giant building with a lightning rod or perhaps an antenna on top. because the people from the previous civilization that was destroyed, who returned as aliens to educate the Chinese of the time, needed a building that reminded them of home, or for picking up messages from their friends educating other leftover peoples from that old catastrophe. No. Hey, thanks for stopping by for the final lesson in this part of the series. Huh? You don't care about that? Oh. I'm giving away too much information. I have to do the memory eraser thing again? Fine. You know the drill. Well, no, actually, I guess you don't. For our story, we're going with, we used our fluorescent +10 staff to find the South Pole. There, we found an overturned box, and in it, an upside-down horse on another +10 staff. In the Wild West of you know what? No. This one just means west. And it is its own official radical. We can break it down into the parts 1, a mouth, and person's legs, though. There are 6 strokes in west. We start with the horizontal one on top, and then we start to draw the mouth part, but do not complete it. We only draw the first 2 strokes, the vertical and backwards upside down L. We then draw the person's legs part, starting from below the first horizontal 1 stroke and cutting down into the mouth below. In some fonts, the right leg will curve up before hitting the right side of the mouth, but in writing, it's often written straight into the right side of the mouth. Anyway, we then close the mouth up below the legs. The historical consensus on this character is that it was originally a pictograph of a bird's nest. Eventually, it was borrowed to mean west. One explanation that I liked suggested that this is because birds return to their nests as the sun sets in the west. Yes. Let's be real though, this is the Gomu Gomu seed that Luffy ate to get his rubber powers. Thus, the One Piece must be in the west. Let's end that series once and for all. He's gonna find the One Piece. For our non-One Piece related story, we're gonna say that Mouth wants to eat fluorescent worms and sexy legs. Apparently. Someone along the road points it, as in mouth, to the west. This is the direction that Luffy is coming from as he heads west to get the One Piece. Sorry, spoilers. This kanji means east. The official radical of east is tree, and we can break it up into a tree and sun. There are 8 strokes in east. We start with the first horizontal stroke in tree, but before drawing the rest of it, we first draw the entire sun beneath it. After completing the sun, we then draw the vertical stroke in tree down through everything, and pull the branches down from beneath the sun. First the one on the left, and then the one on the right. The earliest version of East is one of the other devil fruits Luffy eats. Or someone ate. I don't know. I haven't caught up on One Piece yet. There's too many episodes. The latest historical version of this kanji is the giant octopus people from the East. In reality, this was apparently a pictograph of a stick being stuck through 2 ends of some kind of bag, and it was borrowed for East much later. Sounds to me like all the cardinal directions were picked at random when the choosers decided all the kanji and realized they'd forgotten to pick ones for the compass. Poor cardinal directions. Our story's an easy one. The sun rises through the trees to the east. This has been one long lesson and one long series. The last kanji in this long meanings in writing series is long. So long for now. Well, no, wait. We need to cover the rest of long, whose official radical is long. We're also going to sadly say that it is its only part. I want to tell you that the first vertical stroke goes all the way to the bottom of the square and is exactly the same one as the one in good and eat, but it's not. We first draw a vertical stroke halfway down the kanji. Then we draw the 4 horizontal lines. The second and third line should be shorter than the first. And the fourth horizontal line should be the longest, starting to the left of our first vertical line and going out past where the first horizontal line ends. We then draw a vertical stroke starting right below where the first vertical stroke ended and slice it up to the right, all in a single stroke. Here, just like in Good and Eat. We then pull back the no-like stroke on the right, and the backwards no stroke sweeps out to the right, connected to the line above and the no-like drop. Also just like in Good and Eat. The earliest version of this kanji is probably one of the least well-defined ones we've seen to date, with its thin, broken lines. I can definitely see a thin wizard with a giant wizard hat and a cane or umbrella held out in front of him for balance. The second one is a demon he accidentally summoned, holding him in the air, with whatever he was holding in the last frame dropped on the ground. And the final frame is a close-up of that demon flexing. Yes, I did make that all up, but apparently I'm not too far off. Except it's not a wizard's hat, it's a really long, wild hairdo. Apparently on an old person. Okay, I'm quite a ways off, but still. Since the lower half of this kanji is a lot like Good, we're going to use it in the story. Remember our long conveyor belts from Good? Well, this kanji shows combs for long hair going down long conveyor belts. Because the top of the kanji looks like a comb, obviously. Congratulations on making it this far. Do you feel like you're getting a better grasp of how kanji are built? Well, it's time to take a break from building blocks and learn how to actually read the kanji when they're used to represent words. While some Japanese words do only have one kanji, many have 2 or more, and some are a combination of kanji and hiragana. The kanji themselves are often read differently based on the type of word that they're in. It can be useful to think of kanji as representing the word in general instead of being read like A, B, C, or D. But that's up to you. So anyway, we'll be learning 230 words along with the kanji that represent them to help you get past this somewhat annoying hurdle. Let's get into it. 今日は何の日?
魚の日です。
これは何?
これは月です。
おー。
魚は水にいる。
あ。あ、火がある。これは何？
それは木ですよ。
何の木？
お金の木です。
お金を土に。At the end of this video, you'll be able to fill in the blanks on this worksheet with the kanji for each word. This means, of course, that you'll also be able to read those words when you see them in kanji. 今日は何の日?
魚の日です。
Were you able to guess what the word hi means? If so, can you guess what the kanji might be? If you're expecting Japanese to be all sunny days and roses, you might be in for some disappointment. But when you run into a word that uses just a single kanji and nothing else, and means exactly what you expect, well, that's bound to be one of those sunny days, which is what this single kanji word means. Day. And it uses the kanji we learned as sun. Sometimes this word is also used to mean sun. Many people are in a rush, and thus they avoid writing at all costs. But multiple studies show that writing new words you learn is extremely effective at facilitating memorization. Write along with Yuki here, or pause the video and use the diagram on the left and practice writing the word. By the way, I also recommend writing down words when the kanji in them are read in ways you haven't encountered yet.
今日は何の日? 今日は何の日? 魚の日です。 魚の日です。
The word sakana is connected to our new word hi with the connecting particle no. That turns it into a complex noun that means fish day. You can often translate Japanese from right to left. If you do that with this construction, you get literally day of fish. We then add desu, which means it is, to the end of the sentence. Stories are a great way to remember words that you find difficult to remember. This is an easy word, so you might not need a story, but just in case you do, here's an example of one you might make, utilizing the same character we used to learn the meaning of this kanji back in the meanings and writing series. This is the sun. He takes one day to float across the sky. So he uses the kanji sun and means day, and sometimes sun. これは何?
これは月です。
Oh. There are many keys to learning Japanese, but I always say there are two keys to kanji. The first is learning the meanings and writing. If that's the first key, then the second key is learning how to actually read them. The perfect pair, like the sun and moon. This single word, read as tsuki, means moon. And it uses the kanji for moon too.
これは月です。これは月です。
Our main sentence for this kanji is
これは月です。
kore means this and is our topic of discussion, since it's marked by the wa particle, this thing here. Tsuki means moon, and des means it is. So, as for this, it's the moon. The two keys for remembering tsuki are that it's 1, a sunny mouth guy, and 2, he's floating around in the dark in a glowing gown pretending to be the moon. So, tsuki uses the kanji moon and means moon. Ah, higaru. Did you notice what he was looking at? If you didn't say fire, then what were you looking at? We learned this kanji as fire, and the word he also means fire, in the general sense.
あ、火がある。あ、火がある。
Ah is just the sound of surprise. He means fire. Ga marks fire as the subject of the sentence. Aru means to exist or exists. So, a fire exists or there is a fire. He's on fire! That's it. That's literally it. So, he uses the kanji fire and means fire. You might be frustrated that we've already learned two words with the exact same reading and different kanji, but that's Japanese for you. And it's honestly why kanji makes life easier, and one reason why Japan will likely never stop using them.
魚は水にいる。
Mizu? Mizu. Let me try that again. Mizu. Yep, the word means water, and the kanji means water too. Easy peasy mizu.
魚は水にいる。魚は水にいる。
Sakana again means fish. Wa marks it as the new topic of discussion. What about fish? Mizu, water. Ni marks the target of the verb in the sentence. Iru exists for animate objects. So, as for fish, exists in water. Or in prettier English, fish are in the water. Mizu. This isn't the zoo, although I could see me in a zoo looking at whatever this is. So, mizu uses the kanji water and means water. これは何?
それは木ですよ。
12 years ago, when I was teaching English, a 67-year-old student told me Japanese is easy. Why? I asked. She said, because the kanji for tree looks like a tree, and the word ki, which means tree, sounds like tree. I think that's a bit of a stretch, but I keep remembering ki means tree and uses the kanji for tree, so I guess it worked. By the way, it can also mean wood.
それは木ですよ。それは木ですよ。
それ. That wa marks that as the topic of discussion. Ki means tree, and desu means it is. Yo marks the whole sentence as new information for the listener. So it's something like, that's a tree, man. Oh look, a key, and another key. I am the keeper of the keys. Trees. So ki uses the kanji tree and means tree, or sometimes wood. 何の木?
お金の木です。
This word can actually be used without the o. The o makes it more polite though because it's sort of a dirty word. Did you figure it out yet? The kanji means gold or metal. In this word, the kanji's meaning is never quite abandoned. It means money.
お金の木です。お金の木です。
Okane, of course, means money. It's connected with ki to make a complex noun that means money tree. Des means it is, and we get it's a money tree. This isn't going to be super helpful for this word. Share a story you made up to remember okane down in the comments. So, okane uses the kanji gold and means money. お金を土に. 2 lines above the ground level gives us a cheesy way to remember that tsuchi means dirt or soil.
お金を土に。お金を土に。
Without context, this sentence doesn't really mean much, but that's how language works. It's always in context. The context here is you see me putting the money bag into the dirt. So, okane, money. The o particle marks money as the thing a verb will be done to. Tsuchi, dirt or soil. Ni marks soil as the target of the verb, but there is no verb. It's clearly implied that we mean put in though, but we haven't learned put in yet, so that's convenient. It would also be fine to actually say something like this in such a situation without worrying about the verb, because it's obvious from context. 2 flowers above the soil line, and we get a cheesy way to remember tsuchi. The actual kanji with 2 lines making a cross above the dirt is even cheesier. Easier? Cheesier? Both? So, tsuchi uses the kanji dirt or soil and means dirt or soil.
今日何をしますか？
曜日は何ですか？
曜日は何ですかじゃないですよ。何曜日です。
そうですか。何曜日ですか？
日曜日ですよ。
イエーイ！テレビを見ます。
今日は月曜日ですよ。
仕事の日ですね。
火曜日ですよ。何の日？
今日も仕事の日ですよ。
今日は水曜日です。何の日？
水の日です。
仕事ですか？
はい。水曜日も仕事です。
木曜日も仕事ですか？
木の日です。
やったー！仕事じゃないです。
いいえ、仕事ですよ。今日は金曜日です。お金の日です。
やったー！
今日も仕事ですよ。
今日は土曜日です。何の仕事をしますか？
今日は仕事じゃないです。魚の日ですよ。やったー！Chances are you've heard the expression, "Nani?"
お前はもう死んでいる。何？
and know that it means what? It can be used in pretty much any situation you'd use what in English in as well. It's just this single kanji. Sometimes this single kanji will be read as nan, though. Don't worry about memorizing it right now, but before counters, the no particle, the quotation to particle, no, de, to, and da des, you'll read this as nan. In pretty much all other situations, it's nani.
今日何をしますか？今日何をしますか？
We start our sentence with kyo, which means today. It can float all on its own when we're talking about it. We immediately have our word nani marked by the o particle, which marks the object of the verb. The verb is shimasu, which is the polite present future tense of suru, which means do. That's followed by the ka question marker. So we get question. Do what today? Beautiful English. More eloquently, what will we do today? Nani? What is Ando-san doing? Actually, I've got a better story. Princess Leia comes up to Obi-Wan Kenobi, who is deep in thought. He asks her if she's the new nanny. Nani? Says Leia. So, nani, nang, uses the kanji what and means what? 曜日は何ですか？
曜日は何ですか？じゃないですよ。
Yo, B! Nani?
Yo, B.
Nani?
Yo, B. Yo, B.
I'm sorry. Yobi is not used very often as a standalone word, but we need it for all the following words in this video. It uses a kanji that means weekday, which we'll learn in N4, so we'll just use the hiragana for that part now, and it also uses the kanji for sun. With that wealth of data, I'm sure you've figured out that this means day of the week.
曜日は何ですか？曜日は何ですか？
Our main sentence is a weird one because I haven't taught our next word yet, which is actually needed to ask this question properly. I say yobi, day of the week, and mark it with the topic particle, making it our new topic of discussion. I then ask nan desu ka? What is it? Remember, nani before des is nan. And then we have the question marker. So, question, day of the week is this what? Yuki then proceeds to tell me that this is not how you ask that question. The ancient Jedi known as Obi-Wan Kenobi is always asking Princess Leia what day of the week it is. So, Yobi uses a kanji we won't learn for a while and sun and means day of the week.
曜日は何ですかじゃないですよ。何曜日です。
そうですか。何曜日ですか? Check that out. A combination of the two words we already learned. If we just combine those meanings too, we get what day of the week. And that's exactly what this means.
何曜日です。何曜日です。
Fortunately, Yuki doesn't just leave us hanging. Instead, she gives us the correct word for what day of the week. And then we get our main sentence. I respond, そうですか, which is a phrase that means I see or is that so? And then I repeat my question from the last section with the new correct word. 何曜日? What day of the week? ですか? Is it? What day of the week is Obi-Wan Kenobi's favorite? 何曜日, of course. So, 何曜日 uses the kanji what, one we haven't learned yet, and sun, and means what day of the week. そうですか。何曜日ですか?
日曜日ですよ。
イエーイ! テレビを見ます。日曜日. Yes, we are just adding kanji to yobi. Yes, we're going to add all of the kanji we've learned so far to yobi. And yes, you're going to enjoy it. Well, okay. I guess that's up to you. Or is it up to me? Anyway, if we break the kanji down here, we have sun, day of the week. And if you think that means Sunday, well, then you're correct.
日曜日ですよ。日曜日ですよ。
The main sentence is simple. It's just 日曜日 followed by ですよ. Des being it is and the ending yo particle marking new information with friendly emphasis. I shout yay and say we'll watch TV. On Sunday, Obi-Wan Kenobi likes to read Nichi because he's always depressed and nihilistic, even on sunny Sundays, due to the following day being Monday. I can understand that. So, 日曜日 uses the kanji sun and sun again and conveniently means Sunday.
今日は月曜日ですよ。
仕事の日ですね。We continue right down the line with our days of the week. This time, it's the day of the moon, just like in English, Moon Day. Except in Japanese, it's 月曜日 with the kanji for moon and yobi.
今日は月曜日ですよ。今日は月曜日ですよ。
Our main sentence is pretty much the same as our last sentence, except the topic of discussion this time is 今日. We mark that new topic with the topic marker, は, as for today, and then we have 月曜日, Monday, ですよ, it is, you know? And then I go ahead and ruin Yuki's day by letting her know that it's a work day. Monday Yobi-Wan Kenobi always gets the blues. He gets the blues hard. The blues gets Yobi-Wan Kenobi. He also gets the blues. So, 月曜日 uses the kanji moon and sun and means Monday.
火曜日ですよ。何の日？
今日も仕事の日ですよ。Our next day of the week is the day of fire. Interestingly, the kanji for fire can also be used for Mars, which is exactly the planet that Tuesday is based on. The fire kanji is read as ka, and we get 火曜日.
火曜日ですよ。火曜日ですよ。
Our main sentence is Yuki telling us what day it is. 火曜日ですよ. I don't think we even need to break that one down, since we've already had it a few times. Next, she asks, 何の日? Nan, of course, being what, and hi being day. You might be tempted to think that this means, what day is it? Even though she just told us the day of the week. But nan no can actually mean what type or what kind of. So what she's really asking is, what kind of day is it? Of course, 火曜日 is also a work day. Tuesday is car day for Yobi-Wan Kenobi. He always works on his car. Kaboom! So, 火曜日 uses the kanji fire and sun and means Tuesday.
今日は水曜日です。何の日？
水の日です。
仕事ですか？
はい。水曜日も仕事です。We're swishing and sweeping right through the days. If you've been counting, you know that our next word is going to be Wednesday. And Wednesday is Water Day. Technically, in English, it's based on Mercury. And in Japanese, it is too. The kanji water, along with another tougher one that means silver, is used for the planet Mercury. It's read as sui, water that is. So we get suiyobi.
今日は水曜日です。今日は水曜日です。
Finally, we get a new pattern. I answer, はい, which is like affirmative or yes in response to a yes or no question. I say, 水曜日も. Mo marks the noun as an in addition noun. It's like also or to. So Wednesday also, 仕事, work, です. It is. Wednesday also work it is.
No different, only different in your mind. You must unlearn what you have learned.
Thanks, Yoda. Unyotified, Wednesday is also work. Wednesday is Sweets Day for Yobi-Wan Kenobi. He eats all the sweets, Yobi-Wan Kenobi. So, 水曜日 uses the kanji water and sun and means Wednesday.
木曜日も仕事ですか？
木の日です。
やったー！仕事じゃないです。
いいえ、仕事ですよ。Both English and Japanese base the name of Thursday on Jupiter. Japanese may look like it's basing the day on a tree, but the tree kanji is also used for the planet Jupiter. So you learn something new. Tree here is read moku, and we get mokuyoubi.
木曜日も仕事ですか？木曜日も仕事ですか？
Similar to our last sentence, we have mokuyoubi mo. Thursday also, ... Shigoto desu ka? Is it work? As a question. I answer that it's tree day. Yuki gets excited because she thinks it's not work. But it is work. It's always work. Mokuyoubi is Obi-Wan Kenobi's day for being a mock tree. I don't know why. Maybe he's avoiding work by doing mock work. Mock Obi-Wan Kenobi. So, mokuyoubi uses the kanji tree and day and means Thursday. 今日は金曜日です。お金の日です。
やったー！
今日も仕事ですよ。Friday is Venus Day, and the kanji for gold is also used for the planet Venus. It's read as kin, and we get kinyoubi.
今日は金曜日です。今日は金曜日です。
Our very easy sentence just tells us that today is Friday. I then say how it's Money Day, or the day for money. Yuki gets excited and shouts, "Yay!" But then I give her the bad news. Today is also a work day, man. All Obi-Wan Kenobi's kin come over on Kinyoubi, because it's Friday night, and that's when the kin come out. The kin of Obi-Wan Kenobi. So, Kinyoubi uses the kanji gold and sun and means Friday.
今日は土曜日です。何の仕事をしますか？
今日は仕事じゃないです。魚の日ですよ。やったー! Saturday is Saturn Day. The word for Saturn in Japanese is dosei, dirt or soil star. That do works for Saturday too. 土曜日。
今日は土曜日です。今日は土曜日です。
Yuki's finally getting the hang of this work thing. Just in time for it to not be a work day. The first sentence simply sets the topic to kyo, with kyo wa meaning as for today. And then she says, it's Saturday. 土曜日です。何の仕事? What type of work? That's marked by the object marker o, which makes what type of work the object of the verb shimasu, will do. And that's all marked by the question marker ka. So we get question. What type of work will do? I give her the good news. Today is not a work day. It's a fish day. 土曜日 is a day for making dough. At least for Do Obi-Wan Kenobi. So, 土曜日 uses the kanji dirt, soil, and sun, and means Saturday.
Hai, どうぞ。
1、
はい、これ。
2、
はい、これも。
3、
どうぞどうぞ。
4、
ここに。
5、
どうぞ。
6、
はい、
7、
忙しい忙しい。
8、
これもどうですか？
はい、ありがとうございます。9、
やったー。はい、帰る。
10、
はい、どうぞ。
1. If there's one thing you'll need to accept when learning kanji, it's that sometimes there will be no trick or easy way to memorize how to read some words. Sometimes you'll just have to get used to them over time. Fortunately, this is the number 1. And also, it's the first kanji used in the name of the famous baseball player Ichiro, who some considered to be the number 1 MLB baseball player from Japan, until recently. There are different ways to use and say numbers in Japanese, but when counting, we use ichi for the number 1.
1 1
When handing or giving things to someone, people will often say "hai," which is a little funny considering you probably learned it as affirmative or yes for a yes-no question. Yuki says that, and then here you are. And I start counting because this is a habit of hers and I know there's more coming. Ichi. This is an ichi worm. Or maybe it's an itchy worm. Regardless, there's only one. So, ichi uses the kanji 1 and means 1.
はい、これ。
2. Ichi, ni. You know how you have 2 knees? Well, ni means 2.
2 2
There's that "hai" again, followed by this. And then she runs off, and I count our second fish. Ni. Worms don't have knees, but you have 2 knees, and 2 means ni. So, ni uses the kanji 2 and means 2.
はい、これも。
3 1 2 3 3 worms in the sand. 1 2 3 Santa is the man. I don't know, man. 3 means 3. Don't look at me.
3 3
Yuki gives me this too, and I count to 3. Our 3 worms are from San Jose. As in, there are 3 of them, and they're all called Jose. So, 3 uses the kanji 3 and means 3.
どうぞどうぞ。
4 1 2 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yuki said 4 is yon, but she also said it's shi. So which one is it? Well, it can be both. Which do you prefer? Yon or shi? Yon. Did you yawn 4 times now? She did.
4 4
Here you are, she says, and I count to yon. These 4 mouth guys tried to claim that she climbed into their mouths when they yawned. So yon uses the kanji 4 and means 4.
ここに
5 1 2 3 4 Go, go, go! Go to Five Guys. I've never gone, but you must go to Five Guys because 5 is go. And I'm hungry. So bring me something.
5 5
Yuki says here, marked with the ni particle, implying she's putting something there. And she most certainly does. I count to go. I tell these 2 worms to use some pieces to make a 5, but they're slow, so I'm shouting, go, go, go! So go uses the kanji 5 and means 5. Make sure to go and hit the like button because YouTube says it helps.
どうぞ
6 1 2 3 4 5 6 Rock, the music of 666 and the Rolling Stones, who once said that they have sympathy for the devil and that they can't get no satisfaction. That's rock. 6 6
6 6
It's simple. She gives me a fish, I count to 6. I mean, 6. I don't know what these 6 horses are doing. But did you know that the remote control for Roku only has 6 buttons? Nah, I'm just kidding. But I bet you checked if you have one. So, Roku uses the kanji 6 and means 6.
はい
7 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 7 Just like 4, there are 2 ways to read 7 in Japanese. Nana and 7. And just like 4, beyond some rare situations, it's usually up to the speaker which one they want to use.
7 7
Nothing to see here. She gives me fish. I say nana. When I was 7, my nana took me fishing. She used cheese instead of worms and caught 7 fish. This is me and my worm catching nothing. So, nana, 7, uses the kanji 7 and means 7.
忙しい忙しい
8 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 I got it. You may have said ha 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 when you learned that my grandma used cheese to fish, but you won't be haing at the cheese when you see she caught hachi the next time we went out. That's 8. 8. 8 fish.
8 8
Yuki shouts, "I'm busy, busy!" And I just count to hachi because I see busyness in my future as well. But also lots of money. We're going to call this horse with legs that looks like the kanji 8, hachi, just like the famous dog in Shibuya. Except in this story, it's 8 horses waiting for their master at the train station instead of a dog. So, hachi uses the kanji 8 and means 8. Simple.
これもどうですか？
はい、ありがとうございます。9 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 This doesn't look like the letter Q, but there are 9 people in the queue at the konbini with the cute clerk. By the way, often when Q comes before things like o'clock or ji in Japanese, it's read as ku, just like this, kuji, because Japanese can be weird like that.
9 9
Yuki says, "This too. How about it?" And I respond with, "Hai, sure. Arigatou gozaimasu. Thank you very much." And then I count to Q. Now there are 9 worms in line to go fishing with worms. I guess they aren't worms, are they? They're those no guys we learned about in the first part of this series. So Q uses the kanji 9 and means 9.
やったー。はい、帰る。
10 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 We finally made it to the juiciest number, 10. We made it all the way to 10.
10 10
Yuki shouts, "Yay!" and then says, "Okay, I'll go home." I bow and count to 10. You see that jewel in the head of the staff? Well, that gives you plus 10 to language learning power. I want that staff. So 10 uses the kanji 10 and means 10. ねえねえ、何月が好き？
私は4月が好き。
僕は9月が好き。ねえねえ、11時は忙しい
？11時は忙しい。12時は忙しくない。
じゃあ、12時にカフェに行かない？
行く。いらっしゃいませ。11月にこのカフェが開きました。12月はこのコーヒーがあります。どうぞ。
ありがとうございます。いただきます。ねえねえ、何月が好き？
私は4月が好き。
She has guts saying that her favorite month is April. Not for any particular reason or anything, it just seemed to fit. She means 4, which we already learned, and gatsu uses the kanji moon but means month here. That makes sense because months are generally based around the moon in the English-speaking world as well. Combined, this gives us the fourth month, known as 4月 or April. We usually don't say 4月.
私は4月が好き。私は4月が好き。
Usually I wouldn't break down anything but the main sentence here, but there are some interesting things going on in my question. I say, ねえねえ, which is a common way of getting a friend or family member's attention. We could translate it as something like, hey, hey, although we probably wouldn't do that in English. We learned nani nam in lesson 2, and we're gonna see moon a bunch today. It means month, so that whole thing, nangatsu, means what month. That's marked with the subject marker, making what month the subject of suki, which means fond of or like. This whole thing is a casual question, so my intonation rises at the end, similar to a question in English. In the main sentence, Yuki answers with watashi, which means I, and marks herself with the topic particle wa, giving us as for me. 4月, our word, ga, so she makes it the subject, and suki, like or fond of. So something like, as for me, April like. And since she's not Yoda, we go with I like April. Not because Yoda doesn't like it. You know what, you get it. The four mouths eat sexy legs girl. Did you know her name is April? When she becomes one with their guts, they combine into the moon, changing slowly over 1 month. Sorry, did I mention that this video is rated 18+? So, 4月 uses the kanji 4 and moon and means April. 僕は9月が好き. 9 is the biggest brother of the single digits, which of course makes it the cool one. That means the cool gatsu or month is definitely 9月. By the way, the 9th month is September, in case you can't count. September is always 9月, not 9月, because Japanese is fun like that. You might wonder why we skipped all of the months except for April and September. Well, that's because this series is not meant to teach you all of the vocabulary that you need to pass the JLPT N5, but instead all the ways you can read the different kanji that will be necessary to pass the JLPT N5, or the actual kanji tests that natives take, the Kanken level 10. April and September use alternate readings, shi and ku, instead of yon and kyu, for the months, so we needed to point that out. We learned how to read the other numbers in the last lesson, so you can just use those for the rest of the months. We didn't learn 11 and 12 in the last lesson though, so we'll be doing those in this lesson as well. The other months, you can just use the numbers from the last lesson, as I mentioned, or you can learn them in your own vocabulary study, or by using the vocabulary flashcard decks available to members on ToKiniHandy.com.
ふーん、僕は9月が好き。ふーん、僕は9月が好き。
I respond to Yuki saying that her favorite month is 4月 with a ふーん, which essentially means the same as huh or Is that so? I then answer with my own favorite month. 僕は, as for me, with 僕 being a masculine I, 9月, September, が, subject marker, 好き, like. As for me, September like. In September, a maximum of 9 friends can fish together, but only if they're cool, and only when the gatsu moon is out. So, 9月 uses the kanji 9 and moon and means September. ねえねえ、11時は忙しい? We've already learned both the words 10 and 1. Combined, you get 10-1. which in English is 11. I promise we'll do things other than just numbers in the next lesson.
ねえねえ、11時は忙しい？
I've already mentioned how ne ne is frequently used to grab someone's attention or let them know that you're about to tell them something. We have our number 11 followed immediately by ji. A ji preceded by a number means o'clock, which means that 11時 means 11 o'clock. That's marked by the topic particle, meaning that this is a new topic of discussion I'm bringing up. I then ask, 忙しい? ? Busy? Literally, hey, hey. As for 11 o'clock, busy? If we were to Englishify this, we'd get, hey, hey. Are you busy at 11? Probably just with one hey, though. If you put the plus ju staff next to an itchy worm, it looks a lot like 11. If you turn the worm on its tail. So, 11 uses the kanji 10 and 1 and means 11.
11時は忙しい。12時は忙しくない。
じゃあ、12時にカフェに行かない？
行く。
We've learned ju and we've learned ni, too. If 11 is 10-1, then 12 must be 10-2, which of course combines to mean 12.
じゃあ、12時にカフェに行かない？じゃあ、12時にカフェに行かない？
Yuki shows some hesitation and says she's busy at 11. But then she says she's not busy at 12. Our main sentence is じゃあ, which means well then. 12時, which you should have already guessed means 12 o'clock, and that's marked by ni, making it the target of whatever is coming next. As I like to think of ni as the target marker. What is 12時 the target of? Cafe. Cafe. Ni. So cafe is also a target. Ikanai. Ikanai is the negative of iku, which means will go or to go. So in this case, won't go? ? Our literal translation becomes, well then, 12 o'clock, target, cafe, target, won't go? Negative questions can be used as an invitation or a slightly politer version of a question. Ikanai is politer than iku. It's also essentially an invitation to go. Well then, won't you go to a cafe at 12? With me implied. Yuki then answers, yeah, I will go, with some enthusiasm. I think. You probably don't need a story for this one, but if you made one, please share it in the comments so that other people can learn from it. So, 12 uses the kanji 10 and 2 and means 12.
いらっしゃいませ。11月にこのカフェが開きました。
You've got the number 11 down pat, right? And we've also learned that the kanji moon connected to a number is read as gatsu and means month. So it's pretty obvious that this word, 11月, means the 11th month, also known as November.
11月にこのカフェが開きました。11月にこのカフェが開きました。
You can get access to the worksheet in this video and other worksheets as well if you're a member of ToKiniAndy.com. You'll find an Anki deck that The shop manager greets us with a greeting you will definitely hear if you ever walk into any shop in Japan. That is, いらっしゃいませ. It essentially means welcome or come on in, and it's very polite. There's no need to respond to it. Then we sit down and the shop manager gives us our sentence for this word. 11月 November に So November is the target of what comes next. この cafe, this cafe. Ga, so this cafe is the subject, which the coming verb will apply to. Akimashita, open. So November, target, this cafe, opened. Or I opened this cafe in November, maybe. Our 11 staff and worm combo give us an 11 next to our flying moon mouth guy, whose guts now have those legs as a permanent fixture from 4月. So 11月 uses the kanji 10, 1, and moon, and means November.
12月はこのコーヒーがあります。どうぞ。ありがとうございます。いただきます。
We have one more month to cover before moving on to bigger and better things in the next lesson. I'm sure you don't need me to tell you that 12 means 12 because your memory is amazing, and gatsu is of course month. So we have the 12th month, or December.
12月はこのコーヒーがあります。どうぞ。12月はこのコーヒーがあります。どうぞ。
The shop manager continues to talk to us and says 12月, December, marked with the topic marker wa, so about December. このコーヒー, this coffee, ga, that's the subject marker, so it's the subject of the verb to come. あります, exists, or in this case, have. どうぞ, here you are, or you may have it. It's just something you say when handing something to someone and encouraging them to take it. So we get literally, as for December, this coffee have. Here you are. In English, we might say, this is our coffee for December. Here you go. We then say, thank you, and itadakimasu, which is something essentially every Japanese person says before every meal or before eating or drinking something that they've been given. It literally means, I will have it. So, 12月 uses the kanji 10, 2, and moon, and means December. Ima kara terebi o miru.
おー、今月のテレビは面白い？
いいえ。今年は面白いテレビがない。
1年に面白いテレビが時々あるよ。
ないよ。
じゃあ私の家に来る？
行かない。
じゃあ来月は来る？
行かない。テレビで忙しい。来年も行かないよ。今からテレビを見る。We're starting off with a nice, easy, massively useful word. 今. Were you able to guess what the word was from the first sentence? If not, I'll tell you now. I just told you. Now. It means now.
今からテレビを見る。今からテレビを見る。
We jump right down into our first sentence with Ando-san saying ima, now, kara. Kara means from a physical location or time or person. In this case, since ima relates to time, we know ima kara means from now. Terebi means television. O makes television the object of the coming verb, which is miru. Will look or will watch. Our literal translation becomes from now, television will watch. Unyodified English gives us, I'm gonna watch TV now. Who is in my house?
Who are you?
Literally, who is now in my house? and in my house is now on TV because of my cool Ando-san roof and fluorescent worm lights, because that roof part is based on the kanji for person, and our person from the Meanings and Writing series was Ando-san. So, ima uses the kanji now and means now.
おー、今月のテレビは面白い?
いいえ。We now get 今月 with 今 being represented by the now kanji and 月 being represented by moon. We've seen moon before mean month, but up until now we've read it as gatsu. Unfortunately, when combined with ima and lots of other non-number kanji, it becomes getsu. By the way, this isn't now moon, which I'm sure you guessed. It's now month, or this month.
おー、今月のテレビは面白い? おー、今月のテレビは面白い?
Our main sentence starts with Yuki saying, oh, which is like ah or oh in English. She then brings out our word, 今月, this month. It's followed by the no particle and the noun terebi, which of course means television. So we know we have a compound noun here meaning this month's TV, as in this month's TV shows. That's marked by the topic marker wa, making this month's TV the new topic of discussion. She then asks, 面白い, interesting, with rising intonation on the end, giving us the literal question, oh, about this month's TV. Interesting? Englishifying it gives us, oh, any interesting TV shows this month? Ando-san responds, no, negative. You know how hello in Japanese is konnichiwa? Well, that kon is the same kon as the one here in kongetsu, and it means the same thing too. Now or this, but for day instead of month. So you can think of kongetsu as saying hello to this month because you couldn't say hello to a month that isn't already here. So kongetsu uses the kanji now, and moon, and means this month. 今年は面白いテレビがない. Let's show you the first kanji so you can get mad about it being ko and not kon. That's kanji for you, and it's why we learn words, not readings by themselves. We know this is going to have to do with now again, so let's see the kanji for toshi. There it is, and it means year. So kotoshi means now year, which I'm sure you can guess we'd call this year in English.
今年は面白いテレビがない。今年は面白いテレビがない。
We have a single sentence for this part, and Ando-san starts it off with 今年, this year, which he makes the topic with the wa topic marker, giving us something like as for this year. 面白い, interesting, テレビ. We can see here that 面白い, which is an adjective, as in it modifies nouns, directly modifies テレビ, which we've seen a lot already, and combined means interesting television or interesting TV. Interesting TV becomes the subject of the sentence when Ando-san marks it with the ga subject marker, and it's the subject of the word nai, which means does not exist. Literally, as for this year, interesting TV, not exist. Let's just leave it like that, as I think you're smart enough to understand it. Remember, if you find a word easy to remember, which you often will for words that are very common, like this one, you don't have to have a story or memorization mnemonic. You'll likely see it enough along your Japanese journey that the story will be unnecessary. But here's one anyway. This year is code-named Tushi. Code Tushi. because this year is gonna kick you in the tushy. Yes, I am 3 years old and I often do laugh at my own dad jokes, despite not being a dad yet. So, 今年 uses the kanji now and year and means this year. 今年は面白いテレビがない。
1年に面白いテレビが時々あるよ。
ないよ。I imagine you immediately recognized ichi, since we've seen it a few times already. So let's throw up the kanji for that. There we go. The second kanji is from our last word. Did you guess it? That's right. It's year. And we're reading it as nen, ichi nen. I'm guessing you already know what it means too, right? 1 year.
1年に面白いテレビが時々あるよ。1年に面白いテレビが時々あるよ。
Yuki responds to Ando-san saying that there's no interesting TV this year with a sound of surprise. 1年, 1 year, ni. So 1 year is target, since I always refer to the ni particle as the target marker. We'll have to wait until the end of the sentence to see what verb it's the target of, though. Next we have 面白いテレビ. Again, interesting TV, which again becomes the subject of the sentence, as we mark it with the subject marker. が時々. This used to be one of my favorite words. I just like the way it sounds. It means sometimes, and it's an adverb, which means it modifies the coming verb, which happens to be aru, to exist or to have. That means that 1年 was the target of to exist. And what exists? Interesting TV. The yo sentence ending particle adds some friendly emphasis that also often suggests the speaker believes they're giving the listener some new information. Stitching together our literal translation, we get, 1 year, target, interesting TV sometimes exists, actually. I used actually to add that friendly emphasis, although it's not always such a friendly word in English, I suppose. See, this is why translation is difficult, and why I suggest never actually trying to do translation outside of completely literal translation until you're fluent in the language. Anyway, Ando-san responds to Yuki's assertive statement with, does not exist, actually. We've got an ichi worm sliding around disguised in a linen sheet behind you for 1 whole year to give you a false sense of security and make you think that perhaps this 1 year won't kick you in the tushy. So, 1年 uses the kanji 1 and year and means 1 year.
じゃあ、私の家に来る？
行かない。No, Yuki did not say cool. She said kuru. This is actually the first verb vocabulary word we're encountering in this kanji course. Verbs always have hiragana on the end that is not represented by kanji, like this. You might remember that this kanji means come, and this verb also means to come.
じゃあ、私の家に来る？じゃあ、私の家に来る？
Yuki gives us our main sentence. じゃあ means something like, well then, or even just, well. She then creates a complex noun using the no particle. 私, I or me, no, ie, house. A complex noun that literally reads me house. It's obviously my house. That's marked by the target marker ni, and then we have our verb kuru, which means will come in a sentence on its own. The intonation is rising on the end, indicating that it's a question in casual speech. Kuru, literally, well then, my house will come? No, her house is not coming to Ando-san's house. She's asking, well then, will you come to my house? Or, wanna come to my house? The you is implied, of course. He responds, will not go. And she makes another surprise sound. This horse thought he was cool and tried to do a cool backflip, but he failed. And now people are coming to help, shouting, "We're coming!" to the not cool horse. So, kuru uses the kanji come and means to come.
じゃあ来月は来る？
行かない。If we look at the kanji for daigetsu, I think you can figure out the meaning. I'll put them on the board and give you 3 seconds. Did you guess approaching moon? No? Good, because as you probably guessed, it means the coming month, as in next month.
じゃあ来月は来る？じゃあ来月は来る？
Yuki gives us another main sentence this time around with ja, which again means well then, daigetsu, next month, and that's marked by the topic marker. So it's our new topic of discussion. About next month, kuru will come, with rising intonation giving us a question. Literally, well then, about next month will come. I'm sure you can figure out what that means in actual English, so I'll just let you know that Ando-san immediately responds with, will not go. And Yuki lets out another surprised and possibly offended, eh? You're just sitting there eating rye bread on the 31st of the month, and the moon mouth guy chases you into the next month and gets you. Get it? So, daigetsu uses the kanji come and moon and means next month. テレビで忙しい。来年も行かないよ。Yes, that's the same dai that we saw in daigetsu, and it's the nen from ichinen, which means that dainen means next year. You got it. And if you didn't, you do now.
テレビで忙しい。来年も行かないよ。テレビで忙しい。来年も行かないよ。
We have 2 sentences as our main sentence for a change. I say terebi, television, de. I like to think of de as a particle that means something similar to the English word via, though de is much more common than the English word via. So, via television. Isogashii, busy. Literally, busy via television or busy due to television. Then, dainen, next year. Mo, also. Ikanai, will not go. Finally, a yo sentence ending particle for friendly emphasis and often new info for the listener. Not so friendly though. Literally, busy due to TV. Next year also will not go, man. Tidied up, I'm busy watching TV. I'm not going next year either, man. Make sure to hit the like button to help Yuki feel better. It's not going to do anything to help Ando-san though. Did you know that wrapping rye bread in linen will keep it fresh until next year? No? That's because it's not true. Linen does nothing to extend rye bread's shelf life. I'll let myself out and come back rainen with better jokes. Is it rainen yet? So, rainen uses the kanji come and year and means next year. ねえねえ、ユキ、明日一日遊ばない？
明日は何日？
5月1日。
あ、1日は服を買う。
じゃあ、2日はどう？
2日はたぬきちさんに会う。
3日は忙しい？
3日は仕事をする。4日も仕事。5日も仕事。6日は遊ばない。でもアンディと仕事をするよ。
そうですね。7日もユキと仕事をする。
8日は
常吉さんのお店に行く。
私は9日に ATM に行く。でも ATM の後はどう
？9日は土曜日、トタケケさんを見る。10日は買い物の日。
忙しいね。私も19日まで忙しいよ。20日はどう
？20日？いいよ。ねえねえ、ユキ、明日一日遊ばない？ We've learned ichi as one, and that sun can be read as nichi in nichiyoubi. So, ichinichi is, of course, one sun, the one and only sun. Okay, fine. It means one day.
ねえねえ、ゆき、明日一日遊ばない？ねえねえ、ゆき、明日一日遊ばない？
Here we run into the ne attention getter again. I then say Yuki's name. Ashita means tomorrow. Ichinichi is our word, one day. And then we have the short negative form of asobu, to play. So, asobanai, not play, question mark. Asobu can also mean hang out, which is actually what we're going for here. Remember, when a verb is in the negative as a question, it can often indicate an invitation, like it does here. Literally, hey, Yuki, tomorrow, one day, won't hang out? From this point on in the series, I'm going to stop beautifying the English translations. In other words, I will not convert these translations into natural English. The only exception will be when a literal translation is completely incomprehensible. This one, I think you can get. If not, let me know in the comments. The itchy worm reads Nichi for one whole day every single time he gets itchy, because he likes becoming even more depressed. He's like a philosophical doom scroller, a doomentialist. So, ichinichi uses the kanji one and sun and means one day.
明日は何日
5月1日。1日. You're not gonna like this one. Let's show them the kanji. Yep, that is ichinichi. Nope, in this sentence, it's not read as ichinichi, and here's why. This word means the first of the month, not one day. Fortunately, it's usually quite easy to tell the difference between the two from context, as tsuitachi is often combined with the month that it comes from, like we have in our example sentence here. Please keep in mind that it's not possible to break down which kanji is read as tsui or tachi. Tsuitachi is a single word, and the kanji simply indicate the meaning, not how to read it. They're like placeholders almost. We call this phenomena jukujikun, which is when a Japanese word basically has kanji forced over top of it to indicate meaning with no link to the reading. Yet another reason why it's better to learn just words instead of individual readings for kanji.
5月1日5月1日
Literal translations incoming. Yuki asks, tomorrow, topic, what date? Here she uses nannichi instead of nanyoubi, which we learned in lesson 2. So we know she's asking for the date instead of the day of the week. I respond with our main sentence. 5月, May, the 5th month. 1日, the 1st, May the 1st. The next sentence is important because even though the kanji 1 and sun are on their own, we still know that they're read as 1日 from the context of the previous sentence. She says, the 1st of the month, topic, clothes, object, will buy. Our one worm cries every time the first day of the month ends because he's too attached to it. So, 1日 uses the kanji 1 and day and means the 1st of the month. じゃあ、2日はどう
?2日はたぬきちさんに会う。
2日 uses the kanji 2 and sun and can mean two things. Can you guess what they are? I'll give you 3 seconds. The first one is the second day of the month, and the other is 2 days. Unlike 1日 and 1日, there's only one word this time.
じゃあ、2日はどうじゃあ、2日はどう
I ask Yuki, well then, second day of the month, topic, how about? We know I mean second day of the month because of the context of the previous sentences. Yuki responds with our main sentence. The sound of pondering. 2日, second day of the month, is marked by the topic particle, making it the topic of this sentence. Tanukichi-san. That's the name of the main raccoon in the game Animal Crossing. You might know him as Tom Nook. Ni marks him as the target, and ao means we'll meet. Literally, the second of the month, topic, Mr. Tanukichi, target, will meet. As I always like to mention, stories are very helpful for remembering difficult words, but they're not necessary for all the words that you learn. Only for ones you think might be hard for you to remember. This is a very common word we've just learned, so you'll likely run into it so often that a story won't really be necessary. With that said though, if you can come up with a good one, let us know in the comments. You won't need the story forever. It's really just to help you remember the word the first few times you encounter it, or when you're trying to get it out for the first time. After encountering it and using it a few times, you generally won't need the story anymore. For the next 10 or so words, we're gonna set ourselves up with a calendar. On this calendar, we have different cars for each day. It's a car lover's calendar. We count 2 days on the calendar and get to the second of the month. It's a car with feet instead of wheels. The Futscar. Futsuka. So, Futsuka uses the kanji 2 and day and means the second of the month or 2 days. 3日は忙しい
?3日は仕事をする。
3日. We continue down the line of number of days and days of the month with 3日, which I'm sure you guessed the meaning of based on the order. The third day of the month and 3 days.
3日は忙しい?3日は忙しい
I start off our sentence with the new word, 3日. We mark it with the wa topic particle. And then I ask, 忙しい? With rising intonation indicating it as a question. Busy? Literally, third day of the month, topic, busy? We count 3 days on the calendar, bringing us to the 3rd. It's a meat car. A car that looks like meat. So, mika uses the kanji 3 and sun and means 3rd day of the month and 3 days.
3日は仕事をする。4日も仕事。
Our next days of the month days word is yokka. It's exactly what you expect. 4th day of the month, 4 days.
4日も仕事。4日も仕事。
You can get access to the worksheets in this video, and other worksheets as well, if you're a member of ToKini You'll also find an Anki deck that teaches all the JLPT N5 Kanji's meanings and writings, as well as extra sentences that aren't in this video for helping you to learn how to read them. Not to mention, we have tons of other grammar, vocabulary, reading, and listening content. Yuki gives us our main sentence with a casual yeah or yes. Mika, the 3rd of the month, is marked by the topic particle wa. Shigoto, work or tasks. O makes that the object of the verb in the sentence, which is suru, will do. We then have a second sentence from her with yokka, the 4th of the month, mo, the also marker, shigoto, work or tasks. Literally, yeah, 3rd of the month, topic, work, object, will do. 4th of the month, also, work. I answer with a surprise sound at her busyness. We count 4 days on the calendar, bringing us to the 4th. It's the yo car. As in, every time you hit the horn, instead of a honk, we get a yo.
Yo, 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 ka, yo, 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 ka, yo, ka.
So, yokka uses the kanji 4 and sun and means 4th day of the month and 4 days.
5日も仕事。
It's ka, you might ask? No, it's not a car. It's itsuka, the 5th of the month or 5 days.
5日も仕事。5日も仕事。
Yuki starts us off with the word of the moment, itsuka, the 5th. Again, we know it's the 5th because of the context of the whole skit. Mo is the also marker, and then shigoto, work or tasks with a des or it is sort of implied. Literally, 5th of the month, also, work is. I respond with a sort of defeated, We count 5 days in the calendar and get to the 5th day of the month. It's a car. It's literally just a car. So, itsuka uses the kanji 5 and sun and means the 5th day of the month and 5 days.
6日は遊ばない。でもアンディと仕事をするよ。
6日. I can only ever think of cows when I hear mu. In our story for the kanji 6, we had 6 horses. Here are 6 cows mooing instead. Also, this word means the 6th day of the month or 6 days. 6日.
6日は遊ばない。でもアンディと仕事をするよ。6日は遊ばない。でもアンディと仕事をするよ。
Yuki gives us our 2 main sentences. She starts with 6日, the 6th, marks it with wa, making it the topic, and says 遊ばない, which means will not play or will not hang out. It's not a question this time. She's not messing around. She starts her next sentence with demo, a sentence starting conjunction that means but. Andi, that's me, to, the with animate object marker. We'll just call it the with marker. Shigoto, work or tasks. That's marked with o, so it's the object of suru, will do. Yo marks the whole sentence as friendly new info for the listener. Literally, 6th day of the month, topic, not play, hang out. But Andy with work tasks, object, will do. Friendly new info. Japanese is easy. We count 6 days on our calendar and get to the 6th day of the month. It's a cow car, or a moo car. We call it the mooey car. Its engine moos as it drives down the road, and its horn does too. Moo. Ika. So, muika uses the kanji 6 and sun and means the 6th day of the month, or 6 days. あ、そうですね。7日もユキと仕事をする。You may remember that when counting, we sometimes used nana with 7. Well, this one is close. 7日, 7日. That's the 7th day of the month, or 7 days.
7日もユキと仕事をする。7日もユキと仕事をする。
I give off another defeated and follow it up with そうですね, which means agree. That is the case. 7日, our word, the 7th day. Mo, the also marker. Yuki, yuki, to, the with marker. Shigoto, work or tasks. O, so shigoto is the object of. Suru, will do. Literally, agree. That is the case. 7th of the month, also. Yuki with, work tasks, object, will do. We count 7 days on our calendar and get to the 7th day of the month. Today's car is a nano car. So, nanoka uses the kanji 7 and sun and means 7th day of the month, or 7 days.
8日は
8日は常吉さんのお店に行く。8日 is our next word. What's the difference between 8日 and 4日? A lot of you probably can't tell the difference just yet, but extending vowels in a word completely changes its meaning in Japanese, unlike in English. English, Englishu, and English, Englishu. They all still mean English, but yoka means prep course or leisure time, and yoka means 8th day of the month or 8 days. 4 days was yoka with a full stop in between yo and ka, the small tsu. That's different too. English, English. Still the same.
Wait a minute. Disappointed!
8日は常吉さんのお店に行く。8日は常吉さんのお店に行く。
Yuki asks literally, 8th day of the month, topic. This isn't too different from the English, to be honest. Anyway, the main sentence will be the next one because it's longer than the first, and I'm a glutton for punishment. Obviously, I learned Japanese. Anyway, I say 8日, 8th day of the month, wa, remarking the topic, Tsunekichi-san, the name of the owner of the suspicious art shop, which you may know as Red. Tsunekichi is a play on words reorganizing the characters in fox, kitsune, with kichi, which was common in names like 30 to 50 years ago. San is just the honorific, kind of like Mr., that we use after names of people who aren't close friends or family. Anyway, Tsunekichi-san no omise. The no particle can connect nouns together and or indicate the possessive. Here it's the possessive. Tsunekichi-san's shop. Ni, target marker. Iku, will go. Literally, 8th day of the month, topic. Mr. Tsunekichi, possessive. Shop, target, will go. We count 8 days on our calendar and get to the 8th day of the month. Here we find the yo-yo car. So, yoka uses the kanji 8 and sun and means 8th day of the month or 8 days.
私は9日に ATM に行く。でも ATM の後はどう
9日 is our next word. And if you didn't hear it in the context of this lesson, I have a feeling you'd have a hard time guessing the meaning. Until you saw the kanji, that is. 9 and sun. This is, of course, the 9th day of the month and 9 days. Exciting, isn't it?
私は9日に ATM に行く。私は9日に ATM に行く。
Let's break the sentence down. Watashi is the most common personal pronoun, so I. That's marked by the topic marker, so it's our topic of discussion. Our word, kokonoka, gives us the 9th day of the month from the context of the story. Ni, so kokonoka is the target of the coming verb. ATM is the same as in English. Ni, so the ATM is also a target of. Iku, will go. Literally, I, topic, 9th of the month, target, ATM, target, will go. We get a second sentence here with demo, a sentence starter that means but. ATM, again, but that's marked by no, giving us a complex noun when combined with ato. That means after the ATM. That's all marked by wa, so the topic is after the ATM. Do, how, with how about or how is implied. All together, I, topic, 9th of the month, target, ATM, target, will go. But after ATM, how is? Super logical. Actually, it is. We count 9 days on our calendar and get to the 9th day of the month. Here we find our kokonoka, which also happens to be a coconut car. So, kokonoka uses the kanji 9 and sun and means 9th day of the month, or 9 days. 10日は買い物の日. The 10th word in line, 10日, is the word for 10th day of the month or 10 days. It's also one of the last ones with a somewhat special reading. From here on out, it will be the regular numbers we already learned, except for the 20th, which we'll get to.
10日は買い物の日。10日は買い物の日。
We up the challenge this time with a 3-sentence line. I say, 9日, the 9th. I mark it with the topic marker, wa, and say, 土曜日, which you hopefully remember from lesson 2 as being Saturday. Literally, the 9th of the month, topic, Saturday. End of sentence. Des is implied, which is fine since this is a casual conversation. The 9th, topic, Saturday, is. Totakeke-san is the name of the emo dog who comes to the Animal Crossing island with a guitar every single weekend. He never gives up. He's marked by the object marker, o, making him the object of the verb. What am I going to do to him? I'm going to miru, watch him. Literally, Mr. Totakeke, that's easy to say, object will watch. The I being implied since Mr. Totakeke is the object. not the one doing anything. Yes, he is an object in a video game. Our next sentence is 10日, the 10th of the month, and is the topic. 買い物, shopping, no hi. Hi just means day, as you may remember from lesson 1, so that together is shopping day. And again, desu is kind of implied. Literally, the 10th topic, shopping day, is, or day of shopping, is. Altogether, the 9th of the month topic, Saturday, is Mr. Totakeke, object, will watch. The 10th topic, shopping day, is. Got it. It's cold in here. We count 10 days on our calendar and get to the 10th day of the month. Here we find a car walking around on its tippy toes. A tow car. Not a tow truck. Maybe I should have went with tow truck, but that wouldn't have been ka. Tow car it is. So, 10日 uses the kanji 10 and sun and means the 10th of the month or 10 days.
忙しいね。私も19日まで忙しいよ。
19日. I added this to our list of words for today for two reasons. One, you can see here that after 10, excluding 20, we have normal readings. 19 being 19 and nichi being day.
忙しいね。私も19日まで忙しいよ。忙しいね。私も19日まで忙しいよ。
Yuki says, in reference to my busyness, 忙しい, busy, ne? Aren't you? Or the Canadian, e? She continues, 私, I, mo, also, 19日, the 19th of the month, まで, until, 忙しい, busy, yo, friendly new info. Altogether, literally, busy, e? I, also, 19th until, busy, friendly new info. We skip to the 19th day of the month on our car calendar and find a jukebox. Not a car, just a jukebox that only plays audiobooks of Nietzsche. By now you probably think I really like Nietzsche, but I haven't actually read a single one of his books. Yet. So, 19日 uses the kanji 10, 9, and sun, and means 19th day of the month or 19 days.
20日はどう
20日いいよ。20日. I added one extra word to this very long lesson today because 20日 is another odd one. 20日 is a special reading for the 20th of the month, a jukujikun, which we talked about earlier. You can say 20日 and be fully understood, but 20日 is actually more common and cooler.
20日はどう20日はどう
Yuki asks 20日, the 20th, makes it the topic, and says どう, which means how, but implies how about or how is when used as a question like this. Literally, 20th topic, how is. I trip around with words for a bit, mutter, yeah, and then confirm she means the 20th with 20日. Then I say, that's fine. And we finally have a date. Moving on to the 20th day of the month, we of course find a car in the shape of a top hat, with hats all over it. A hats car. So, 20日 uses the kanji 2, 10, and sun, and means the 20th day of the month. It does not mean 20 days, just the 20th day of the month. 1つ、2つ、3つ、4つ、5つ、6つ、7つ、8つ、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9つ。それ1つ、2つ、3つ、4つ、5つ、6つ、7つ、8つ、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9つ。それ。This chant is how you're going to memorize these words and kanji. We're not going to be breaking things down or creating stories for every single word like we usually do. Instead, we'll show you how to write each word on the worksheet we provide on ToKiniAndy.com, and we'll go through the chant one more time. There will, of course, also be a quiz. 1つ to 9つ are all words that are used for counting items. They're the most general counter words, and if you don't know what special counter to use for something, these are what you'll want to fall back on. For example, if you don't remember that when asking for 2 rice balls, you say 2, then 2つ will work just fine. When actually counting things, most people use these words. We actually used a very similar chant to help remember the dance moves we needed to do during this festival here in Nagano. That's what gave me the idea for it. All right, let's jump into writing, going through the chant one more time, and the quiz.
1つ1つ2つ2つ3つ3つ4つ4つ5つ5つ6つ6つ7つ7つ8つ8つ9つ9つ
1つ、2つ、3つ、4つ、5つ、6つ、7つ、8つ、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9つ。それ1つ、2つ、3つ、4つ、5つ、6つ、7つ、8つ、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9つ。それ。Try to write down or fill in the words on the worksheet if you have it as we go through the whole scene.
4つ4つ2つ2つ9つ9つ 3つ3つ1つ1つ7つ7つ8つ8つ5つ5つ6つ6つ
ねえねえ、この本わかる？
1分2分20分わかるわかる面白い本だね
いやいや、本じゃなくて人だよ。誰の本？
私の友達の本だよ
友人はどこにいる？
一人はカナダにいる二人はイギリスにいる9人は日本にいる
いやいや、その本は誰の本？
カナダの友達からもらった
それはユキの本？ねえねえ、この本わかる？ No, this isn't the old Fisher-Price game. It's our second verb. And if you don't understand what I'm talking about, at least you'll understand what this verb means. It means to know, or more accurately, to understand. The type of understanding this verb is used for is generally one gained from your own experience or from your own study. That's why we use the kanji segment, because you use your own experience to segment out your knowledge into understanding with wakaru.
ねえねえこの本わかる？ねえねえこの本わかる？
I get Yuki's attention with ne ne and immediately ask この本 this book, wakaru, understand? The crux of this whole skit rests on the fact that this question could mean either do you understand the content of the book or do you understand or know whose book it is? I did this to a poor horse. I now understand that it's because as a child, I played too much wakaru. Wakaru. So, wakaru uses the kanji segment and means to understand.
1分
We've got a one and a segment kanji here, and it does mean one segment, just not any one segment. It's a single segment of time known as a minute, in English at least. The I comes from ichi. When chitsuki or ku comes before hahifuhe or ho, the chitsuki or ku usually becomes a small tsu, and hahifuhe or ho becomes papipupe or po, respectively. Since segment is often read hum, this means we get ippum here. More on that one in a minute, or maybe two.
1分1分
It's literally just our word, ippum. Our story for ippum is actually just going to be for hum, or minute. We'll then remember to add the number before it going forward. When you have fun, it feels like it's over in a minute. So ippum uses the kanji 1 and segment and means 1 minute.
2分
For 2 segments, we finally see segment read as just hum. That's because ni very clearly does not contain chi, tsu, ki, or ku. It's just the number, ni, followed by hum. 2 minutes.
2分 2分
2分. It's just the word, 2分. 2 minutes. We're continuing with our story from ippum. Just add 2 to the beginning of the word. When you have fun, it feels like it's over in a minute. So, 2分 uses the kanji 2 and segment and means 2 minutes. Let's take a quick look at the other minutes. First, let's look at the other numbers we've learned so far. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We already mentioned how chitsuki and ku often become a small tsu before hahifuhe and ho. And hahifuhe ho becomes papipupe or po. They also become papipupe or po when they follow n or ju, as in 10. The u in ju becomes a small tsu. So, can you guess when minute words become pun versus fun? Pause the video and try and guess, then we'll go over it together.
A few moments later.
3分、4分、5分、6分、7分、8分、9分、10分. I made a little mnemonic, or poem, that I think might help. 1, 3, 4, 6, 8, 10. I sure hope that you have a pen. 1, 3, 4, 6, 8, 10. Pooh looks like an alien. Bowling. An alien bowling. Sound like my grandmother. Okay, that might make it in the video.
20分
Since 20 is niju, I'm guessing you can actually guess how this word is read. That's right, it's 20分, 20 minutes.
20分 20分
It's just our word, 20分, 20 minutes. The story doesn't change. We're just adding another number. When you have fun, it feels like it's over in a minute. So, 20分 uses the kanji 2, 10, and segment and means 20 minutes.
わかるわかる面白い本だね
いやいや、本じゃなくて人だよ。誰の本? It's been a little while since we had a single kanji word. This kanji means person, and so does the word hito, person or people.
本じゃなくて人だよ本じゃなくて人だよ
Yuki finally finishes with the book and says, わかる、わかる. In this situation, she's saying that she understands. We figure out what she understands in the next sentence. 面白い本だね. Interesting book, it is, right? Our main sentences come next. I make a surprised sound. Eh? Iya is a very casual no. It's very common in conversation. Hon, book, janakute. Janai is not. When in its te form, it can mean something like not X, but Y. In this case, not book, but hito, person, dayo. Da is a casual des, so it is, and yo is friendly new info. Literally, huh? No. Book, it's not, but person, it is. New info. Contextually, we know I mean not the book, the person. Dare no hon, who, possessive, book, whose book. Take a look at Ando-san. He's all to. Hito. So, hito uses the kanji person and means person.
私の友達の本だよ。
The kanji here in tomodachi, you may remember as friend. That's good because this whole word means friend or friends. Dachi comes from a suffix, tachi, that pluralizes animate object nouns in Japanese. But this word can still mean just one friend or multiple friends. Context will tell you what it is. There's an N3 kanji for tachi, but this word is often written using just the hiragana for tachi anyway. In more flowery speech, tomo on its own is sometimes used to mean friend, but that's a bit more rare, so not usually taught until N3 or beyond. In super casual masculine speech, you'll sometimes hear just dachi, used to mean pal or friend.
私の友達の本だよ。私の友達の本だよ。
We have a big complex noun here stitched together with no possessive markers. If we think of no as of in English, we can read this backwards as hon, book, of, tomodachi, of, watashi, me. If we beautify that, we get my friend's book. Dayo is the informal des, it is, and yo, friendly new info. My friend's book, it is, friendly new info. Do you know Tony Romo? Well, he's my dachi. So I get to use his nickname, Tomo. Tomo is my dachi. So, tomodachi uses the kanji friend and means friend. 友人はどこにいる? The definition of yujin in Japanese dictionaries is often just tomodachi. So, why two words that mean the same thing? Well, this one is technically much more formal. In very formal speech, or when talking about the friends of others you're not close with, yujin is often used. The meanings are friend and person for the kanji. It's interesting because despite being more formal in Japanese, if I were to refer to someone as a friend person in English, I don't know if it would go over super well.
友人はどこにいる? I say, acting surprised because that wasn't the answer I was expecting. I then use yujin here because I'm talking about Yuki's friend, who I don't know, so I'm being a bit more polite. Tomodachi would of course be fine here. I make yujin the topic and then ask doko, where, ni, target marker, iru, exist for animate objects, and add rising intonation on the end to make it a question. Friend, topic, where, target, exist. Imagine yourself walking around a party looking for Ando-san's good friend Jin. You keep asking every person you run into, Eugene? Eugene? No? Eugene? So, Eugene uses the kanji friend and person and means friend, formal. 一人はカナダにいる.
The kanji here, one and person, should immediately tell you what the word means. Yep, one person. Tough, eh? We read this whole word as hitori, we can't really assign the readings to any particular kanji here.
一人はカナダにいる。一人はカナダにいる。
Yuki starts her sentence with which is an extended Hitori, one person, as in one friend based on the context of the last sentence. Wa, topic marker. Kanada ni, target marker marking Canada. Iru, exists. One friend, topic. Canada, target. Exists. The friend exists in Canada, not Canada exists. We all know that. Sort of. Is Canada real? We're going to use some Japanese in this story. Blending Japanese words you already know into stories can be a fun way to memorize new words. That's actually how I do it almost every time when I find a hard word that I'm not really sure how to memorize or that I have a hard time memorizing. Since we already learned hito in this lesson, we'll use that. Imagine you're the seating host at a restaurant. Bruce Lee is standing in front of you. A Japanese man keeps pointing at him and saying, Hitori, Hitori. You think the Japanese man thinks you don't understand Japanese and thus is saying, Hito, person, Lee. This person is Lee, over and over again in broken Japanese. He, of course, is not saying that. He's telling you that Bruce Lee is Hitori, on his own today. So, Hitori uses the kanji one and person and means one person.
二人はイギリスにいる。
The last number of people word that has an unusual reading, futari, uses the kanji two and person and means two people. Again, the full word is futari, not futa and ri spread between two kanji, because person, hito, cannot be read as ri.
二人はイギリスにいる。二人はイギリスにいる。
Yuki continues to describe where her friends are located, to my dismay. 二人, two friends, wa, topic marker, イギリスに, the target is England, いる, exists. Two friends, topic, England, target, exist. This time, Bruce Lee and Jet Li are waiting in line at your restaurant. When their Japanese chaperone points and says, futari, you don't make the same mistake as last time. Although, it is quite convenient that their last names are so similar. So, futari uses the kanji two and person and means two people.
9人は日本にいる。
いやいや、その本は誰の本？
あ、カナダの友達からもらった。
それはユキの本？
うん。
The last number of people word we'll be covering in this kanji course is 9人, or 9 people. That's because I wanted to show you one word with a number you already know, and hito being read as nin. Only hitori and futari have weird readings. All the other numbers will use the readings you've already learned. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, etc. Although I should mention that 4 people is actually read as yonin instead of yonnin.
9人は日本にいる。9人は日本にいる。
We have an identical sentence here to the last two, except that this time we have 9人, 9 people, instead of the other numbers. 9 people, topic, Japan, target, exist. I then clear things up. No, that book, topic, whose book? Ah, Canada friend, from, received, says Yuki. Huh? That, topic, Yuki's book? Yeah. Did you get that? Have you ever heard of the band 9 Inch Nails? You know how their logo is just nin? Well, 9 is their new brand of cotton swabs, each with a person from the band's head as the cotton swab portion, and only 9 of them in each pack. So, 9nin uses the kanji 9 in person and means 9 people.
4時9時すみません。
はい。
明日は休みます。
はい。わかりました。
休日この白いビルは何？
ミュージアムだよ。入る？
うん。入る。続く。4時
We've actually already seen the ji here in yoji back in lesson 4. It means a clock when it's attached to a number like this, and the kanji used is time. For most numbers, they're the same as the ones we learned back in lesson 3, like 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12. You'll notice I skipped 4 and 9 because those are the ones we're learning today. And as you've already heard, 4 o'clock is yoji.
4時4時
Our first sentence is just the word being displayed as the time of day. Yoji. Imagine yourself at work, except there's a new employee. Every day at 4 o'clock, he shouts to you, "Yo, G, it's 4 o'clock. Almost time to go home." So, yoji uses the kanji 4 and time and means 4 o'clock.
9時
The only other o'clock word we'll be covering in this kanji series is kuji, which uses these kanji. I expect you can guess that it means 9 o'clock.
9時9時
Just like yoji, the sentence for kuji is also just the word for this time. So, kuji uses the kanji 9 and time and means 9 o'clock.
すみません。
はい。
明日は休みます。
はい。わかりました。Hopefully you don't need a rest just yet, because we're just 3 words in, and this verb, yasumu, means to rest, to take a break, or to take a day off.
明日は休みます。明日は休みます。
We finally have some actual sentences here. Yuki is finally finished with work and walks into the boss's office. Apparently, Ando-san is her boss because when she says, "Excuse me," he responds, "Yeah?" or "What's up?" We then get our sentence. Ashita, tomorrow, wa. So tomorrow is the topic. Yasumimasu is the mas conjugation of the polite present tense of yasumu. Will rest, or in this context, will take a day off. I wouldn't recommend being this direct when asking for time off in Japan, but I also wouldn't recommend working for Ando-san, so... Ando-san responds with a surprisingly cordial, "Wakarimashita," understood. Imagine it's your day off, and you're taking a rest under a tree. Your boss walks by and says, "If I knew you were just going to be sitting under a tree all day, I wouldn't have given you the day off." You respond, "Yeah, sumi." Except it's yasumu for the verb, so maybe you moo at your boss as he walks away. Moo. I don't know why you do that, but... So, yasumu uses the kanji rest and means to rest or to take a day off.
休日
Take a look at these kanji and see if you can guess the meaning of kyujitsu. Hopefully you got it. It means rest day or day off. It can also mean holiday in British English, although this can cause confusion for Americans because they tend to assume that kyujitsu can be used for things like Christmas if they learn it as holiday. Holidays in the sense of religious or national holidays actually need a completely different word that we'll learn later. This word is specifically for days off from work or school.
休日 休日
This is, once again, just the title of the coming scene announcing that it's the next day, Yuki's kyujitsu. Kyujitsu is like jujitsu, except that to win fights you lie down on the ground, say it's your day off, and wait for the enemy to retreat in confusion. Kyujitsu uses the kanji rest and sun, and means rest day or day off.
この白いビルは何?
Museum だよ. Shiroi is the very first e-adjective we're running into in this series. I'll give you a hint at its meaning. Shiroi. White. Shiroi. And it uses the kanji white. Convenient.
この白いビルは何? この白いビルは何?
Yuki asks, この白いビル, which means this white building in exactly the same order as the English. That whole thing becomes the topic of the sentence, and her question is, 何? What? As in, what is it? I respond, museum, a common katakana word taken from the English, meaning museum. だよ. It is. Friendly new info. Imagine a new superhero who dresses all in white. Her name is Shiro, because she always rows her boat to the scene of crimes, even if there's no water nearby. It also sounds kind of like hero. Shiro. Shiroi. And then we have to remember that this is an e-adjective giving us shiroi. So, shiroi uses the kanji white and means white. Museum だよ. 入る?
入る 続く
Yay! Another verb enters into the fray. We haven't put many verbs into this series just yet, so having another one enter into our reading and writing vocabulary will be very helpful. The word is hairu and means to go in or to enter, and it uses the kanji entrance.
入る入る
Hairu, I ask, using the dictionary form of the verb. This just means will enter or will go in. Yuki responds with, yeah, hairu, will go in. We'll find out what they do in there in the next video. You know what world I really want to enter? Hyrule. Hyrule ni hairu, even though in Japanese, Hyrule sounds like hairaru. Well, I mean, I guess it should really be why, English speakers, why? Since the Japanese came first. Hairaru, Hyrule. So, hairu uses the kanji entrance and means to go in or to enter.
いらっしゃいませ。一人10円ください。
はい。
安いね。これは100年前にロダンさんが作った。
すごい。
これは1000年前の絵だよ。
本当に？
あ、ごめん。200年前だね。こっちに何がある
？2000円ください。
はい。すごい。こっちに入る？
うん。
3000円ください。
はい。きれい。
こっちに入る？
うん。
1万円ください。
うん。はい。
わあ、これが欲しい。
100万円ください。
いや、結構です。
いらっしゃいませ。一人10円ください。
はい。
安いね。
N. You probably know that the currency in Japan is called yen. In Japanese, it's usually pronounced N. How did it become yen in English? Well, there's actually a fun fact about that, which I'll tell you about later in the video, when that fact becomes applicable. For now, all you need to know is that N uses the kanji for yen and means yen. It's usually used as a suffix after numbers, like in our sentence.
いらっしゃいませ。一人10円ください。いらっしゃいませ。一人10円ください。
Yuki and I are welcomed to the museum with a big welcome, or irashaimase. The museum attendant then says hitori, one person, 10 yen, which means 10 yen. Kudasai, please. Welcome, 10 yen, please. We hand it over and talk about how cheap it is. So, en uses the kanji yen and means yen.
これは100年前にロダンさんが作った。
すごい。I don't have any puns for 100. It's just 100. And the kanji used is 100 as well.
これは100年前にロダンさんが作った。これは100年前にロダンさんが作った。
Yuki and I walk into the art wing of the museum, look at a statue, and Yuki says, これは, this is the topic, 100年. 100 is being attached to nen, which means year, so combined it's 100 years. That's followed by 前に, which means before target. Altogether, 100 years before target, Rodan-san. That's the name of the artist. Ga, the artist is the subject, who, tsukutta. That's the past tense of tsukuru, which means to make. So, made. Combined, this topic, 100 years before target, Mr. Rodan, subject, made. I say, sugoi, amazing. Numbers are words that you'll run into repeatedly, so you likely won't need a story for them. But many students do tend to have difficulty remembering them, especially large numbers. So I made another little chant for you, which I'll share at the end of this lesson instead of stories. So no stories for these sections, just a song at the end. So 100 uses the kanji 100 and means 100.
これは1000年前の絵だよ。
本当に？
あ、ごめん。200年前だね。
The word sen is represented by the kanji for 1000, which makes it pretty obvious that the word means 1000.
これは1000年前の絵だよ。これは1000年前の絵だよ。
Looking at a new picture, Yuki says, これは this topic, 1000年前の絵. Here she's made the complex noun 1000 years before no picture. だよ, it is. Friendly new info. Altogether, this topic 1000 years before picture it is. Friendly new info. I say, really? And Yuki responds with, sorry, it's 200 years before, isn't it? As I've mentioned in previous lessons, I'm avoiding beautifying these literal translations. If you still struggle with figuring out the overall meaning, please do let me know in the comments. So, sen uses the kanji 1000 and means 1000.
こっちに何がある
2000円ください。
はい。すごい。We've combined a few different words we know to get a new one here. 2, 1000, and yen. The kanji all match the meanings as well. The combined meaning is, of course, 2,000 yen. 2000 yen. But notice how I'm not saying en. And neither is Yuki.
2000円
That's because after a word or number that ends in n, Japanese people usually say yen, as opposed to en. They might not notice it themselves, but you probably will. This is likely because the transition between n and e naturally leads to a y sound.
2000円ください。2000円ください。
Yuki asks, "What's over here?" And the attendant says, 2000 yen kudasai. 2,000 yen, please. We hand it over and then marvel at the bug museum. So, 2000 yen uses the kanji 2,000 and yen and means 2,000 yen. こっちに入る?
うん。
3000円ください。
はい。きれい. You may wonder why we need to have yet another number plus yen word. Well, did you notice that sen sounded different here? 3000 yen. That's not sen. It's zen. Well, that's because after 3, sen becomes zen. And we get 3000. The n still sounds like yen, so 3000 yen.
3000円ください。3000円ください。
I ask, "Do you want to go in here?" Yuki says, "Yeah." And as we try to head in, the attendant says, 3000 yen kudasai. 3,000 yen, please. We hand it over, but are starting to realize why it was so cheap to get into the museum. Fortunately, the beauty of the aquarium wing is well worth the 3000 yen. So, 3000 yen uses the kanji 3,000 and yen and means 3,000 yen.
こっちに入る
1万円ください。
はい。You may remember these kanji as 1 and 10,000. Well, combined as 1만. That's exactly what they mean. 1 10,000. As in just 10,000. We do usually need to put the 1 before man, despite the kanji on its own meaning 10,000. While in English, we separate groups of numbers into tens, hundreds, thousands, millions, billions, trillions, etc., Japanese separates them into, if we're to think of them in English terms, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100 millions, and trillions. Man is the 10,000 group.
1万円ください。1万円ください。
Yuki asks this time, will we go in here? I say yeah, and the attendant says, 1万円ください. 10,000 yen, please. That's about 65 to 70 US dollars right now. I'm pretty surprised by this, but hand over the money anyway. So, 1万 uses the kanji 1 and 10,000 and means 10,000.
わあ、これが欲しい。
100万円ください。
いや、結構です. Here we've put the kanji for 100 before the kanji for 10,000. That gives us 100万. And we're talking money, so 100万yen, if we were to think about it in English terms, is 1 million. So this word is 1 million yen, or literally 110,000 yen.
100万円ください。100万円ください。
Yuki says that she really wants the cool skull here in the fossil wing of the museum. The attendant's ears perk up and he runs over to say, 100万円ください. 1 million yen, please. Which is about 7,000 US dollars right now. I said, nah, I'm good. And walk away. So, 100万yen uses the kanji 100, 10,000 and yen, and means 1 million yen. 10, 100, 1000. English is no different from them. Man, oku, cho. Why is English different from those? 10, 100, 1000. English is no different from them. Man, oku, cho. Why is English different from those? Although, cho is technically just a trillion. So, I guess that's the same. Okay, that worked out. Sweet.
もう外に出る？出口はどこ？
上にあるよ。
あれ、ない。
いや、この下だよ。
すごい廊下だね。
こっちだよ。
ねえねえ、この島の人口は何人？
16人だよ。
あれ、アンディ、手に何を持っているの？
ドーナツだよ。
一口ください。
いいよ。
料理が上手だね。
いや、下手だよ。Our first word today is the word deru, which means to leave or to exit. As you can see from the ru hiragana in the end here, this is a verb, and it sounds like the computer brand Dell, which is coming out with a new model. Deru. Deru can also mean for a new thing to come out. It means a lot of other things, but today the main one we're covering is to exit, to leave a place. I highly recommend writing out words when you're first learning them. I recommend copying the word as it's written in the boxes on the left, or following along with Yuki as she writes the word here.
もう外に出る？もう外に出る？
Let's go ahead and break down the sentence for this word. We have mo, which means something like already. Soto, which means outside. And then we have the target marker ni, followed by our verb, exit. So already outside. Outside is the target of exit. So shall we go outside already? And then I respond with, yeah, we're still in that museum. Imagine your boss saying over and over that the next Dell computer will soon deru. You think he's saying to exit over and over because he keeps saying deru ga deru, deru ga deru, atarashi deru ga deru. But it turns out deru can also be used to mean that a product will be released. So he's saying that the next Dell will deru. He's not saying deru, 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 I'm gonna leave. So the word deru means to exit and uses the kanji to leave.
出口はどこ？
Our next word is deguchi, and it uses the kanji to leave and mouth. So literally leave through that mouth. But that's a door. But I guess you could think of it as a mouth. So deguchi, exit, an exit.
出口はどこ？出口はどこ？
Jumping into our main sentence, Yuki says deguchi, so exit, that's our main word. That's marked by the topic marker wa, and then she asks doko, where? Deguchi wa doko, where is the exit? She seems to have forgotten how to get out of the museum. Imagine you're pointing at an exit and ask someone what the kanji above it says. They keep saying deguchi, and you think they're saying that some person is Gucci, deguchi. You get very frustrated before noticing your misunderstanding. So deguchi means exit and uses the kanji to leave and mouth. 上にあるよ。
あれ、ない。
The word ue means above and uses the kanji up or above, and those can be interchanged, obviously. But the word that we learned for it was up. And the word that we're learning, the word ue here that we're learning, we're going to give the meaning above.
上にあるよ。上にあるよ。
Jumping into our sentence, I say ue, so up. That's marked by the target marker ni, and aru, exists. We end that with the yo, friendly new info particle, and we have ue ni aru yo, so up, the target, which is of course the exit she was asking about before, exists, friendly new info. You can kind of figure out that I'm saying that the exit is up above. Probably on an above floor, not above our heads. Imagine you're instructing a choir in the section of a song that has oohs and ehs. The oohs keep singing above the ehs. Ooh, ooh, You yell at the ehs and tell them they must be above the oohs. Ooh, ooh. Yep. Ooh, The eh has to be up. It's true about the pitch accent too. So, ue means above and uses the kanji up.
あれ、ない。
いや、この下だよ。Our next word is shita, which means below. It uses the kanji down. And those, of course, just like ue, can be interchanged. The kanji can also mean below, and the word could also be down. They're basically synonyms, right?
いや、この下だよ。いや、この下だよ。
Jumping into our sentence, it looks like Yuki has gone up a floor too high in the museum, and she says, "Are?" Are is like, "Oh my," or "Oh my goodness." Are? Nai does not exist. Nai is just it's the negative of aru. So it does not exist. Ya just means no, it's sort of casual. And then I say kono shita. So kono requires a noun after it, means this noun. This noun, in this case, this down. So kono shita means below this. Dayo, so it is friendly new info. So it is below this. She then responds with, huh? Imagine you had a terrible babysitter. Sitter as in shita. They always made you sit under the table or below their chair at dinner time. You also always needed to be beneath the couch when it was time to watch TV. You always hide below your bed when the shita arrives. So, shita means below and uses the kanji down.
すごい廊下だね。
こっちだよ. Our next word you can see has two hiragana at the beginning, which are standing in place of a kanji that we have not learned yet. It's going to be learned way later on down the road. The word is roka, and that means hallway. The only kanji that we're going to be using in this word from now on is down, roka.
すごい廊下だね。すごい廊下だね。
Jumping into our sentence, Yuki says, すごい, amazing. 廊下, so that's hallway, that's our word. だね, it is, isn't it? So she's confirming that I agree with her that it is an amazing 廊下, an amazing hallway. So, すごい廊下だね. I guess I'm trying to keep her on point and trying to get her out the door and saying こっち, over here, だよ. So it is friendly new info. Over here it is. Talking about the exit, of course. Imagine you visit a town in Japan and that the local legend there is that all the roka are haunted. So the word roka means hallway and uses the kanji down.
ねえねえ、この島の人口は何人
?16人だよ. This word's a little interesting. It means population, 人口, and it also uses the kanji person, which makes sense, and then mouth, which I guess makes sense. Like, I'm thinking person mouth, population. Why would that work? And if you think about it, you could think about the number of people's mouths that you have to feed when you're a government or a king or something, being the population, the people and their mouths, needing all that food, the population.
ねえねえ、この島の人口は何人 ねえねえ、この島の人口は何人？
We finally make it out of the museum, and the first thing Yuki asks me is ne ne, which is just getting my attention, like hey, hey, and konoshima, so this island, no, that's the complex noun connector, so we're connecting two nouns together to get something complex. Shima no jinko, so population wa, that's the topic, so the topic here is the population of this island. Konoshima no jinko wa nannin, so how many people? Nannin. I answer, and that's just a thinking sound kind of. 16 nin, so I say 16 people. Dayo, so it is friendly new info. So there's 16 people on this island. That is the population of our Animal Crossing island. Imagine you're on a road trip and roll into a town called Junko Town, where the entire population wears Junko jeans, and the Jinko is about 10,000. It's a lot of baggy jeans. Fun side note, Junko jeans, although they're not made by the same company anymore, and lots of companies are making that kind of jean, are making a huge comeback in Japan. They're all over the place. It's kind of nostalgic. So, Jinko means population and uses the kanji person and mouth.
あれ、アンディ、手に何を持っているの？
Donatsu dayo. This is a pretty easy one. It just means hand. And the word is te. I don't know why te means hand, but it is what it is. It looks like a T though. So that makes it kind of easy to remember. Te.
手に何を持っているの？手に何を持っているの？
Suddenly, I'm holding something that looks very delicious, and Yuki wants to know what it is. So she says, are? So it's just like, oh my goodness, or, huh? What's going on here? Andi, that's my name. Teni, so hand, that's our word. Ni, that's the target marker. So she's pointing at something in my hand with the ni particle. Nani, so what, that's the object. What is the object of motteiru? So that's holding or carrying. No can be a casual question marker, kind of like the ka particle at the end of formal sentences. So, nani o motteiru no? So, what are you holding? I answer with what it is, as you can already see. Ice cream dayo. So, ice cream, it is friendly new info. Ice cream dayo.
Donut. Donut.
You won't need a story for every word you learn, but if you made one for te, please share it down in the comments.
Comments.
So the word te means hand, and it uses the kanji for hand. Donatsu dayo.
一口ください。
いいよ。Hitokuchi. You've already learned hito, so you haven't actually learned the word for just mouth yet. The word for just mouth is kuchi, and that means mouth. That's all it means, kuchi. Well, hitokuchi means one mouth? Well, no, it actually means one bite. So like one mouthful. I think that's super cool. One mouthful means one bite. Or, well, I mean, that obviously makes sense, but one mouth, the kanji combined, means one bite. Hitokuchi, one bite.
一口ください。一口ください。
Jumping into the sentence, Yuki says, hitokuchi, so one bite or one mouth, kudasai, please. Hitokuchi kudasai, one bite, please. And I, of course, am very friendly and say, iyo. So iyo is a combination of the word good and the friendly new info particle. But combined, I have them as the same color here, you can see, because combined iyo is kind of like, sure, here you go. Dozo. You can have it. Iyo. You wouldn't just say I on its own. You want to have that yo saying like, hey, yeah, it's okay if you have it. You might not have known that it was okay you can have it, but it is. Iyo. You've already learned that hito can be used to read one, as in the word hitotsu. Combine that with our new word kuchi, and you get one mouth. Imagine a bit of food that is only big enough for one mouth. So, hitokuchi means one bite and uses the kanji one and mouth.
料理が上手だね。
You've probably heard the word 上手. Maybe 日本語が上手. You're very good at Japanese, for example. You might have heard that meme floating around the internet for a while. I'll let you find out why it's a meme. But anyway, the word using the kanji up and hand, means to be good at or to be skillful with something. Kind of like having the upper hand means you're more skillful than someone who doesn't have the upper hand or the above hand. Anyway, it just means good at or to be skillful. 上手.
料理が上手だね。料理が上手だね。
Jumping into our sentence, we have the word 料理, which means cooking or cuisine. Ga, that's the subject marker, so cooking or cuisine is the subject marker of Yuki's sentence here. 上手, you're good at or skillful. だね, it is agreement or confirmation. So she's looking for confirmation that I agree with her that on the fact that she thinks that I'm good at cooking, which, by the way, in real life, I definitely am not. Imagine you have a friend named Joe from the zoo. He's very skillful at every single job at the zoo. His name is Jozu. So, Jozu means skillful or good at and uses the kanji up and hand.
料理が上手だね。
いや、下手だよ. Here we see literally the opposite of upper hand or good at, skillful. And the word itself means bad at, and it's read as heta. So this is one of those words that you can't place a reading of he on down and ta on hand. It's just the word heta, and the kanji have been placed over top of it to indicate the meaning. One of those jukujikun, which we learned about a while ago. Once again, the reason why it's better to learn words than readings for each of the kanji, because there are a lot of these. So heta means to be bad at or skillful, and it uses the kanji down and hand. You don't have the upper hand here. You're not the skillful one. You're the lower hand, not being good at things.
いや、下手だよ。いや、下手だよ。
Yuki's just told me that I'm good at cooking. I disagree heavily. I say, yeah, nah, heta da yo. I'm bad at, unskillful, it is, friendly new info. Yeah, heta da yo. Imagine that you have a bunch of haters. Every hater hates on you because they're heta at everything you're good at. Silly hetas. So the word heta means bad at or unskillful and uses the kanji down and hand.
何を読んでいる？
本も読んでいるよ。
何の本？
日本の本。
お、いいね。日本語で読んでいる？
うん。でも僕は読むのが遅い。
どんな話？
国の話だよ。
おー、 その文は難しいね。
本当に？
うん。日本人にも難しいよ。
そうか。よかった。
何を読んでいる？
読む。読む。Yomu is a verb, as you can see from the mu here, that means to read. This shouldn't be too hard to remember if you properly learn the kanji in the first part of the series, because the kanji also means read. My favorite mantra is that if you want to learn a language, you should read. A lot. Yomu, yomu. Write along with Yuki here, or pause the video and use the diagram on the left to try and practice writing the word.
何を読んでいる？何を読んでいる？
Jumping into our sentence, Yuki says nani o. So the object of our sentence is nani, or what. The verb acting on the object is the present progressive form of our word yomu, yondeiru. Literally, what object reading. It's important to note that the word yomu generally needs to have an object like it does here, the object being nani. Yomu, yomu. The mantra for the art of learning Japanese. Read, read. So, yomu uses the kanji read and means to read. 本も読んでいるよ。
何の本？
I mentioned how the verb yomu requires an object. So, here's an object that fits the bill. Hon, book. Interestingly, while we did learn this kanji as book, it can also mean origin. Since books can be considered the origin of a lot of your knowledge, I think that's fitting as well.
本を読んでいるよ。本を読んでいるよ。
I respond to Yuki's question about what I'm reading by saying hon wo, book, object, yondeiru, reading, yo, friendly new info. I'm reading a book, friendly new info. Imagine yourself in a dojo, somewhere in the forests of Japan. You're there to hone your Japanese skills. You hone them day in and day out by reading all the books lining the shelves of the dojo, which is actually just a library. So, hon uses the kanji book and means book.
何の本？
Nihon no hon. Nihon. Sun book? Day book? This is actually where what we mentioned earlier, that hon can also have a meaning of origin, comes in handy. That allows us to see this combination of kanji as sun origin, or origin of the sun. Did you know that Japan is often referred to as the land of the rising sun? You could also rephrase that as if Japan is the origin of the sun, thus Nihon. But do you know why it's known as the land of the rising sun? Probably because the sun rises at 3 a.m. in the summer. I really think they need to change the time zone or something here. I guess that would make them need to change the name of the country too, though, so.
日本の本。日本の本。
Yuki asks, what book? Or what type of book? And I respond with a complex noun, Nihon no hon, a book of or about Japan. So, Nihon uses the kanji san and book and means Japan.
お、いいね。日本語で読んでいる？
でも僕は読むのが遅い。
We're just adding one kanji onto the tail of Nihon to get our new word, Nihongo. You may already know this one, but if you don't, did you remember from the meaning and writing series that go means language? I'll give you 3 seconds to guess what this whole word means. 3, 2, 1. Japan language, also known as Japanese. By the way, if you add go to the end of most country names, you'll get the word for that country's language.
日本語で読んでいる？日本語で読んでいる？
After I tell Yuki that I'm reading a book about Japan, she responds with our sentence, Oh, the sound of being impressed. いいね. Nice or sounds good. 日本語で, our word, Japanese plus de, so via Japanese, 読んでいる, reading. Put together, Japanese via reading. In other words, she's asking me if I'm reading the book in Japanese. I answer, yeah, but I, topic, read slow. You want to go to Nihon, but before you go to Nihon, you need to learn some Nihongo. After that, you can Nihon go 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 go. So, Nihongo uses the kanji san, book and language, and means Japanese, the language.
どんな話？
国の話だよ。
We learned the kanji for the word kuni as country in the meaning series, and that's exactly what the word kuni means. Country. Have you ever heard of the game Ni no Kuni? If you were to look at the kanji for that game, it's this, with the no in the middle essentially being the no particle, but in katakana. That means the name of this game is actually Country of Two, or Country 2. In other words, another country, and in turn, another world. If you've ever played the game, that should make sense to you.
国の話だよ。国の話だよ。
Yuki asked me what type of story the book is, or what it's about. I answer with our sentence, kuni no hanashi, a complex noun being story of country. Essentially, that the book talks about countries, perhaps, or possibly about Japan itself. Either would be a possible meaning of this sentence. We end that all with dayo. It is friendly new info. We already know the number 2, so we're going to use that in this story. Imagine you're living in a country which you and your compatriots took over in a coup. You're sitting surrounded by your friends as the king in the central government building. Suddenly, you hear gunfire outside and realize that a second coup is being staged by the previous government and the citizens of the country. It's the second coup, kuni, and it marks the end of your short-lived country. So, kuni uses the kanji country and means country.
おー、その文は難しいね。
本当に
Boom. Another single kanji word. I like those. Saying this one over and over is fun. Boom, 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 boom. Look at that. I made a sentence. Or a song out of buns, which is what this word means. Sentence, not songs. And sometimes a text, as in an essay or something. The kanji itself we learned as literary arts in the meaning series.
おー、その文は難しいね。おー、その文は難しいね。
Yuki's impressed again with her oh. More impressed, I think, since there are 3 O's this time. We then have
その文は難しいね。
that sentence. That's the topic marked by wa. Muzukashii. Difficult. Ne? Isn't it? That sentence topic, difficult, isn't it? I'm surprised and say, huh? Really? Imagine you walk into a literary arts university. On the wall inside the entrance is a long sentence. It says, if you memorize this sentence, it will be a great boon for you. That's the sentence. Memorize it. So, boon uses the kanji literary arts and means sentence or a text.
日本人にも難しいよ。
そうか。よかった。
Hey, there's that nihon again. This time, person is attached to it, giving us nihonjin. Do I even need to tell you what this word means? Japan person. More commonly known as Japanese person, as in the nationality. Kind of like go. If you attach jin to a country name, you get the word for that nationality. For example, America jin.
日本人にも難しいよ。日本人にも難しいよ。
Yuki gives us our main sentence with a casual yeah. Nihonjin ni mo. Nimo marks Japanese person or people as the target, and the mo makes target Japanese people and also. Muzukashii. Difficult. Yo. Friendly new info. So apparently this sentence or book is difficult for Japanese people also. I answer with, I see. That's good. I say that's good because it's a bit relieving that it's not just me who's finding it difficult, but that maybe it's just a difficult book to begin with. Imagine you walk up to the entrance of a bar in a back alley somewhere in Japan. Nihon Jin only is written in English on the door. You assume they misspelled jin and that the bar only sells Japanese gin. Feeling excited, you walk in. So, Nihonjin uses the kanji sun, book, and person, and means Japanese person. 今日はユキと話す。
車で行く？電車で行く？
いや、船で行く。こんにちは。
こんにちは。
最近どう？
最近手話を勉強している。
すごい。この手話は正しい？
いや、正しくないよ。
そっか。どれぐらい勉強している？
お正月から勉強している。
すごい。もう8ヶ月だね。
毎日1時間勉強している。
すごい。
最近 ビデオ電話で手話を使っています。
いいね。今日はユキと話す。The 送り仮名, hiragana that comes after a kanji but is still part of the same word. And the fact that it ends in an u sound gives us the hint that hanasu is a verb. It's not a girl named Hanasu, but instead a verb that means what she likes to do. And that's to speak, with anyone who will listen. In particular, she likes to tell her many stories, which is what the kanji in this word means. Story. Write along with Yuki here, or pause the video and use the diagram on the left to try and practice writing the word.
今日はユキと話す。今日はユキと話す。
I start us off today with 今日は today, topic, and tell Dan that today, Yuki to, Yuki together with marker, 話す, will speak. Today, topic, Yuki with will speak. Hanasu is a girl who likes to speak a lot. She tells stories to anyone who will listen. So, hanasu uses the kanji story and means to speak.
車で行く?
Do you remember what this kanji means from the meanings and writings videos? That's right. It means car. This word, kuruma, which uses the single kanji car, also means car. Kuruma. Convenient, eh? The kanji, not cars. Well, I guess those are convenient too, aren't they?
車で行く?車で行く?
Dan hears that I'm going to hang out with Yuki and decides to ask how I'll go. Kuruma is our word, and it's marked by the de particle, which I usually say means something like via. So in this case, we go via car. The verb is iku, to go, and it's a question, so literally, car via will go. We've already learned the word kuru, so we're going to use that in our story here. I imagine that I'm out driving my car around, and my mom calls me to come home. I answer the phone abruptly with kuruma and quickly return home via car. So, kuruma uses the kanji car and means car.
電車で行く?
In the word densha, the first kanji means electricity and is followed by car. But the word does not mean electric car, sadly. Instead, it means electric train, which is what most of the trains here in Japan are these days. So people seem to refer to trains in general as densha. Trains do have cars though, so it kind of makes sense.
電車で行く?電車で行く?
Dan continues his line of questioning with 電車で, electric train via, 行く, will go. You won't need stories for every word you learn, and since you're gonna see and hear this word everywhere if you ever visit Japan, you might not need a story for it. If you made one though, please share it in the comments. It might help someone else who's struggling with it. So, 電車 uses the kanji electricity and car and means electric train. 最近どう?
最近手話を勉強している。
The word shua sounds like something that would show up in the lyrics of a rock and roll song from the 50s. I imagine my grandparents doing the twist, shaking their hands like this, and the singer on stage singing shua, 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 shua. He's moving his hands like this every time he says shua, which is shua for konnichiwa. That's right, shua uses the kanji hand and story and means sign language. Now you also know how to say konnichiwa in Japanese Sign Language.
最近手話を勉強している。最近手話を勉強している。
I informed Dan that all his guesses were wrong. I will not be going by kuruma or densha, but instead by fune, which means boat. I head off to see Yuki, and when I finally see her, I say, konnichiwa. She responds back with, konnichiwa, and I ask her how she's been recently. She responds with our sentence, saikin, recently, shua o. So sign language is our object. It's the object of benkyou shiteiru, study, doing, or just am studying. Altogether, recently, sign language is the object, am studying. We'll use the image of the dance hall I gave at the beginning of this word for our story. I think it was just the same story. Imagine your grandparents doing the twist, shaking their hands like this, and the singer on stage singing, shua, 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 shua. He's moving his hands like this, which is shua for konnichiwa. So, shua uses the kanji hand and story and means sign language, specifically Japanese sign language, eh? すごい。この手話は正しい?
いや、正しくないよ。
If you can't guess the meaning of the word 正しい correctly, it's okay. I'll correct you. Did you guess it? I'll correct you regardless. The word 正しい uses the single kanji correct and means correct or right, as in correct.
すごい。この手話は正しい？すごい。この手話は正しい？
I'm surprised that Yuki is learning shua, so I show that surprise with すごい. Wow. この手話は This sign language is my new topic. 正しい? Correct? Yuki informs me that it is not correct. I have no idea what I thought it was supposed to mean, but apparently it doesn't mean anything. Guess which letter is on the other side of this card? The correct answer is ta-da! Shi, which is how Japanese people tend to say the letter C. So, 正しい uses the kanji correct and means correct, or right. そっか。どれぐらい勉強している？
お正月から勉強している。
すごい。もう8ヶ月だね。The o at the beginning of お正月 adds some politeness to the word, but you might as well think of it as belonging to the word because you'll almost always combine them. You'll probably only talk about this word once a year at the end of the year, though. It does not mean correct month or correct moon, despite the kanji. It instead means New Year's Day. Apparently, the origin of this word comes from the fact that the kanji for correct can also mean to make new, and the moon part refers to the first month of the year. So, this is the first day of the first month of the new year. お正月。
お正月から勉強している。お正月から勉強している。
I'm a little bummed but unsurprised that my shua was not correct. I proceed to ask Yuki how long she's studied it for. She responds with our sentence, お正月から. Our word, New Year's Day, followed by kara, a particle that means from. So, from New Year's Day. 勉強している. I'm studying, or I have been studying. I'm impressed again, and after some quick math, comment on how it's already been 8 months since she started. Imagine a weird New Year's Day ritual where everyone shows their neighbors the guts of their first meal of the year. Your partner, or mom, reminds you to bring the guts of your first meal over to the neighbors in the following way. Oh, shoguts, because she's a cave woman in the story, obviously. So, お正月 uses the kanji correct and moon and means New Year's Day.
毎日1時間勉強している。
すごい. You may remember that the first kanji in mainichi means each, and since you can probably guess that this word doesn't mean each sun, you may have guessed that it means each day. And you're not wrong, but a more accurate English translation might be every day. Maybe each and every day.
毎日1時間勉強している。毎日1時間勉強している。
Yuki confirms that it has been 8 months since she started with yeah. She gives us some more important details with 毎日 every day, 1時間 1 hour, 勉強している I am studying. I continue to be impressed. We already know that nichi means day from learning words like nichiyoubi, so we'll use that knowledge in our story. Every day is mainichi. I don't share my nichi with anyone. They're all Andes. So, mainichi uses the kanji each and sun and means every day.
最近、ビデオ電話で手話を使っています。
いいね。Hello? Alien overlords. You want me to tell you an electric story? No. You want me to tell you a story via electricity. How? Oh. On the telephone. Wait. 電話 means telephone? Thanks. Been a while since we saw those guys.
最近、ビデオ電話で手話を使っています。 最近ビデオ電話で手話を使っています。
Yuki continues to give us details of her Shua adventures by saying that 最近, recently, video, so video, 電話で, so we can combine those two and get video telephone, ビデオ電話, via Shua を, so sign language is the object of 使っています, I am using. Sign language object am using. Easy, eh? I say いいね, and that's that. We're going to not use a story for this, but instead use inference using other words we learned today. Specifically, 電車 and 手話. Since the 電 in 電車 means electricity, and the 話 in 手話 means story, we can imagine telling an electric story via electricity. Obviously using a telephone, because that's how you tell stories via electricity. Thanks, alien guys. So, 電話 uses the kanji electricity and story and means telephone.
すみません、カレーを小サイズでお願いします。小サイズは小さいですよ。大丈夫？今年から小学校に行くから小さいサイズをお願いします。わかりました。小サイズですね。
中サイズのラーメンください。
中サイズで大丈夫？
今年からもう一回中学校に行くから中サイズでいい。
本当に安藤さんは中学校の中に入ってもいいですか？
一年中そこで勉強しないけどそこにいるよ。一番大きいサイズのケーキをください。
一番大きいサイズは大ですよ。
じゃあ大でお願いします。
私もケーキの大をお願いします。はい、わかりました。
大学の1日目はどうだった？
楽しかったよ。アンディの大学の1日目はどうだった？
難しかったよ。
すみません。カレーを小サイズでお願いします。
This is the first word we've learned in the kanji series that has katakana in it. The reason for that is because 3 of the kanji we'll be learning today can be used on their own to indicate the size of something. The katakana word saizu is used to mean size. We learned this kanji as small in the meanings and writing series, and that's exactly the size that this kanji indicates. If we were to read it out loud, we'd read it as sho. So this whole word is sho saizu. You'll often see just the kanji sho on its own when indicating the sizes you can choose on menus at udon and Japanese curry restaurants and the like. You'll also see it on toilets to indicate a big or small flush. In that case, the kanji small would appear on its own, like in this picture. It can be read as sho. Write along with Yuki here, or pause the video and use the diagram on the left to try and practice writing the word.
すみません。カレーを小サイズでお願いします。すみません。カレーを小サイズでお願いします。
This little girl who looks and sounds a lot like Yuki, but definitely isn't Yuki, says, すみません, excuse me, to get the attention of the waitress, who, by the way, definitely isn't Yuki either. Little girl not Yuki continues with kare wo, so our object is curry, specifically Japanese curry. Shou saizu de, literally small size via. De can be used in this way to point out what you want to order, usually followed immediately by onegai shimasu, literally request I do, but usually just translated as please. Altogether, excuse me, curry object, small size via please. Imagine you're in a restaurant and you ask the staff to show you the size of the hamburgers. They serve you a small one. You say, "No, show me the size," and they proceed to bring you an even smaller burger. You give up and just eat it. So, 小サイズ uses the kanji small and means small size.
小サイズは小さいですよ。大丈夫？
As opposed to 小サイズ, this e adjective, which uses the same small kanji, 小さい, describes something as small. You can use this word in a lot more situations than the very specific 小サイズ can be used in. One important note. Don't forget to extend the E sound in chi so that you get 小さい and not 小さい.
小サイズは小さいですよ。大丈夫？小サイズは小さいですよ。大丈夫？
The waitress answers little not Yuki with 小サイズは. So she's bringing 小サイズ up as her topic of discussion and says 小さいですよ. Small it is, friendly new info. Basically, she wants to make sure that the speaker is aware that 小サイズ is small and perhaps that it's quite small indeed. She then asks 大丈夫? Is that okay? When little chia seed dudes sigh, the sound is so small that no one can hear it. Because chia seeds are also ridiculously small. Imagine chia seeds sighing between your teeth for all eternity. So, 小さい uses the kanji small and means small.
今年から小学校に行くから小さいサイズをお願いします。わかりました。小サイズですね。
We're jumping into the deep end on this one, mostly because I'm assuming that you've heard the word 学校 before, which means school. That's these two kanji, learn and school. The first kanji, shou, combined with these, does not mean that the whole word means small school, but instead that it means school for small people, specifically small children. More specifically, kids age 6 to 12. What we might call an elementary school in the United States.
今年から小学校に行くから小さいサイズをお願いします。今年から小学校に行くから小さいサイズをお願いします。
Little not Yuki responds to the waitress' concern that the shou saizu might be too small for her by saying, yeah, 今年から, so this year, followed by the kara particle, giving us this year from 小学校に, elementary school is the target of 行く, will go. That's all marked by a slightly different kara, which is a conjunction that means therefore or so. 小さいサイズを, a small size, object marker. Not small size as in 小サイズ, but small in size in general. お願いします. Please. Altogether, yeah, this year from elementary school target will go. Therefore, a small size, object, please. Teaching in an elementary school for assistant language teachers in Japan is like working on the set of a big show all year round. Show as in play or production. The word 学校 should be easy enough to remember since you probably learned the word a while ago and the kanji learn plus school fits quite well with it. With that said, if you have a good story for remembering 学校, please let us know down in the comments.
It might help someone else who's struggling with the word. So, 小学校 uses the kanji small, learn, and school, and means elementary school. 中サイズのラーメンください。
お、中サイズで大丈夫？
We're progressing down the line with the sizes here, and since you already learned the kanji as middle, I'm guessing you can guess that 中サイズ means middle or medium size. 中, when used on its own indicating a size, would just be read as 中.
中サイズのラーメンください。中サイズのラーメンください。
Ando-san is out to eat and tells the waitress, who is definitely not Yuki, 中サイズのラーメン. We get a nice complex noun that means medium-sized ramen, and immediately follow up with ください, which is yet another way to ask for something politely. In English, just please. 中サイズのラーメンください. Medium-sized ramen, please. Imagine ordering a medium-sized cookie. You place it into the middle of your mouth and find that it's the perfect size to chew in one bite. 中サイズ. So, 中サイズ uses the kanji middle and means medium size. 今年からもう一回中学校に行くから中サイズでいい. We're back with another size of 学校. This time it's a middle-sized school. 中学校, which in Japan is generally for kids 12 to 15 years old. We would call this a junior high school in the United States, at least.
今年からもう一回中学校に行くから中サイズでいい。今年からもう一回中学校に行くから中サイズでいい。
The waitress is surprised at Ando-san's order and says, "You're okay with middle size?" Ando-san answers with our sentence, yeah. 今年から this year from もう一回 one more time 中学校に middle school target 行くから will go, so 中サイズで medium size via E, good or fine. Altogether, yeah. This year from one more time middle school target will go. So medium size is good. That logic is flawed. But so is Ando-san, so. Imagine a junior high school where in the middle of every single class, the students are given a break to chew gum. Let's just say the undersides of their desks are a sticky mess. So 中学校 uses the kanji middle, learn, and school, and means junior high school.
本当に安藤さんは中学校の中に入ってもいいですか？
This is not to be confused with the kanji middle on its own when it refers to size. Instead, we read this as naka. Naka means inside or in the middle of something. When reading things that aren't menus or toilet seats, it's mostly going to be this one.
本当に安藤さんは中学校の中に入ってもいいですか？本当に安藤さんは中学校の中に入ってもいいですか？
The waitress is surprised yet again by Ando-san, and she expresses that surprise with 本当に? This is a set phrase that means really or truly. Ando-san wa, so her new topic is Ando-san. 中学校の中に, so inside a junior high school is the target of 入ってもいい. A verb in its te form plus もいい means it's okay even if, or it's good even if, that verb. In this case, it's okay if you enter, ですか? It is question. Altogether, truly Ando-san topic, inside junior high school target, even if enter it's good? We'll go ahead and beautify this one for old time's sake. What? It's really okay for you to go inside a junior high school? I don't know about that. Imagine a massive knocker on a thin door, which looks just like this kanji. You have to use all your strength to lift the knocker, naka, and to knock on the door to get inside. So, naka uses the kanji middle and means inside. 一年中そこで勉強しないけどそこにいるよ。一年 we already know as 1 year. But if we add ju to it, represented by the middle kanji, it means throughout or all 1 year. Japanese to English dictionaries usually translate it as all year round. Don't get too discouraged about the fact that there are so many ways that the middle kanji can be read. If you just keep learning words that have the kanji in it, it won't matter if you don't remember all of the possible readings in a vacuum. Because you'll know the word, so you'll be able to read it when you need to.
一年中そこで勉強しないけどそこにいるよ。一年中そこで勉強しないけどそこにいるよ。
Ando-san responds to the waitress asking if it's okay if he can go into junior high schools with, yeah. 一年中, all year round, そこで, there, via, 勉強し. He was about to say 勉強します, as in he studies there, but he realizes that's definitely not true, and says ないけど, as in 勉強しないけど. I don't study, but そこに, there, target, いるよ. I exist, am, friendly new info. 一年中そこで勉強しないけどそこにいるよ. Yeah, all year round, there via study, I don't, but their target, I exist, friendly new info. We already know 一年, so we don't have to worry about memorizing that part, but instead the attachment of ju to it making it the whole year. Imagine a place in the middle of the earth where all year round it's June. Perfect weather. 一年 June. So, 一年中 uses the kanji 1, year, and middle, and means all year round. 一番大きいサイズのケーキをください. We've gone through the sizes small and medium with sho and chu, respectively. We've also learned the adjective for small, 小さい. That finally brings us to an adjective for big, 大きい.
一番大きいサイズのケーキをください。一番大きいサイズのケーキをください。
The scene shifts to Yuki and I out for some dessert. I ask the waitress, who is obviously not Yuki, 一番大きいサイズ, most big size, as in the biggest size. That's combined with keiki, using the no particle, into the biggest size cake. That's marked as the object of the sentence with the o particle, and we top the sentence off with kudasai, please, as in please give me. Imagine a giant key made out of oak. To express the sheer grandeur of it, we give the key a name by combining the words oak and key and saying that o really long to get o key. But what door does the o key open, I wonder? An o key one for sure. So, o key uses the kanji big and means big.
一番大きいサイズは大ですよ。
じゃあ、大でお願いします。
私もケーキの大をお願いします。はい、わかりました。
That brings us to large as a size on its own. While you can use size with dai, which means large, just like we did with sho and chu, you don't have to use size with any of them. So in this sentence, we just have dai.
一番大きいサイズは大ですよ。一番大きいサイズは大ですよ。
After I ask for the biggest size, the waitress informs me that 一番大きいサイズは, so the topic is the biggest size, 大ですよ. Large it is. Friendly new info. I ask for that, please, and Yuki decides that she'll have the same. The waitress confirms that she has her orders, and she walks away. Imagine that this kanji represents a person so large in stature that they couldn't hold themselves up any longer, and they die. Sad story. So, dai uses the kanji big and means large in size. 大学の1日目はどうだった?
楽しかったよ。アンディの大学の1日目はどうだった?
難しかったよ。We went to elementary school and then junior high school. We skipped high school though, and here jump right into college or university with our final word of the day. 大学. 大学 is convenient because we only need two kanji to express it, unlike with 小学校. It's just big and learn. So university in Japanese is literally just big learn. 大学 sounds like it could be a good movie. The Big Learn, starring Matt Damon with a Boston accent, as a ruffian who actually has a really high IQ and likes to solve ridiculous math problems on a blackboard in the hallway while he works at Harvard as a janitor. Wait.
大学の1日目はどうだった?大学の1日目はどうだった?
The scene shifts to Yuki and my conversation with each other. I ask, 大学の1日目は? Me after a number and counter turns the number into an ordinal number. So, 1日目 means first day instead of one day. And it's the first day of university. That's the topic, and about it I ask, どうだった? How was it? She says that she enjoyed it and asked me how my first day of 大学 was. I respond that it was difficult, which is odd because don't they just hand out syllabuses on the first day? Do you remember the silly putty toy gak? Well, this is a big gak. Daigaku in Japanese, of course. And you can use it to learn all kinds of things. The University of Gak teaches you, well, anything you can gak from a newspaper, I guess. So, 大学 uses the kanji big and learn and means big learn. Just kidding. University. ねえねえ、ユキ。男と男の子と男子は何が違う?
おー、いい質問だね。じゃあ、教えるね。
お願いします。
男は英語で man という。簡単だね。
うん。
男の子は0歳から20歳くらいまでの男だよ。
ああ、じゃあ男子も同じ?
男子は男の子と同じじゃないよ。小学校から大学までの間、男を男子という。でも最近、 30歳までの男も男子ということがある。
そっか。じゃあ、女の子は男の子と同じ？
うん、そう。女の子はだいたい0歳から20歳までの女の人。
そして、女子も男子と同じ？
そうだよ。
へえ、ありがと
すごい。卵がいっぱいあるね。
う。ね
お、見て。あの男の子は卵の王になった。
卵の王は子供？
うん。王子じゃなくて王だよ。
ユキはいつ卵の女王になる？
ならないならない。
ねえねえ、ユキ。男と男の子と男子は何が違う？
おー、いい質問だね。じゃあ、教えるね。
お願いします。
男は英語で man という。簡単だね。
The single kanji we learned as man, fortunately also means man when it's on its own and read as otoko. Write along with Yuki here or pause the video and use the diagram on the left to try and practice writing the word.
男は英語で man という。簡単だね。男は英語で man という。簡単だね。
We start the day with a burning question. What's the difference between the words otoko, otokonoko, and danshi? Don't worry about the meanings yet because that's what we're about to learn from Yuki. She says that's a great question and says she'll explain it. I say, yes, please. And we get into our sentence. Otoko wa. So, otoko is the topic. Eigo de, so via English, man, toyu. Man is marked by a to quotation marker and you means say. We'll refer to toyu from here on out as is said or is called when it's attached to a single noun like this. Kantan da ne. It's easy, isn't it? Altogether, otoko, topic, English via man is called. Easy it is, isn't it? Imagine a company that makes automobiles. It's full of middle-aged men just loitering about trying to get a peek at what's going on inside. By the way, the company is called Otoko, and all the dudes hanging around outside are referred to lovingly as otokos. So, otoko uses the kanji man and means man.
男の子は0歳から20歳くらいまでの男だよ。
If we consider the kanji in otoko no ko, man and child, with a no particle in between, we can pretty much assume that this means a male child. And that's not quite off, but it's also not quite right. Yuki will give us the real breakdown, so hang in there.
男の子は0歳から20歳くらいまでの男だよ。男の子は0歳から20歳くらいまでの男だよ。
Yuki explains to us here what otoko no ko means in detail. Otoko no ko is the topic, 0歳から, so 0 years old, from 20歳くらいまで, 20 years old about, until, as in about 20 years old, no otoko. So that whole thing is actually a complex noun that means a man from 0 to 20 years old, about 20 years old. Dayo, it is friendly new info. We might refer to this as anything from a boy to a young man. Imagine that the owner of Oroko has a child. It's a man-child. Everyone refers to the boy as Otoko no ko, Oroko's ko.
So, otoko no ko uses the kanji man and child and means boy 0 to 20 years old. ああ、じゃあ、男子も同じ？
男子は男の子と同じじゃないよ。小学校から大学までの間、男を男子という。でも最近、30歳までの男も男子ということがある。
The kanji in 男子 man and child are identical to those in otoko no ko, but there's no, which means we read it completely differently. It's also slightly different in its meaning, according to Yuki at least. She'll give us the details on that. That's not my job today. At least not for this one.
男子は男の子と同じじゃないよ。男子は男の子と同じじゃないよ。
I feel like I'm starting to understand things and ask if 男子 is the same as 男の子. Yuki says 男子は, so 男子 is the topic, 男の子と can be used to mark a noun as something that will be the same or different than the topic or subject of the sentence, when it's combined with words like same or different. Here it's marking 男の子, and the word after is 同じ, which means same. じゃないよ, it is not friendly new info. Altogether, 男子 topic, 男の子 comparison to, same is not friendly new info. I'm surprised by this, and she goes into detail on what 男子 means. Namely, it's a word used to refer to men who are in elementary school up to university, mostly students, though recently it's sometimes used for men up to age 30, probably because many 30-plus-year-olds still think they're kids. Definitely not talking about myself here. This is danshi. It's like a banshee, but it's just a normal male student named Dan. So, danshi uses the kanji man and child and means boy, elementary to university age. そっか。じゃあ、女の子は男の子と同じ？
そう。女の子はだいたい0歳から20歳までの女の人。
We're on a new path over to some new kanji. Onna, which means woman, and noko, the no particle, and child again. And again, Yuki will give us the details. I'm just here to talk. Probably too much.
そっか。じゃあ、女の子は男の子と同じ？そっか。じゃあ、女の子は男の子と同じ？
I'm figuring things out thanks to Yuki, so I say そっか, which is a casual I see. じゃあ, well then, 女の子と, so 女の子 is the topic, 男の子と, we're going to compare the topic 女の子 with 男の子. 同じ is the same altogether. Well then, 女の子 topic, 男の子 comparison to, same? Yuki says, yeah. 女の子 usually refers to women 0 to 20 years old, which we would refer to as a girl or young woman in English. Imagine a girl on another girl's back running around a playground. So, 女の子 uses the kanji woman and child and means girl aged 0 to 20. そして女子も男子と同じ？
そうだよ。
へえ、ありがとう。Joshi. When woman becomes part of a jukugo word, which is a two kanji word, then it's usually read as jo. And since jo is short for Joanna, maybe you can use that to remember this word, which Yuki is going to tell us about. I like leaving these up to her.
そして女子も男子と同じ。そして女子も男子と同じ。
I ask Yuki, そして and then, or just then, 女子も joshi, also marker, 男子 danshi is going to be compared with joshi. 同じ same. Yuki says, yeah, friendly new info. I make the sound of finding that interesting, and thank her. In other words, joshi are also girls elementary to university age. I'm not sure if 30-year-old women are referred to as joshi like men are danshi though. I'm not sure. Imagine a girlfriend of yours that you've had from elementary school all the way through university called Jo. She likes to learn kanji. So, joshi uses the kanji woman and child and means girl, elementary to university age.
すごい、卵がいっぱいあるね。
Ne. Here's another word with ko in it, but this time the kanji for jewel or ball comes first. A jewel child or ball child is actually just an egg. By the way, you'll actually learn a single kanji for tamago in N2 as well. The one we're learning is the one usually used for tamago, used in cooking, while the single N2 kanji is mostly used to talk about eggs that serve a function other than being eaten. By the way, I guess it's my turn to explain word meanings this time.
すごい、卵がいっぱいあるね。すごい、卵がいっぱいあるね。
We're on to a new scene from here on out because eggs just didn't fit into the last one. Yuki looks around at all the eggs and says, "Sugoi! Whoa! Tamago ga." So eggs are the subject of ippai, full of or tons of, aru ne, exist, eh? Whoa! Eggs, subject, tons of exist, eh? I say, right? Remember the toy Tamagotchi? Did you know that they were, and still are, Japanese? And it was actually Tamagotchi because they're shaped like an egg. I treated my first Tamagotchi like a jewel and raised it like my only child. So, tamago uses the kanji jewel and child and means egg, specifically for cooking.
お、見て。あの男の子は卵の王になった。
Oh. This kanji that means king is simply read as oh. And despite its simplicity, it does mean king. Make sure to extend that o sound for 2 full moras though. Oh.
お、見て。あの男の子は卵の王になった。お、見て。あの男の子は卵の王になった。
Among all the eggs, Yuki notices a person dressed in egg getup with a crown and says, "Oh, mite," a sound of surprise followed by "look." Ano otoko no ko wa, that boy over there, is the topic of tamago no oni, the egg king, target, natta, became. So he became the egg king. So, o uses the kanji king and means king. Tamago no o wa kodomo? We've seen the kanji in this word a lot already, and when it's alone with domo in kodomo, it just means child. Although technically, domo also has a more advanced kanji you can use, which we'll learn in N3. We should note though that even in content aimed at adults, hiragana is often used for the domo part.
卵の王は子供？ 卵の王は子供?
I'm surprised to hear that the kid we're looking at is the tamago no o. So I say, tamago no o wa. So tamago no o is the topic. Kodomo? A child? Question mark. So the egg king is the topic, and I'm asking if he's a child, because that's kind of surprising. A king that's a child? How? How is that possible? A Komodo dragon's kodomo is still pretty big. So, kodomo uses the kanji child and means child.
王子じゃなくて王だよ。
When we combine king with child, we don't get child king, but instead child of a king, also known as a prince.
王子じゃなくて王だよ。王子じゃなくて王だよ。
Yuki answers my surprised question with, yeah, oji, prince, and connects it with the next clause with the te form of janai. We might translate this as is not a prince, but here. But the literal translation would likely use and instead of but. So, not a prince and o dayo. King is friendly new info, which is a bit strange in English. We'd definitely use but there. But we'd still use the te form in Japanese quite often. Oh, geez. The prince is crying again. Wait, I thought he was an o. So, oji uses the kanji king and child and means prince. Yuki wa itsu tamago no joou ni naru?
ならないならない。
The combination of woman and king does not mean woman who is a king. Or, well, I guess it does, because queen does sort of mean that, depending on the situation. And queen is what joou means.
ユキはいつ卵の女王になる？ユキはいつ卵の女王になる？
I ask Yuki a very important question. Yuki wa, so she is the topic, itsu, when, tamago no joou ni egg queen target, naru, become, question mark. Altogether, Yuki topic, when egg queen target become. She's surprised by my question and says that she will not become an egg queen. My girlfriend Jo from the Joshi story became a queen and had her name extended to Jo. So Jo uses the kanji woman and king and means queen.
午前10時。
パーティーの前に何をする？
プレゼントを買う。ダン君は何色が好き？
青が好きだと思う。
じゃあ、後で青い服を買う。
いいね。
その後、これはどう？前が青で後ろが白。
いいね。僕はこの青と赤のシャツをあげる。
自分で作ったの？
3年前に作ったよ。
午後3時。お誕生日おめでとうございます。何歳になった？
ありがとう。えへへ。 僕は1986年に生まれたよ。
じゃあ、僕より一つ上だね。
午前10時
The two kanji in gozen make it very easy to learn. The first kanji, go, we learned as noon, and zen we learned as in front in the meanings and writing series. In front can also mean before. So if we go with the literal meaning, noon before, we get the meaning of this word. In nicer English, AM or morning. When referring to time, it can mean any time between midnight and 11:59 a.m., thus AM. But when used in the middle of a conversation without a time attached, it usually refers to the times between when it becomes light and noon. Write along with Yuki here, or pause the video and use the diagram on the left to try and practice writing the word.
午前10時午前10時
This is just a pop-up telling us when the first scene is going to take place. Gozen, AM, 10時, 10 o'clock. An interesting thing to note here is that gozen always comes before the time, unlike AM or in the morning does in English. You can use the kanji before to help you remember that fact. If you made it this far in this series, you probably have a good grasp of the types of stories you can make when trying to memorize words. You may have also found that stories you make for yourself are almost always better than ones others make for you. With that in mind, from this point on in the series, we'll give you one or sometimes two example stories in each video, and the rest will be left up to you. Feel free to share your stories down in the comments. Here's your one story for this video. Imagine you're visiting a Zen temple in Japan. Their motto is Go Zen, but they only go Zen in the AM. So, Go Zen uses the kanji noon and in front and means morning or AM. パーティーの前に何をする? Here's our in front kanji again. This time it's alone and read as mae, not mai. Careful with that. It took me many years to get that down, and I still mess it up sometimes when I'm not being careful. Anyway, it can mean both in front and before. Quick little bonus exercise that's not in the script. You can try this. A, e, I, u, e, o, a, o. A, e, I, u, e, o, a, o. And go faster. A, e, I, u, e, o, a, o. To help you get that transition. And you can do that for all the hiragana. Kake, kiku, keko, kako. Kake, kiku, keko, kako. A, e, I, u, e, o, a, o. 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 All the hiragana. A, e, I, u, e, o, a, o. A, e, I, u, e, o, a, o.
パーティーの前に何をする? パーティーの前に何をする?
For our first actual sentence, I ask Yuki, パーティーの前に party plus complex noun no, 前 before, に target. So before the party is the target of 何を what. What is the object of する do. Altogether, party before target, what object do? So, mae uses the kanji in front and means in front or before.
プレゼントを買う。ダン君は何色が好き？
青が好きだと思う. The word ao uses the kanji we learned as blue, and fortunately, it also means blue. Look how blue it is.
青が好きだと思う。青が好きだと思う。
Yuki says present object by in relation to my question about what we're going to do before the party. She then asks what color Dan likes. I answer with our sentence. The sound of thinking. Ao ga, so blue is our subject. Suki da, likes it is. To omou, I think. So, blue subject. Like it is, I think. As in, he likes blue, I think. I don't know, Dan. What color do you like? Let us know in the edit. Imagine that you get punched in the leg after someone sees a blue car with a missing headlight. You shout, "Ow, ow, ow, why?" You look at your leg and notice that the spot that got punched is turning blue. I know I said you weren't getting any more stories, but that one just seemed too obvious to let go. I miss Padiddle. We don't have that here. So, ao uses the kanji blue and means blue.
じゃあ、後で青い服を買う。
いいね. Later on, the word ato will be very useful for you. It's probably useful now too, but it means later or after, so I did what I had to do. Ato uses the kanji we learned as behind, and we'll learn why that's one of its meanings later in the video. It's often paired with the de particle, as in ato de. It still means later, but it's literally later via. The de marks later as the time being used to do something.
じゃあ、後で青い服を買う。じゃあ、後で青い服を買う。
Yuki responds to me letting her know that Dan likes blue by saying, "Ja, well then, ato de, later via, aoi, an adjective that means blue or bluish, fukuo, so blue or bluish clothes are the object of kao, will buy. Well then, later via blue clothes, object will buy." I say, "Ii ne," so I think she's buying blue clothes. So, ato uses the kanji behind and means later or after.
その後。
When ato is preceded by sono, it becomes a whole new word. Sonogo. Sonogo means after that, as opposed to just later or after. This should be obvious from the fact that sono means that near the listener, and ato can mean after. The odd part is the kanji behind is then read as go instead of ato. That's just something you have to try and remember. Keep in mind, though, that you may sometimes hear someone say sono ato, and thus wouldn't be misunderstood if you were to use it instead of go.
その後。その後。
You can get access to the worksheet in this video, and other worksheets as well, if you're a member of ToKiniAndy.com. You'll also find an Anki deck that teaches all the JLPT N5 and now JLPT N4 kanji's meanings and writings, as well as extra sentences that aren't in this video for helping you to learn how to read them. Not to mention, we have tons of other grammar, vocabulary, reading, and listening content. Check it out today. While sonogo can absolutely be used within actual sentences, it can also be used in title cards like we have here to mean later on or after that, in transitions on TV or in movies. So, sonogo uses the kanji behind and means after that.
これはどう？前が青で後ろが白。
If you see the kanji behind with a ro after it, it's now yet another word, ushiro. And this word finally means behind something.
これはどう？前が青で後ろが白。これはどう？前が青で後ろが白。
We get to the clothing shop and Yuki says, これはどう? This topic, how about? 前が, so front subject, 青, blue. She then uses the de, which means and for nouns and adjectives. Ushiro ga, so new topic is behind or back, shiro, white. Altogether, this topic, how about, front subject blue and behind or back subject white. So, ushiro uses the kanji behind and means behind. いいね。僕はこの青と赤のシャツをあげる。赤. See this color? It's aka. See this kanji? It's also aka. The meaning of it, not just the color of it.
いいね。僕はこの青と赤のシャツをあげる。いいね。僕はこの青と赤のシャツをあげる。
Yuki showed me her choice in design, and I say, いいね. Good, isn't it? As a whole, that's often translated as sounds good. 僕は me topic この青と赤のシャツを this blue and red connecting no shirt object あげる will give. So aka uses the kanji red and means red.
自分で作ったの？
The word jibun uses an N4 kanji we'll learn later that means oneself. That's helpful because combined with segment, the word jibun means oneself. We use it a lot when talking about things one can do on their own or by themselves. Obviously.
自分で作ったの？自分で作ったの？
Yuki's surprised by the shirt I'm planning to give Dan. She probably thought I was going to buy something at this store as well. She gives a surprise sound and then asks, 自分で oneself via, in other words, on your own, 作ったの? Made? That no is an informal question marker, kind of like the ka question marker at the end of sentences with des and mas formality, but this one's more casual. So 自分 uses the kanji segment and means oneself. 3年前に作ったよ。Taking a look at the kanji in 3年前, we see 3 year and before. The meaning is exactly what the kanji says it is. 3年前, 3 years before or ago.
3年前に作ったよ。3年前に作ったよ。
When Yuki asks if I made it, I say, yeah, 3年前に, 3 years ago, target, 作ったよ, made, friendly new info. So, 3年前 uses the kanji 3, year and before, and means 3 years before, or 3 years ago.
午後3時。
We learned a word with the kanji for noon earlier in this video, gozen. That word meant AM or in the morning. This word, gogo, is similar and, despite the combination of noon and behind still sounding like AM in English, since the kanji behind can also mean something like after, we can deduce that gogo means afternoon or PM specifically. While technically this word represents all the hours between noon and 11:59 p.m. and is absolutely used that way when referring to times, it's mostly used to refer to the times between noon and when the sun goes down when used conversationally, like in this sentence. Gogo wa isogashii? Afternoon, busy?
午後3時。午後3時。
Gogo sanji. We're just using a title card here to refer to the time, kind of like we did with gozen. Here it's gogo sanji, afternoon, 3 o'clock. So, gogo uses the kanji noon and before and means PM or afternoon.
お誕生日おめでとうございます。何歳になった？
The official word here is tanjoubi, which means birthday, and uses an N1 kanji and 2 that we've actually learned, life and sun. The o in front is what's called the honorific o, and it adds some politeness or respect to the word, especially when saying things like happy birthday to someone. What month is your tanjoubi? Let us know in the comments, but don't give us the actual day and year or anything because that's kind of a privacy concern.
お誕生日おめでとうございます。お誕生日おめでとうございます。
Yuki and I finally arrive at Dan's birthday party and shout, "Otanjoubi," birthday, "Omedetou gozaimasu," usually just translated as congratulations. We then ask an invasive question that we always used to chant when I was a kid. How old are you now? How old are you now? Nansai ni, what age, target, natta, became, as a question, natta. So, otanjoubi uses the kanji life and sun and means birthday.
ありがとう。えへへ。僕は1986年に生まれたよ。
じゃあ、僕より一つ上だね。The kanji for life is the only one in the verb umareru. The word itself means to be born, so the kanji's pretty appropriate.
僕は1986年に生まれたよ。僕は1986年に生まれたよ。
Dan responds to our invasive question with a math problem. He says, arigato, thanks. He then makes a laughing sound, before saying, boku wa, me, topic, 1986年に. So the year 1986 is the target of umareta yo, was born. Friendly new info. Yo. So umareru uses the kanji life and means to be born. ねえねえ、ユキ。
何？
この犬は何？
それは狛犬という。本当は犬じゃないよ。
そうなんだ。何の仕事をしている？
神様の番犬の仕事。
すごい。ちなみに善光寺に行ったことがある？
うん、時々行くよ。
そこに犬と散歩している人がいるよ。
うん、最近犬と一緒に行ってもいいお寺が多いね。
そうなんだ。いいね。
犬と長い散歩したいね。
ねえ。ねえねえ、ユキ。
何？
この犬は何？ We learn the kanji for big with a dot on the right as dog in the meanings and writings part of this course. The word inu, which uses this kanji, also means dog. Have you ever heard of Shiba Inu? That basically means Shiba dog. Easy, right? Write along with Yuki here, or pause the video and use the diagram on the left to try and practice writing the word.
この犬は何？この犬は何？
I get Yuki's attention and she asks me what's up. Our sentence is この犬は. So this dog, topic, nani, what is it? So inu uses the kanji dog and means dog.
それは狛犬という。本当は犬じゃないよ。
そうなんだ。何の仕事をしている？
神様の番犬の仕事。
Banken uses an N3 kanji and the kanji for dog. If you notice a house with a sign that says Banken, you probably want to be careful because it doesn't mean that people named Ken are banned from entering, but that they have a guard dog.
神様の番犬の仕事。神様の番犬の仕事。
Yuki answers my question by telling me that the name of the dog-like thing on the statues I'm pointing at is called a komainu, and that it's not actually a dog. I ask what its job is, and she answers with our sentence. kami-sama no, so a god of the shrine, complex noun no. Banken no shigoto, guard dog, complex noun no, work, job. So it does the job of a shrine kami or god's guard dog, though it's not actually a dog, I guess. Here's an example of a story you could make for this one. This is Ken. Ken is banned from all the restaurants in the area because he always brings his banken, which tends to attack customers. Bad Kenny. So banken uses the kanji dog and means guard dog. Sugoi. ちなみに善光寺に行ったことがある? When you hear ji at the end of a name as a suffix, it often means that it's the name of a temple. In our story, we hear Zenkoji. If we were to get literal with a translation, it would be Zenko Temple. Although you'll usually see temple names translated into English with the ji as part of the name, such as Zenkoji Temple. But honestly, that's redundant because the ji means temple, Zenkoji, as does the kanji that's used for it.
すごい。ちなみに善光寺に行ったことがある？すごい。ちなみに善光寺に行ったことがある？
I'm impressed by the komainu's job and say すごい. ちなみに Chinamini means by the way and is usually used when the next question or information is somehow related to what the speakers were just talking about. So you could also translate it as speaking of which. Zenkoji ni. My target is the temple Zenkoji. Itta koto ga aru. The past tense of a verb with koto ga aru means have the experience of X or I've done X before. So here as a question we have go have the experience of, i.e. have you ever gone to Zenkoji before? So ji uses the kanji temple and is a suffix that means temple.
時々行くよ。
This used to be one of my favorite words, just based on the sound. Tokidoki. You'll notice we have the kanji for time and a weird symbol after it that you may have never seen before. That symbol is often called a noma, or the kanji iteration mark. What it does is tell the reader, repeat the last kanji. In other words, you could write this word like this, with the time kanji showing up twice. And sometimes you might see it that way, but it's much easier to write it with a noma character. Tokidoki. See? Try it out sometime. Once again, the word here is tokidoki, which means sometimes.
時々行くよ。 時々行くよ。
Yuki answers my question of whether she has ever gone to Zenkoji with, yeah, tokidoki, sometimes, iku yo, go, friendly new info yo. So, tokidoki uses the kanji time and means sometimes. そこに犬と散歩している人がいるよ。
最近犬と一緒に行ってもいいお寺が多いね。
そうなんだ。いいね。With the word otera, we again run into the temple kanji. That o in front adds some politeness or honorificness, is that a word? To the base word tera. The word tera is almost always written and said as otera, so that's the way we're teaching it here. This is the basic noun for a temple. Otera.
最近犬と一緒に行ってもいいお寺が多いね。うん、最近犬と一緒に行ってもいいお寺が多いね。
Here I tell Yuki why I'm asking her about Zenkoji and how that's related to our earlier conversation. It's because there are people walking their dogs there. She gives us our sentence. Yeah. 最近, recently, 犬と, dog with と, 一緒に. Together with. 一緒に is often combined with the to particle to make it clear we mean that we're doing something together with someone or something. 行ってもいい? This is the verb to go in the te form with もいい. てもいい means it's okay if X, where X is the verb. So it's okay if go together with dog. That entire phrase modifies the following noun directly. Otera, temple. In other words, temple where it's okay to go with your dog. That entire complex noun is the subject of 多いね, many. That's new information for me, but I like it. So, otera uses the kanji temple and means temple.
犬と長い散歩したいね。
ね. This complex-looking kanji is the final one we learned in the Meanings and Writings N5 Kanji series. It means long, and the e adjective that it's a part of, nagai, also means long. It can be used for distances, physical lengths, and lengths of time.
犬と長い散歩したいね。犬と長い散歩したいね。
Yuki says 犬と dog with と nagai. So she extends the a in the ga of nagai to add emphasis. But it's still just the word long. 散歩したいね. 散歩 means going for a walk, and したい means want to do. So altogether, dog with long walk want to do. I agree. I want a dog. So, nagai uses the kanji long and means long. 何を見ている?
街のイベントだよ。明日ミュージアムの見学のイベントがあるよ。一緒に行く？
行きたい。でも、靴下がない。
じゃあ、一足あげるね。
ありがとう。じゃあ、行く。
すごい。すごい。目的のティラノサウルス。
口が大きい。
足が長い。
そして耳が小さいね。
それから目がちょっと怖い。
でも手がすごく短い。ミュージアムは面白いよね。
ねえ。
何を見ている? If you've made it this far in your studies, you probably already know the word miru, which means to look or to watch, depending on the context. The kanji that looks like an eye of Sauron on legs, we also learned as look, so that should make this word easy to remember. Miru. Write along with Yuki here, or pause the video and use the diagram on the left to try and practice writing the word.
何を見ている？何を見ている？
I see Yuki looking at the town bulletin board and ask, Nani yo? The word what is the object of miteiru, the present progressive or ing version of miru, thus looking. Altogether, what object looking? So, miru uses the kanji look and means to look.
町のイベントだよ。明日ミュージアムの見学のイベントがあるよ。一緒に行く？
Taking a look at the kanji in the word kengaku can help a little bit with picking up the meaning. We have look and learn. You might think it means something along the lines of visual learning. And if so, you're not entirely wrong. This word is usually used for going to a place and learning about it in person, or learning about something that happens there in person. You can think of something like a field trip to a museum or a factory tour. These are all forms of kengaku. We'll shorten things up to study by observation or field trip.
明日ミュージアムの見学のイベントがあるよ。明日ミュージアムの見学のイベントがあるよ。
Yuki tells us what she's looking at. Machi no ibento. Town events. Dayo. It is friendly new info. Ashita. Tomorrow. Museum no kengaku no ibento ga aru yo. Museum field trip event. Subject. Have. Friendly new info. Issho ni. Together with. Iku. Go. All together. Town event it is. Yo. Tomorrow. Museum field trip event. Subject. Have. Yo. Together with go. So, kengaku uses the kanji look and learn and means study by observation or field trip. Ikitai. Demo, kutsushita ga nai.
じゃあ一足あげるね。
Arigato. じゃあ、行く. The kanji for foot, when attached to a number, is a counter for shoes, socks, or anything you wear in your feet. We read it as soku. So, issoku, nisoku, sansoku, yonsoku, etc. One thing to note, remember how chitsuki and ku become small tsus before ha, hi, fu, he, and ho? Well, they do that before sa, shi, su, se, and so as well. That's why one pair of socks or shoes, the word in our sentence, is issoku and not ichisoku.
じゃあ一足あげるね。じゃあ一足あげるね。
I respond to Yuki's invitation with want to go, but socks subject not exist, as in, I don't have any socks. The most random possible reason to decline an invitation ever invented. Yuki's surprised by this, but has a solution for my problem. Ja, well then, issoku, one pair of socks I assume, ageru ne, will give, I thank her and say, I will go then. I really did want to go, I just didn't have any socks. So, soku uses the kanji for foot and is a counter for things worn on your feet. Pretty intuitive, really.
すごい。あ、すごい。あ、目的のティラノサウルス。
口が大きい. The kanji for I combined with a Kanken level 6 kanji we won't learn for a while, read as teki, gives us mokuteki, a thing you aim at and try to make a reality. This could be a goal, aim, or objective.
あ、目的のティラノサウルス。あ、目的のティラノサウルス。
We have some fun looking around the museum on our tour the next day, before finally reaching the main thing, or aim, that Yuki wanted to see. Mokuteki no Tyrannosaurus. Aim, complex noun, no. Tyrannosaurus. T-Rex is probably not a word you learn very early in most languages, but it's pretty much the same as in English, so here it is. That "rus" on the end is a bit hard to get your tongue wrapped around, but it is the word. Anyway, Yuki was aiming to see the T-Rex today. That was her main objective. I say, mouth big. Like a baby. So, mokuteki uses the kanji I and means objective or goal.
足が長い。
Ashi brings us back to the foot kanji, and this time it just means foot or feet. What's incredibly annoying is that it can also mean legs, which is how we will see it in our sentence. You can't really tell the difference, like whether person speaking means feet or legs. You just have to kind of assume based on context. Kind of a weird word.
足が長い。足が長い。
Yuki says, ashi ga nagai, which does not mean that the T-Rex's feet are long, but that its legs, subject, long. So, ashi uses the kanji foot and means foot or legs. そして耳が小さいね。Mimi is not me saying me, mine, 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 and hurting your ears. It's just the word for ears in Japanese. Mimi.
そして耳が小さいね。そして耳が小さいね。
I agree that the T-Rex's legs are long and say そして. Also, 耳が小さいね. Ears, subject, small, eh? Here's a simple example of a story you could create to memorize this word. Imagine that you've been cursed to understand what everyone around you truly means when they're speaking. All you hear is me, me, me. Your ears hurt. For eternity, your ears just hurt. So, mimi uses the kanji ear and means ears.
それから目がちょっと怖い。
でも手がすごく短い。ミュージアムは面白いよね。
ねえ。
While me looks like mimi if you're not paying attention, you'll likely notice it from our earlier word as meaning eye. Also, if you did our meanings and writing series first, you'll remember it as the Eye of Sauron. The word on its own is just me.
それから目がちょっと怖い。それから目がちょっと怖い。
Yuki agrees with me and then says それから also or and then 目が so eyes are the subject of ちょっと怖い ちょっと is a little 怖い is scary. I mentioned that it has super short arms though, likely suggesting that this counterbalances the scary mouth. But no, they'd still be terrifying to run into, even with those tiny hands. Arms? I finish us off by saying that the museum is super fun or interesting, and Yuki agrees. Ne. So, me uses the kanji eye and means eyes. Kono ji wa nani?
雨だよ。
え？雨？じゃあ明日は中止だね。
なんで？
明日は雨だ。
よかった。山に登りたくなかった。
山に登らなくてもいいよ。
そうなの？富士山に行くと思っていた。
うん、グループの半分が山に登る。
もう半分は？
川で遊ぶ。
そっか。高い山に登るのが嫌だ。でも川で遊びたい。
そして夕方はみんなでキャンプをするよ。
いいなあ。雨が止まないかな。
てるてる坊主を作って雨を止めましょう。
いいね。
この字は何？ This word, 字, uses the kanji we learned as letter. Letter as in characters like A, B, C, or this kanji itself. The word also means character, as in kanji, hiragana, or just letter. Ji. That's a lot of things that this one word points to. Write along with Yuki here, or pause the video and use the diagram on the left to try and practice writing the word.
この字は何？この字は何？
I point to the kanji on screen and say to Yuki, この字は this character, topic, 何? What? So, 字 uses the kanji letter, characters, and means character or letter. この字は何?
雨だよ。
Ame is represented by the single kanji we learned as rain. And of course, it also means rain. A fun pitch accent quirk is that ame means rain and ame means hard candy. So if you're not careful, it can sound like you're saying that candy is falling instead of rain is falling.
雨だよ。雨だよ。
Yuki answers my question about what the character on screen is with ame da yo. Rain it is, yo. I'm not going to say friendly new info every time yo pops up anymore. You get it, right? So, ame uses the kanji rain and means rain. 雨? じゃあ明日は中止だね。
なんで？
明日は雨だ。Our first two kanji word today is 中止 with the kanji middle and stop. While it doesn't exactly mean stop in the middle, the full definition is... Wait, one second. No, wait. The definition is to quit something in the middle. It can also be used to mean cancel an event, which is how it shows up in our story. The single word we're using is cancellation.
じゃあ明日は中止だね。 じゃあ明日は中止だね。
I respond to Yuki telling me that the character on screen means rain with a shocked sound. Ame, rain. Ja, well then. Ashita wa, tomorrow, topic. Chushi da ne, cancel it is, ne? Yuki asks why, and I say, tomorrow, topic, rain it is. So, chushi uses the kanji middle and stop and means cancellation, or stopping something in the middle.
よかった。山に登りたくなかった。
山に登らなくてもいいよ. You can easily superimpose the kanji used for yama onto the image of a yama and see the yama that it represents. See? Yama means mountain.
よかった。山に登りたくなかった。よかった。山に登りたくなかった。
Yuki has an unexpected reaction to my announcement that tomorrow is canceled. Yokatta, good or thank goodness. Yamani, mountain is the target of noboritaku nakatta. This long conjugation of a single word means did not want to climb. The verb noboru, to climb, becomes noboritai, which means want to climb, which becomes noboritaku nai, do not want to climb, which then ends up in the past tense and gives us noboritaku nakatta. If you're struggling with that and want to learn more about conjugations, check out my Genki grammar series, which I'll link up here, or our vocabulary and grammar course on ToKiniAndy.com. So, yama uses the kanji mountain and means mountain.
そうなの？富士山に行くと思っていた。
It's very possible that you've heard the name Fuji-san before, and that's because it's this. Fuji Mountain. Often the kanji for mountain will be attached to the name of a mountain and be read as san. It's not always read as san though, so if you're into mountain climbing, make sure to learn the full name of the mountains so it's easier for you to search for them. Mount Fuji's full name is Fuji-san. It uses two kanji we haven't learned yet and the kanji for mountain on the end. Although interestingly, the second kanji in Fuji-san is the part we learned as specialist.
富士山に行くと思っていた。富士山に行くと思っていた。
Yuki lets out a surprise sound and says, "そうなの?" which is a casual way of saying, really? Fuji-san ni iku. So, Fuji-san is the target of go, and she marks that whole thing with the quotation to and omotteita, was thinking. Altogether, really? Fuji-san, target, go, quote to, was thinking. So, she thought we were going to Mount Fuji. So, Fuji-san uses the kanji mountain and means Mount Fuji. グループの半分が山に登る。
もう半分は？
半分 uses the kanji half and segment. We've seen segment a lot in words that mean minutes, but this word does not mean half a minute. Instead, we just have half in general, or more literally, half a segment, or half segment.
グループの半分が山に登る。グループの半分が山に登る。
I say, yeah. グループの半分が group no half subject 山に登る so 山 target climb. Yuki is surprised and says other half topic question. So 半分 uses the kanji half and segment and means half. 川で遊ぶ. We have another single kanji word here, read as kawa. The kanji means river, and kawa means river too. I like single kanji words. They're easy to remember.
川で遊ぶ川で遊ぶ
I answer Yuki's question about what the other half of our group will do with a simple sentence. Kawa de, river via, asobu, will play. I came up with a fun little story for this one, so I thought I'd share it. Imagine the Ninja Turtles going swimming in a river. Every time they jump in, they shout, Kawabunga! But they always hit the water before they reach Bunga. So all anyone around them hears is Kawa over and over again as they jump in, climb out, and jump in. Kawa again and again. So Kawa uses the kanji river and means river.
そっか高い山に登るのが嫌だでも川で遊びたい
The E adjective takai uses the single kanji tall and can mean both tall and expensive. Because tall buildings are expensive to build? Maybe? I don't know. But it means both.
そっか高い山に登るのが嫌だでも川で遊びたいそっか高い山に登るのが嫌だでも川で遊びたい
Yuki responds with a casual sokka, which is the same as so desu ka and means I see. Takai yama ni, tall mountain target, noboru no ga, climb, nominalizing no, subject ga, iyada, dislike it is. Demo, but, kawa de, kawa via, asobitai, play want to. She doesn't like climbing mountains, especially tall ones, but she does want to play in the river, it seems. So, takai uses the kanji tall and means tall or expensive. そして夕方はみんなでキャンプをするよ。夕方 is not someone asking if you got her. You gotta. The kanji evening and direction give us an idea that this word points in the direction of evening. And that's exactly what it means. The Japanese dictionary specifically says the time between when the sun is going down and nighttime. I just realized the second kanji is actually an N4 kanji, so just pretend you didn't see it.
そして夕方はみんなでキャンプをするよ。そして夕方はみんなでキャンプをするよ。
I give some more information about the plans that are, don't forget, being canceled. そして and then 夕方は evening topic みんなで everyone via or as a group キャンプをするよ camp object will do yo. So 夕方 uses the kanji evening and means evening.
いいなあ。雨が止まないかな。
This is the first time we've ever learned a phrase instead of a single word in this series. But these two words, ame and yamu, go together like peanut butter and jelly. So it is what it is. Ame ga yamu means rain stops. Broken down, rain, subject stops. By the way, you can also use yamu with things like snow and even the shaking of an earthquake. The kanji are rain and stop.
いいなあ。雨が止まないかな。 いいなあ、雨が止まないかな。
Yuki says, いいな, which is kind of like, I wish I could do that, but is literally good and not extended. Na can add some emphasis to the sentence while also adding lots of feeling to what comes before it. So, good, emphasis with lots of feeling. Since we have the context that she will not be able to do the thing she's ing, we know it means she's kind of bummed out about it. Ame ga yamanai. Rain won't stop. Kana. I wonder. So, I wonder if the rain won't stop. She's definitely hoping that it does. So, ame ga yamu uses the kanji rain and stop and means rain will stop. Teru teru bozu o tsukutte ame o tomemashou.
いいね。
We see another verb with the stop kanji here, but this time with the okurigana, meru. We know it's read as tomeru. This word means to stop some object actively, like a moving car.
てるてる坊主を作って雨を止めましょう。てるてる坊主を作って雨を止めましょう。
I say teru teru bozu, which is a little doll that kids make. Well, adults sometimes too, but it's a little doll people make and hang up to ward off the rain. I mark that with o, making it the object, and say tsukutte, make, and ame o, so rain becomes the object of tomemashou, let's stop. So we're going to stop the rain with a teru teru bozu. Yuki likes that idea. And we make one. So, teru teru bozu means... No, wait. The word was tomeru. It uses the kanji stop and means to stop an object.
おはよ
早いよ。
う。ごめん。今日は忙しい。忙しい。
え？そうなの？
まず竹を切る。そして草が長いから草刈りをする。次は花を取る。
なんで？
花瓶に入れるから。
なんで？
入り口に置くから。
そっか。
そして田んぼで働く。
本当に忙しいね。起きる。
次の日、ここに入力して。
何を？
名前を。
なんで？
ガーデン雑誌に私たちの庭を出す。
なんで？
私たちの庭がきれいだから。
有名になりたくないよ。
アンディは有名にならないよ。庭が有名になる。おはよう。
早いよ。We probably could have learned the word hayai earlier in our journey through kanji, especially since we learned the kanji in hayai as early, and the word hayai means early. Right along with Yuki here, or pause the video and use the diagram on the left to try and practice writing the word.
早いよ。早いよ。
Yuki says good morning to me. Fun fact, you won't see it written in kanji much, but if you were to write ohayo in kanji, it looks like this. The kanji is read exactly the same as our word, too. Hayai, which is what I say to Yuki, along with yo, friendly new info. It's early, yo. So, hayai uses the kanji early and means early.
ごめん。 今日は忙しい忙しい。
そうなの？
まず竹を切る。
It's worth reminding you here that this is not just a JLPT N5 course, but also a Kanken level 10 course. The word for bamboo, take, is definitely not on the JLPT N5, but it is on the easiest kanji test for Japanese kids, the Kanken 10. That's because take is a much bigger part of a Japanese kid's life than it may have been in yours.
まず竹を切る。まず竹を切る。
Yuki apologizes for waking me up so early and says it's because today we are busy. I say, really? And she starts to explain. Yeah, mazu, for starters, take o kiru, bamboo object will cut. So, take uses the kanji bamboo and means bamboo.
そして草が長いから草刈りをする。
This word looks like it belongs in the word hayai, but that little grass part on top means that this kanji actually means grass or weeds. The word kusa, which uses this single kanji, means exactly the same thing. Well, specifically weeds, not really grass.
そして草が長いから草刈りをする。 そして草が長いから草刈りをする。
Yuki continues listing off our jobs for today. そして and then 草が長い weeds subject long から therefore 草刈りを kusakari is grass cutting and that's the object of する will do. So, kusa uses the kanji weeds and means weeds.
次は花を取る。
なんで? You may know the word hana, which means nose, but this word, hana, means something you smell with your nose, specifically flowers.
次は花を取る。次は花を取る。
Yuki's list of work for today continues. 次は next topic, 花を flowers object, 取る will pick. I'm surprised and ask, why? Imagine you have a friend named Hana who loves hana and always has one in her hair. So, hana uses the kanji flower and means flower.
花瓶に入れるから。
なんで? Kabin brings us the flower kanji again. Bin means bottle, so we have flower bottle, which in English we call a flower vase or vase or I don't know, how do you say it?
Sorry about the vase.
Can we just say vase like normal people?
Fine.
I always wonder what it would be like to have a tail.
Maybe you did one time. Maybe 1,000 years from now, I'll be tailless.
花瓶に入れるから。花瓶に入れるから。
Yuki answers my question about why we need to pick flowers with kabin ni. So flower vase is the target of ireru, will put in, kara. Therefore, We can put this kara at the end of a sentence when what comes before it is the reason we're giving for a question we were asked. I again ask, nande? Why? So, kabin uses the kanji flower and means flower vase. Or just a vase, I guess.
入り口に置くから
Sokka. Iriguchi uses the kanji entrance and mouth. You can also write it this way, without the hiragana D in the middle. But it's usually read the same way. An entrance mouth is actually just an entrance in general. Interestingly, in our last section, Yuki said kabin ni ireru kara. That ireru, which means to put in, uses the same entrance kanji and is read the same as iriguchi, ireru. Bonus word.
入り口に置くから入り口に置くから
Yuki answers my further querying with iriguchi ni, so entrance is the target of oku kara, will place, therefore. We're putting flowers in the entryway. This apparently makes sense to me. So, iriguchi uses the kanji entrance and mouth and means entrance.
そして田んぼで働く
本当に忙しいね。起きる. Our first time seeing the field kanji in the wild. This word, tambo, means rice field or rice paddy field, or just rice paddy. It's only used for special fields that you can pump water into. The water does not seep into the ground, it stays on top because of a layer of super hardened clay beneath the dirt. This allows people to grow rice effectively. You'll learn another word for regular old fields, like vegetable fields, later on, but that actually uses a different kanji. Anyway, this word is tambo.
そして田んぼで働くそして田んぼで働く
Yuki says そして and then 田んぼで rice field via 働く will work. I'm surprised by all the work and say, we really are busy, aren't we? We'll wake up. So, 田んぼ uses the kanji field and means rice paddy field.
次の日ここに入力して
何を? 入力 brings us back in contact with entrance and also strength. Making a strong entrance? No. This means input of some data. Data entry, or literally just input of data on a form, paper, online, or otherwise. It can be used as a pseudoverb, like we see in this story.
ここに入力してここに入力して
The next day, after our hard day of work, Yuki points me to a computer and says, ここに, here, target, 入力して, input do. She wants me to type something in, I guess. I ask her what she wants me to type in. So, 入力 uses the kanji entrance and strength and means data entry or input.
名前を
なんで? There's a good chance you already know the word 名前, but you might not have known it uses the kanji name, na, and mae in front. While 名前 is used to mean name in general of people, places, or whatever, when you see it on a form and there are spaces for your first and last name, 名前 specifically means your first name, the name that comes in front.
名前を 名前を
Yuki says simply, 名前を. Name is the object that I must 入力する. I ask, なんで? My favorite word of this episode. So, 名前 uses the kanji name and in front and means name or first name. 名前.
ガーデン雑誌に私たちの庭を出す。
なんで? We saw the kanji for exit in another verb in this series, 出る. Dasu is similar to 出る. 出る means to exit or for some product to come out, among many other meanings. Dasu is similar, but it refers to the act of actually doing those things. Putting or taking something outside, or releasing a product, or in this case, to put something up for judgment or competition, or something like that. For simplicity's sake, we'll learn it as to take out or to put out.
ガーデン雑誌に私たちの庭を出す。ガーデン雑誌に私たちの庭を出す。
Yuki tells me why she needs my name. ガーデン雑誌に. So garden magazine is the target of 私たちの庭を. Our garden is the object of 出す, will put out. As in, she's turning in images of our garden to a magazine. Trying to get it to show up in the magazine, I imagine. I again ask, なんで? So, 出す uses the kanji exit and means to put out or to take out.
私たちの庭がきれいだから。
有名になりたくないよ。
アンディは有名にならないよ。庭が有名になる。
The kanji name shows up again, but here in the word 有名, with both the u in you and the e in me extended, means famous. If you were to shorten the vowels, 夢, it means dream. So be careful with that. Always be careful when extending vowels or not extending them. One extra interesting tidbit is that although we didn't learn the first kanji in this word yet, it's an N4 kanji that means to have or to exist. So this word is literally to have a name or for your name to exist. If you're not famous, do you even have a name? Or need one? I mean, you do, but you get what I'm saying, right?
有名になりたくないよ。有名になりたくないよ。
Yuki says she's putting out our garden because it's beautiful. I say, A sound of exasperation or something like, do we have to? 有名に famous target, なりたくない become not want, yo. Yuki says, I won't become famous. The garden will. So, 有名 uses the kanji name and means famous.
アンディの家はどこ？
今、どこにいる？
ちゃちゃまるの家。
じゃあ、右へ曲がって、まっすぐ行って。
オッケー。
今はどこ？
案内所の前。
じゃあ、右へ曲がってすぐ左に曲がってね。そこに大きい道があるよ。そこをまっすぐ行って。
お、アンディの家だ。何しているの？
文章を書いている。
なんで？
僕の専攻は文学だからたくさんの文章を書かなきゃ。
おー、なるほど。すごいね。じゃあ、アンディはたくさんの言葉を知っているね。卒業の後に何がしたい？
文章をたくさん書いて、たくさんのお金を作りたい。
どうやってお金を作るの？
有名なブログに僕の書いた文章を売る。
いいね。
まあ、言うのは簡単だけど。
アンディの家はどこ？
今、どこにいる？
ちゃちゃ丸の家。
じゃあ、右へ曲がってまっすぐ行って。
オッケー。
If you weren't able to guess the meaning from the skit, you might be able to guess what the word migi means from its single kanji. This, the kanji means right, as in turn right, and so does the word migi. Write along with Yuki here, or pause the video and use the diagram on the left to try and practice writing the word.
じゃあ、右へ曲がってまっすぐ行って。じゃあ、右へ曲がってまっすぐ行って。
Yuki asks where my house is, which is kind of weird because she's been there a ton during the series. I ask her where she currently is, and she tells me she's at Chachamaru's house. Chachamaru is the name of the Animal Crossing character Dom in the Japanese version. I start giving her directions from there. Ja, well then, migie, right, towards marker, magatte, turn, and masugu, straight line, itte, go. Yuki responds with an okay. So, migi uses the kanji right and means right. 今はどこ？
案内所の前。
じゃあ、右へ曲がってすぐ左に曲がってね。そこに大きい道があるよ。そこをまっすぐ行って。
お、アンディの家だ。
左 is the opposite of 右, and so is its kanji. It means left.
すぐ左に曲がってね。すぐ左に曲がってね。
I ask Yuki where she is now, and she informs me that she's in front of the Annaijo, which means information center. That's what this building is called in the Japanese version of Animal Crossing. I then give some detailed directions, and Yuki follows them. Ja, well then, migi e magatte, right towards turn, and sugu, immediately, hidari ni, left target, magatte ne, turn, okay? Soko ni, their target, ookii michi ga aru, big road, subject, aru yo, exists yo, soko, their object, masugu itte, straight go. Quick note about the o particle and movement verbs. You'd almost definitely expect the ni particle here, but a special usage of o is that it can mark an area as an object that was traversed. So it's still an object marker, but it's treating a whole area, like a park or road, as the object that's being moved through or over. And you thought this was just a kanji lesson. So, hidari uses the kanji left and means left.
何しているの？
文章を書いている。
なんで？
Bunsho is an interesting word in that it can mean a single sentence or full-on essay, depending on the context. The important part is that it's a string of words that present some thought or feeling. Thus, a single sentence that forms a full thought, or a full-on essay that covers a single idea or thought, both fit the bill. The first kanji in bunsho is the one we learned as literary arts, and the second one is not on the JLPT N5 or Kanken level 10, so we'll leave that as hiragana for now.
文章を書いている。文章を書いている。
Yuki finally arrives at my house and asks what I'm doing. I respond with bunsho, so bunsho is the object of kaiteiru. I'm writing. Based on all the papers on the table, we can assume I mean that I'm writing an essay and not just a sentence. She asks, why? So, bunshou uses the kanji literary arts and means essay or sentence. 僕の専攻は文学だからたくさんの文章を書かなきゃ. We get another look at the literary arts bun here, combined with the kanji we learned as learn, gaku. So, bungaku should mean literary arts learn, right? And yeah, that's pretty much correct. In the context of being a major, we'll translate it as literature.
僕の専攻は文学だからたくさんの文章を書かなきゃ。僕の専攻は文学だからたくさんの文章を書かなきゃ。
I explain why I'm writing essays with the following bunshou. 僕の専攻は me no major, as in university major, is the topic of 文学だ. 文学 it is. から therefore たくさんの文章を many no 文章 object 書かなきゃ write must 書かなきゃ is the shortened version of 書かなきゃいけない write must. You'll notice I'm not translating some words that we've already learned in this video. As we get towards the end of this N5 Kanken 10 series, I'm going to do that more and more. You like a challenge, right? So, bungaku uses the kanji literary arts and learn and means literature. Or literary arts learn.
おー、なるほど。すごいね。じゃあ、アンディはたくさんの言葉を知っているね。卒業の後に何がしたい？
文章をたくさん書いて、たくさんのお金を作りたい。We learned the word bunshou earlier in this video. What do you string together to make a bunshou? Kotoba. Kotoba uses the kanji word and the kanji for leaf, which we'll learn much later on. The word itself just means word. More literally, a sound a person makes to indicate some meaning or thought. So yeah, stringing those together to express full thoughts or ideas makes perfect sense. Also, interestingly, the word kotoba can also refer to language in general.
アンディはたくさんの言葉を知っているね。卒業の後に何がしたい？アンディはたくさんの言葉を知っているね。卒業の後に何がしたい？
Yuki has stuff to say about my major being bungaku. Oh, sound of being impressed. Naruhodo. I see, casual. すごいね. Awesome, eh? じゃあ, well then, アンディは, Andy becomes the topic, たくさんの言葉を, the object is many, 言葉, 知っているね, are knowing, eh? 卒業の後に, graduationの after, target, 何がしたい, what subject, do, want, as in want to do. So what do you want to do after you graduate altogether? I explained that I want to write a bunch of essays and make lots of money. So, kotoba uses the kanji word and means word or language.
どうやってお金を作るの？
有名なブログに僕の書いた文章を売る。
いいね。
Speaking of making lots of money, one of the best ways to do that is to uru something. The kanji in the word uru we learned as sell, and this verb means to sell.
有名なブログに僕の書いた文章を売る。 有名なブログに僕の書いた文章を売る。
Yuki asks how I'm gonna make money. I respond with my master plan. 有名なブログに famous blog target 僕の書いた文章を me connecting no wrote 文章 object so 文章 I wrote in nicer English 売る she likes the idea. So 売る uses the kanji sell and means to sell. まあ、言うのは簡単だけど。Ew! We're already at the last word for today. But don't go anywhere, because I still have to say this word, and then say, next is the quiz, and stuff like that. Anyway, you, not ew, means to say. And it uses the kanji for word.
まあ、言うのは簡単だけど。まあ、言うのは簡単だけど。
I use a little cliched phrase that exists in Japanese and is quite close to the English phrase easier said than done. Ma, just a sound that's like, well, or even just expressing hesitation at what you're about to say next. You know wa, to say, nominalizing no, which means to say is now the topic marked by wa. Kantan da, easy it is, kedo, but. To say easy it is, but. Sounds Yoda-like, and I bet you can guess what it means as well. But just in case, the full modern version of the phrase would be, you no wa kantan, yaru no wa muzukashii. To say easy, to do difficult. It's modernized from a much older, more archaic phrase, archaic so to speak, I guess, that we won't worry about going over here. Here's our one little story for you in this video. Imagine you're handed a card with a single word written on it. It's not a nice word. You say, ew. The person who handed it to you asks what you want them to ew. You say, no, ew. So, ew uses the kanji word and means to say. 休みの間に何をする？
いいアイディアがあるよ。
え？何？
いつも休みにゴロゴロしている。
うん。
だから先生の家に行ったよ。
うん。
そして先生に聞いたよ。
で、先生は何と言っていた？
休みだから時間がたくさんあるでしょ。
うん。で？
先にコンビニに行って。
コンビニで何をする？
日本の新聞を買う。
ふーん、なんで？
それをたくさん読んで日本語を勉強すると言っていた。
お、立派なアイデアだね。
じゃあ立って行きましょう。
休みの間に何をする？
いいアイディアがあるよ。
え？何？ We learned the kanji for the word aida as span of time, and that's kind of what this means sometimes. In the example story, we use it to represent the span of time, which is your day off. Yasumi no aida, we might translate as during your day off. Aida can also be used to mean a space between two physical objects as well. Not just time. So our meanings could be during a span of time and space between objects. Write along with Yuki here, or pause the video and use the diagram on the left to try and practice writing the word.
休みの間に何をする？休みの間に何をする？
I ask Yuki, yasumi no aida ni, day off, no span of time target, nani o suru, what object will do. Just as an FYI, I mean, what will we do? She says, I have a good idea, actually. I'm surprised and ask what it is. So, aida uses the kanji span of time and means during a span of time or space between objects.
いつも休みにゴロゴロしている。だから先生の家に行ったよ。
I feel like the noun sensei is already part of the English lexicon in 2025, or 2026 when you might be watching this. So I probably don't need to explain that it means teacher. More specifically, it's a suffix of respect for a teacher or doctor or someone who's considered a master of some skill. We'll go with teacher and master for our meanings. The most interesting thing about the word, to me at least, is that the kanji used are before and life. As in, they lived before you, and thus know more than you and have something to offer.
だから先生の家に行ったよ。だから先生の家に行ったよ。
Yuki says, always on days off or just hanging around. I say, yeah, and our sentence is, だから、therefore, 先生の家に teacher no house target 行ったよ went yo. You don't need a story for this one, do you? So, 先生 uses the kanji before and life and means teacher and master.
そして先生に聞いたよ。
で、先生は何と言っていた? The verb 聞く is an interesting word in that it can have two seemingly very different meanings: to hear or to listen, and to ask. If a person is marked by the ni particle in a sentence with kiku, then it usually means that the person is the target of to ask. If a sound or story or music or something is marked as the object of kiku by the o particle, and there's no target person, it usually means to hear or to listen. Interestingly, if you have both a target person and an object, the relationship of listening and asking becomes much clearer. 先生に X を聞いた. Teacher, target X, object, asked. But you also obviously listen to the answer, so it kind of means both at the same time. The kanji used is listen, which is, as usual, pretty appropriate.
そして先生に聞いたよ。そして先生に聞いたよ。
Yuki says そして and then 先生に聞いたよ. Teacher target asked yo. I say and teacher topic what said. Our one story for today is you see a man with big ears listening to music in front of a gate. You ask them a question. They don't respond, so you kick them and listen to them yell. So, kiku uses the kanji listen and means to listen here or to ask.
休みだから時間がたくさんあるでしょ。
で? We've heard the word jikan at various points throughout this series, but finally have the kanji we need to write it out fully. Time and span of time. This word can mean just time, as in do you have time, or hour, as in 3 hours.
休みだから時間がたくさんあるでしょ休みだから時間がたくさんあるでしょ
Yuki quotes her teacher as saying, 休みだから day off it is therefore, 時間がたくさんある time subject lots have でしょ right? I urge Yuki on. So, 時間 uses the kanji time and span of time and means time or hour.
先にコンビニに行って
Here's that kanji we saw in sensei for before. When it's on its own and written in kanji, it's read as saki. It means first or before something else. This is one reason why you don't want to call the alcoholic drink sake, saki, when you're speaking Japanese.
先にコンビニに行って先にコンビニに行って
Yuki continues to quote the teacher as saying, 先に first target, コンビニに行って convenience store target go. So, 先 uses the kanji before and means before or first. コンビニで何をする?
日本の新聞を買う。
ふーん、なんで?
それをたくさん読んで日本語を勉強すると言っていた。
The noun 新聞 uses the kanji for new, which we'll learn in N4, and the kanji for listen. New listen. Where do you get the new asks and listens? The newspaper. This means newspaper. Do you still read the newspaper? Let me know in the comments.
日本の新聞を買う。日本の新聞を買う。
I ask what we should do at the convenience store, and Yuki continues to quote the teacher. 日本の新聞を Japan の newspaper object 買おう will buy. I'm not impressed and ask why we would do such a thing. Yuki finishes off the quote. That object, read a lot, and Japanese object, study do. So, 新聞 uses the kanji listen and means newspaper. お、立派なアイデアだね. The na adjective 立派 uses the kanji stand and an N1 kanji we'll ignore for now. The word itself means praiseworthy or splendid, something that is extremely excellent and complete. We can think of it standing out from the rest.
立派なアイディアだね。 立派なアイディアだね。
I like Yuki's idea, or rather the teacher's idea. 立派なアイデア. Splendid idea. だね. It is, eh? So, 立派 uses the kanji stand and means praiseworthy or splendid.
じゃあ、立って行きましょう。
The verb 立つ means to stand. There's not much to add to that.
じゃあ、立って行きましょう。じゃあ、立って行きましょう。
Yuki says, じゃあ. Well then, 立って stand up. 行きましょう. Let's go. And off we go. So, 立つ uses the kanji stand and means to stand. お、母から手紙が来た。
アンディのお母さんは優しいね。
でも父から全然手紙が来ない。
アンディのお父さんは忙しいかな。
そうかな。父に手紙を書く。
いいね。
父は音楽が好きだから音楽の話を書く。でもどうやって音の漢字を書く？
この辞書を見て。
ありがとう。お、母から手紙が来た。Haha is not the sound of someone laughing. Well, I mean, it is, but the kanji for mother, when read as haha, is the word mom. It's only used when speaking about your own mother. Write along with Yuki here, or pause the video and use the diagram on the left to try and practice writing the word.
お、母から手紙が来た。お、母から手紙が来た。
I checked the mail and I'm happy to find that I've received a letter from my mom. 母から mom from 手紙が letter subject 来た came. Imagine that your mom laughs like this every time you try to tell her one of ToKini Andy's puns. Haha. So, haha uses the kanji mother and means your own mom.
アンディのお母さんは優しいね。
お母さん with the extended a in ka gives us another word that means mother and also uses the mother kanji. This time though, the word is for other people's mothers. The o and sam make it more polite, thus making it appropriate. Some people will use this for their own mothers as well though. That means that this is the safest bet if you're not sure which word to use.
アンディのお母さんは優しいね。アンディのお母さんは優しいね。
Yuki says, アンディのお母さんは Andy no mother topic 優しいね kind, isn't she? So, お母さん uses the kanji mother and means another's mother. でも父から全然手紙が来ない。You may remember this sound from our live streams. But this is not Yuki making lines on a piece of paper. It's the word for one's own father, chichi, and it uses the single kanji for father.
お前の父はわしだ。
でも父から全然手紙が来ない。でも父から全然手紙が来ない。
I agree that my mother is kind and say でも but 父から father from 全然 This word is an adverb that means not at all when combined with a negatively conjugated verb or adjective. It's technically only supposed to be used with negatives, but you may see it with positive words like 大丈夫, in which case it means something like completely instead of not at all. Anyway, 手紙が来ない, letter subject come not, combined with that 全然, letter subject not come at all. I guess dad isn't a letter writer. So, 父 uses the kanji father and means one's own father.
アンディのお父さんは忙しいかな?
As you may have guessed, our next word, お父さん, is the word for father, which you'll use for other people's fathers. Don't forget to extend the to. This word, of course, uses the kanji for 父, father.
アンディのお父さんは忙しいかな? アンディのお父さんは忙しいかな?
Yuki says, アンディのお父さんは Andy, no, father topic, 忙しい. Busy is かな, I guess, wonder. So, お父さん uses the kanji father and means another's father. そうかな, 父に手紙を書く.
いいね。
The verb 書く uses the kanji for write and means to write. It can mean to write by hand or to write in general, as in to write a book. Have you been writing these kanji as you learn the words? Let us know in the comments.
そうかな? 父に手紙を書く。そうかな? 父に手紙を書く。
I respond to Yuki saying my dad might be busy with そうかな? That I wonder. It sounds kind of like I wonder if that's actually the case, with some doubt mixed in. 父に dad target 手紙を letter object 書く will write. So 書く uses the kanji write and means to write. 父は音楽が好きだから音楽の話を書く。音楽 uses the kanji for sound and an N4 kanji that means music or enjoyment. You can learn more about that in our N4 flashcard deck available on ToKini Anyway, 音楽, sound music, actually just means music. It's not the sound of music. Although I guess it kind of is?
父は音楽が好きだから音楽の話を書く。父は音楽が好きだから音楽の話を書く。
I say that 父は father topic 音楽が music subject 好きだから fond of he is therefore 音楽の話を music no talk story object 書く will write. In other words, my dad likes music, so I'll write to him about music. So 音楽 uses the kanji sound and music and means music. でもどうやって音の漢字を書く? The word 音 uses the kanji for sound and means exactly that. Sound.
でもどうやって音の漢字を書く? でもどうやって音の漢字を書く?
I continue from my last sentence talking about how I'd write about music with でも but どうやって how do 音の漢字を sound no kanji object 書く will write. In other words, I don't know how to write the kanji for sound. Bad Andy. So, oto uses the kanji sound and means sound.
この辞書を見て。
Arigato. The word jisho uses an N3 kanji that we'll ignore for now, and the kanji for write. You may remember this word if you use the website jisho.org to look up Japanese words. It means dictionary.
この辞書を見て。この辞書を見て。
Yuki says この辞書 this dictionary object, mite, look, as in look in the dictionary. And I thank her. So, jisho uses the kanji write and means dictionary.
アンディ、元気？
元気。電気をつけて。
どうやって？
あの糸を引っ張って。ありがと
う。ねえねえ、天気がとてもいいよ。空気がおいしい。
そして空がきれい。
林に行きましょう。
林はいいね。この島には森がないね。
大きい森林に行ったことがある？
ない。
あれ、誰かが木を一本切ったよ。
本当だ。ねえ、全然違う話をしてもいい？
いいよ。
石鹸は何でできている？石じゃないよね。
石じゃないと思うよ。石鹸は石鹸でできていると思う。アンディ、元気？
If you've watched any other series on this channel besides this one, there's a high probability that you know the word genki. What you may not know is that it's generally used to mean lively or energetic. The first kanji we'll learn in N4, and the second one is the one we know as spirit. It's read as ki. That gives us genki. Write along with Yuki here, or pause the video and use the diagram on the left to try and practice writing the word.
アンディ、元気？アンディ、元気？
Our sentence here is very simple. Yuki says my name and asks, Genki? When used as a question, we could literally translate it as energetic, but it's used similar to how we use how are you in English. But it leans a little more towards asking someone, are you feeling lively or well? And it's usually interpreted as an actual question, unlike the English, which is more of a greeting. So it's not something you say literally every single time you see someone. Many learners mistakenly use it like what's up every time they see someone, even if they see them very regularly. Genki is more commonly used when you haven't seen someone in a while and you're inquiring after their well-being or health. Have you been healthy? You're not going to ask that to someone you see every single day, even in English. So, genki uses the kanji spirit and means lively. 元気。電気をつけて。
どうやって？
The combination of the kanji electricity and spirit makes this word seem like it should be the name of some cool new Pokemon or monster. It actually just means electricity, though. Or an electric light. Either one.
元気。電気をつけて。 元気。電気をつけて。
I respond to Yuki's question with, yeah, genki. I'm lively or healthy or energetic. Denki o. Electricity is the object of tsukete. Turn on. Of course, we can assume here that I mean to turn on the light by flipping the switch that sends electricity to it. Not that my house's power needs to be turned on. So, denki uses the kanji electricity and spirit and means electricity or electric light. あの糸を引っ張ってありがとう. The kanji for ito looks like a spool of thread to me, which is exactly what the kanji and the word ito means.
あの糸を引っ張って。あの糸を引っ張って。
I tell Yuki how to turn on the light. Ano ito. That over there thread object hippatte. Hipparu means to pull. So I say pull it. So ito uses the kanji thread and means thread.
ねえねえ、天気がとてもいいよ。
Tenki sounds a lot like denki, but when it's te instead of de at the beginning of the word means weather. And it uses the kanji heaven and spirit. That's right, the weather is a heavenly spirit. That reminds me of a time I camped on top of a mountain here in Japan. Loud winds were spiraling through the valleys, and it felt like I could sense the dragons of old sweeping in and out of the valleys.
ねえねえ、天気がとてもいいよ。ねえねえ、天気がとてもいいよ。
Yuki says to me, ne ne, to get my attention, and follows up with, tenki ga, weather subject, totemo ii yo, very good yo. Friendly new info, in case you forgot. Imagine you're on a quest to collect the 10 keys. These 10 keys unlock the power to control the weather. So, tenki uses the kanji heaven and spirit and means weather.
空気がおいしい。
Another ki, spirit word. This one includes the kanji for sky as ku, kuki, sky spirit. That's what we know as air.
空気がおいしい。空気がおいしい。
We walk outside and Yuki takes a deep breath and says, kuki ga, air subject, oishii, delicious, which is a thing Japanese people actually say quite a bit, more than you'd expect. Do we say delicious air in English? I don't know. So, kuki uses the kanji sky and spirit and means air. そして空が綺麗. The kanji for sky reappears in the actual word for sky, sora. That is correct. AI video apps steal Japanese words to make generic names sound cool. Sora.
そして空がきれい。 そして空がきれい。
I respond, I agree the air is delicious. そして and also 空がきれい. Sky subject beautiful. So 空 uses the kanji sky and means sky.
林に行きましょう。
The word hayashi uses the kanji made up of two trees that we learned as grove. I would translate this word hayashi as meaning something like a small forest or wood, as in the woods, not wood used to build a house. Although, I guess... Nah, never mind. This is also a very common family name in Japan.
林に行きましょう。林に行きましょう。
Yuki says, Hayashi ni small forest target ikimashou. Go let's, as in, let's go. So, Hayashi uses the kanji grove and means small forest or wood. Hayashi wa ii ne. Kono shima ni wa mori ga nai ne. Add another tree to the kanji hayashi, and we get the kanji for forest, which is exactly what mori means. In the dictionary, it's literally defined as being larger than a hayashi with more dense foliage.
この島には森がないね。この島には森がないね。
We arrive at the hayashi, and I say, hayashi wa ii ne. Hayashi, topic good ne. Kono shima ni wa, this island, target topic. So the topic of the sentence is literally on this island or target this island. Mori ga nai ne. Forest subject not exist, ne? So there's no actual forests in the Japanese game we use for these videos that is literally called Doubutsu no Mori. Animal forest. You know that as Animal Crossing. So, mori uses the kanji forest and means forest.
大きい森林に行ったことがある？
Nai. The dictionary defines shinrin, which uses the kanji for both forest and grove, as a big mori. So, we'll say that the meaning for this one is big forest. Got that? In level of size, we have hayashi is smaller than mori, which is smaller than shinrin.
大きい森林に行ったことがある？大きい森林に行ったことがある？
Yuki responds to my observation about our island lacking forests with, yep, 大きい森林に big forest target 行ったことがある went experience subject have. More prettily, have you ever gone to a big forest? I respond that I haven't. It's probably a good point in the video to note that your average Japanese person may not realize that shinrin and mori are any different from each other. Mori uses the Japanese reading of the kanji for forest, while shinrin uses the Chinese readings of both of those kanji, forest and grove. That makes it feel a little more formal. That's a long way of saying many people will likely use these words interchangeably, regardless of what the dictionary says. So, 森林 uses the kanji forest and grove and means big forest.
あれ、誰かが木を一本切ったよ。
本当だ。Ippon is literally just the kanji for one, followed by the kanji for book. You'd be forgiven for thinking this means one book, but unfortunately, it doesn't. The counter hon, using the kanji for book, is actually a counter for long and thin objects. Bottles, trees, pipes, you name it. It'll be read as hon, pom, or bom, depending on the final number that comes before it. Ippon, nihon, sanbon, yonhon, gohon, roppon, nanahon, happon, kyuhon, jippon.
あれ、誰かが木を一本切ったよ。あれ、誰かが木を一本切ったよ。
Yuki looks around and notices something. あれ? Huh? 誰かが someone subject, 木を tree object, 一本切ったよ long thin object counter, cut yo. Remember that the number counter combination always comes after the thing it counts. It's 木を一本, not 一本木を. So, 一本 uses the kanji one and book and means one long thin object. ねえ、全然違う話をしてもいい？
いいよ。
石鹸は何でできている？ The word 石鹸 uses the kanji stone combined with a Kanken level pre-1 kanji. So we'll probably never bother with it and just use hiragana like everyone else. 石鹸 means soap. It's used almost exclusively for bar soap, while katakana words like hand soap, body soap, body wash are used for other things like liquid soap.
石鹸は何でできている？石鹸は何でできている？
I peek at a rock next to us and ask Yuki if it's okay if I talk about something completely different. She says sure, and I ask 石鹸は soap topic, 何で what via できている created, できる can mean to be finished or to be made, and that's how I'm using it here. So, 石鹸 uses the kanji stone and means soap, but mostly bar soap. 石じゃないよね。
石じゃないと思うよ。石鹸は石鹸でできていると思う。
It's necessary that we come back to the kanji for stone and learn the word that uses just that kanji. 石 stone.
石じゃないよね。石じゃないよね。
I ask, 石じゃないよね? It, as in soap, rock is not, right? As in it's not made from rocks. The yone combo is like the English right, where we actually want the listener to respond. Yuki says, yeah, I don't think it's made from stone. Soap is made from soap, I think. So, 石 uses the kanji stone and means stone. この町はとても小さいよね。
町じゃなくて村だからね。
そっか、そうだね。スーパーがないからいつも違う町に行かなきゃね。
銀行もないので銀行に行かなきゃいけないとき違う町に行かなきゃ。
そうだね。でも電気があるからよかった。
この滝の水力で電気を作っているからすごいよね。
すごい力だね。
あと虫もたくさんいる。
そうだね。そして野菜もたくさんある。
うん、毎日野菜を食べているね。
うん、最高。
いいところだね、この村。
うん、便利じゃないけどいいところだね。この町はとても小さいよね。We learned the kanji for machi as town, and the word also means town. It's also an official municipal classification of a town or local government body that is smaller than a city but bigger than a village, which is actually the next word we'll learn, village. This one means town though. Write along with Yuki here, or pause the video and use the diagram on the left to try and practice writing the word.
この町はとても小さいよね。この町はとても小さいよね。
As Yuki and I are walking around town, I suddenly say, この町は this town topic とても小さいよね. Very small, isn't it? So, machi uses the kanji town and means town.
町じゃなくて村だからね。
As promised, I present you with the word for village, mura. It uses the kanji for mura as well. Village for village. Anyway, this is also classified as a municipality that is smaller than a machi. Think farms, small clusters of houses, brooks, ponds. You get the picture, right?
町じゃなくて村だからね。町じゃなくて村だからね。
Yuki responds to my observation with 町じゃなくて town, not, and 村だからね. Village it is, therefore. Ne? In other words, the reason our town is small is because it's not a machi, it's a mura. So, mura uses the kanji village and means village. そっか、そうだね。スーパーがないからいつも違う町に行かなきゃね. If you go back through the other 24 lessons in this kanji reading and writing series, you might be surprised it took so long for us to learn this word in kanji. Because the verb itself, iku, shows up every time we go somewhere in these videos. Because iku uses the kanji go and means to go.
スーパーがないからいつも違う町に行かなきゃね。スーパーがないからいつも違う町に行かなきゃね。
I respond to this new information about our town being a mura with そっか. I see. そうだね. Yeah, okay. スーパーがないから. Supermarket subject not exist, therefore. いつも always 違う町に different 町 target 行かなきゃね. 行かなきゃ is a shortened casual version of the conjugation for 行く that means must 行く. The full thing would be 行かなきゃいけません or 行かなきゃならない or you know what, just go here and watch this video. It explains all the grammar. So, 行く uses the kanji go and means to go.
銀行もないので銀行に行かなきゃいけないとき違う町に行かなきゃ。
そうだね。でも電気があるからよかった。The word 銀行 uses the kanji for silver, which we'll learn in N4, and go. Silver go. Where does silver go? To the bank. And what does 銀行 mean? Bank. You can take that one to the bank and throw me out the back.
銀行もないので銀行に行かなきゃいけないとき、違う町に行かなきゃ。
Yuki includes more information about how inconvenient our town is with, yeah, 銀行もない. Bank also not exist, ので, therefore, 銀行に行かなきゃいけないとき. Bank target must go when, so toki marks the thing before it as the time when something must occur, so when we gotta go to the bank. 違う町に行かなきゃ, different town must go. I say, yeah, but electricity subject have, therefore, that's good. Imagine a secret bank that only animals can find. This bank is special because it only stores a special currency used by animals. Silver ginkgo biloba seeds. Super interesting and random side note. Ginkgo biloba trees are called ginkgo biloba trees in English because, due to an ancient transcription error in Chinese, the tree was often referred to as a silver fruit tree. Thus, gin, silver. Sadly, in Japanese, the tree is called icho. But interestingly again, the kanji for icho are silver and apricot. The same silver kanji used in ginkgo. And the fruit of the icho tree is called ginnan, and it uses exactly the same kanji as the word icho. The more you know about kanji, the more fun it gets. So, ginkgo uses the kanji go and means bank.
この滝の水力で電気を作っているからすごいよね。
The kanji for suiryoku gives us all we need to figure out the meaning. Water and strength. Well, maybe we need to get a little more specific. It does not mean water pressure, but instead water power, as in the water's power one could use to create electricity or for any other endeavors. The power of its flow.
この滝の水力で電気を作っているからすごいよね。この滝の水力で電気を作っているからすごいよね。
Yuki takes me to a waterfall and says, この滝の水力で. This waterfall no water power via 電気を electricity object 作っているから making therefore すごいよね. Amazing, isn't it? So, 水力 uses the kanji water and strength and means water power. すごい力だね. 力 uses the single kanji strength and means exactly that. Strength or power.
すごい力だね。すごい力だね。
Looking at the waterfall, I respond, すごい力だね. Awesome or amazing power it is. ね? So, 力 uses the kanji strength and means power.
あと、虫もたくさんいる。
そうだね。そして野菜もたくさんある. We use the kanji insect to represent the word 虫 because the word 虫 means insect.
あと、虫もたくさんいる。あと、虫もたくさんいる。
To add on to the coolness of our village's water power, Yuki looks at some bugs and adds, あと also, 虫も insects also たくさんいる. Many exist. She looks hungry looking at that insect. So I say, yeah, and vegetables also many exist. So, 虫 uses the kanji insect and means insect.
毎日野菜を食べているね。
最高. We've seen the verb 食べる many times already, and now we'll finally be able to write it in kanji. 食べる uses the kanji eat, and the word itself means to eat.
毎日野菜を食べているね。毎日野菜を食べているね。
Yuki thinks about veggies for a bit and says, yeah, 毎日 every day 野菜を vegetables object 食べているね eating are ね I say, yeah, it's the best. Yuki responds, good place it is, eh? This village. I respond, yeah, it's not convenient, but it's a good place. Ne? So, 食べる uses the kanji eat and means to eat. Yuki はこの島の外に行きたい？
外国へ？行きたい。アンディは外国人だよね。だから行ったことがあるよね。
ここが外国だよ。僕にはね。
そっか、そうだね。
じゃあ、行きましょうか。
今？
北から行く？
迷うな。
じゃあ、西はどう？
いや、西に行きたくない。南はどう？
僕は南から来た。違うところに行きたい。
じゃあ、東だね。
そうだね。
出発！
We made it! You made it! This is the last JLPT N5 Kanji video. If you made it this far, you know this intro by heart. So say it in your heart. Let's go. Yuki はこの島の外に行きたい? We represent the word soto with the single kanji outside. As seems to be somewhat of a pattern, the word soto also means outside. Write along with Yuki here or pause the video and use the diagram on the left to try and practice writing the word.
ユキはこの島の外に行きたい？ユキはこの島の外に行きたい？
I ask Yuki an interesting question to start off our final N5 episode. Yuki は Yuki topic この島の外に this island no outside target 行きたい go want to. So, soto uses the kanji outside and means outside.
外国へ？
Combining the kanji for outside and country gives us the representation for 外国, which means foreign country. Literally, outside country, I guess. Simple. 外国. You can get access to the worksheet in this video and other worksheets as well if you're a member of ToKiniAndy.com. You'll also find you know what? You've heard this enough. You know what to do.
外国へ？外国へ？
Yuki confirms what I mean by outside of the island with 外国へ, foreign country, towards target. I say yeah. So, 外国 uses the kanji outside and country and means foreign country.
行きたい。アンディは外国人だよね。だから行ったことがあるよね。
ここが外国だよ。 僕にはね。
そっか、そうだね。
じゃあ、行きましょうか。
え、今？
If we add jin, represented by the kanji for person, to the end of gaikoku, we get gaikokujin, foreign country person. This is the somewhat polite way to refer to a foreigner. You'll often hear the koku part dropped in casual conversation, giving us just gaijin. Some people don't like that word though. It doesn't really bother me personally, but it's worth keeping that in mind. I tend to go with the word gaikokujin in proper conversations.
行きたい。アンディは外国人だよね。行きたい。アンディは外国人だよね。
Yuki responds, 行きたい go want. Andy は Andy topic 外国人だよね foreigner it is, right? だから therefore 行ったことがあるよね went experience subject have, right? In other words, since I'm a foreigner, I've been to foreign countries, eh? Solid logic. I say, yeah, here is a foreign country for me, eh? She thinks about it and is like, ah, right. And then I say, well then, shall we go? And Yuki is very surprised, asking, now? So, gaikokujin uses the kanji outside, country, and person and means foreigner. 北から行く?
迷うな。
The word kita is represented by the super cool looking kanji that means north. The word, of course, means north as well. My favorite sentence to remember this word by is kita ni kita. North target came, as in, I came north. Kita ni kita.
北から行く？北から行く？
I ask, kita kara, north from, iku, will go, as in, will we leave or go from the north of the island? Towards the north, obviously. Yuki thinks about it and says, can't decide or conflicted. So, kita uses the kanji north and means north. じゃあ、西はどう? We get another cardinal direction here with nishi, this time represented by the kanji we learned as west. Nishi, of course, means west.
じゃあ、西はどう？じゃあ、西はどう？
To remedy Yuki's indecision, I ask, じゃあ, well then, 西はどう? West topic, how about? So, nishi uses the kanji west and means west.
いや、西に行きたくない。南はどう？
Two words left in our series. Our third cardinal direction is minami, represented by this kanji, south. Minami means south. Comment what the next word will be. But wait, it might be a trick. It's not a trick though.
いや、西に行きたくない。南はどう？いや、西に行きたくない。南はどう？
Yuki still appears undecided, so she says, yeah, nah. Nishi ni ikitaku nai. West target, go want not. Minami wa dou? South topic, how about? So, Minami uses the kanji south and means south.
じゃあ東だね。
そうだね。
出発
This is it. The final N5 word. For kanji, at least. You will now know how to read and write all of the kanji you need to pass the JLPT N5 and the Kanken level 10. This kanji, meaning east, represents the word higashi, east.
じゃあ東だね。じゃあ東だね。
Yuki realizes there's only one option left for us, because we ignore the in-between cardinal directions until N3-ish. じゃあ、東だね. Well then, east it is, ne? I say yeah, and we both shout 出発! 出発 means departure, and we're off to wherever the N4 will be taught from. So, higashi uses the kanji east and means east. Congratulations! You can now pass the kanji section of the JLPT N5, and you can also probably pass the Kanken 10, which is the test that native Japanese kids take, the first one. If you're ready to get into the next level of kanji, unfortunately it's not available just yet. Unless it is. It's been a long time maybe since this video has come out. Then it'll be here. But if you want to start getting into the N4 kanji right now, you can check out ToKiniAndy.com, where we already have an N4 deck ready to go for you. See you in the next video.